The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome, chess fans, to Warsaw, Poland, host for the next 5 days of the inaugural stop of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. Once again, reuniting here are the best chess players on the planet that will battle for the next 5 days in Rapid and Blitz chess. We also have a beautiful new studio, so let's throw it there and start the action with Yasser, Nazi, and Maurice.
Well, it's beautiful Warsaw, Poland, with its incredible architecture, a city known for its amazing buildings, its statues, and monuments. What better place to begin an incredible battle for chess as the best players in the world come to try to show who is indeed the champion of the Grand Chess Tour. And I am a Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm here in the beautiful new studio in St. Louis, and we're about to start as we have some of the best players. It's Gukesh, Dommaraju, the world champion, his challenger, Javokhir Sindarov, Fabiano Caruana, the 2025 champ, and all the action starts right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 11th edition of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, Maurice, it's great to be with you in this new studio. Hello everyone and welcome to the 11th Grand Chess Tour. I can't believe I'm saying that. And what a spectacular group of players we have. But first, let's talk about the Grand Chess Tour, because this is our first stop. Nazi.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Let's have a look. Grand Chess Tour will have a total of 6 events, but we are here with the first event starting today, Super Rapid and Blitz in Poland.
Absolutely, but jump right in. Tell us about the roster of players and what a great field we have.
Absolutely amazing field. We start with the American top seed Fabiano Caruana. In second, we have French number 1 Alireza Firouzja, another American Wesley, and probably the hottest chess player on the planet right now, Javokhir Sindarov from Uzbekistan. Then we have French Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Poland's number 1 Jan-Krzysztof Duda, world champ Gukesh.
It just gets better and better.
Absolutely. A wild card from the US, Hans Niemann, last year's winner, Vladimir Fedoseev, and Grandmaster from Poland, Radoslaw Wojtaszek.
Amazing. Tell us about the format for this Super Rapid and Blitz.
It's going to be a 10-player round-robin event with time control 25 plus 10 for the Rapid, 5 plus 2 for the Blitz. And the scoring system in Rapid, you get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw. In Blitz, it's regular, 1 for a win and half for a draw.
And our schedule for this event?
We're going to have 5 days of exciting chess, starting with 3 days of Rapid. They will play 3 games per day. After that, we move on to Blitz, where they'll play 9 Blitz games per day, and we will see playoffs if necessary.
Okay, and Maurice, when I think about this roster of players, I got to ask, who should I be watching?
Everybody, of course. I mean, it's just an incredible roster. You've got to love this collection of players that they put together, and we're going to see some excitement. We can only drill down on just a few of these players, and we'll take a look at some of the players we think might end up really making some noise. We're going to start with Fabiano Caruana, fabulous Fabi, and just absolutely an incredible player who shows that he is indeed a champ. With winning the 2025 GCT, he has been one of the greatest players of his generation, and there is no question about it. If you are going to pick one of the favorites, it's going to be this guy. He can absolutely make an incredible run. He's going to try to start it right here. Now, his countryman is going to be next, Hans Niemann, making only his second stop on the Grand Chess Tour. You may remember a few years ago, a little bit of controversy with him and one Magnus Carlsen. If you got your subscription to Netflix, you could take a look at all the details. But he's going to say, look, I am now ranked number 12 on the planet in the live rankings, and I don't care about all that controversy. I'm going to let the chess speak for itself. And up next is the world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju, all of only 19 years young, and he has something to prove. First of all, he's going to be defending his title later in the year, but his results of late have not been great, and he's going to want to show to everyone that, hey, think about me when you think about the elite of the elite players. Don't have any doubts. Well, he's going to try to settle some of the doubters right here, right now. And one player he'll have to deal with is his future challenger, Javokhir Sindarov, only 20 years old, but he had just an absolutely fantastic run at the candidates. He went +6, a record for that format. Just scintillating play on his part, and everybody's wondering, with his first stop now on the tour, is he going to show to everyone, yes indeed, not only am I the rightful challenger, I'm the presumptive champ you want to talk about, and he will try to show that at this event. Everybody else in the tournament, of course, is incredible, but we will get a few more insights from our good friends in Poland, Cristian Chirila and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thanks, Maurice, and I have to say, absolutely brilliant news studio. Welcome, chess fans, to Warsaw, Poland, for the beginning of yet another season of the Grand Chess Tour. I am your host, Cristian Chirila.
And I'm your co-host, Anastasiya Karlovich. So happy to be here, Cristian.
Absolutely amazing event coming your way, the way of the chess fan. And I have to say, it's been a celebration for the last few days here in Warsaw. We've had a national holiday as well, but yesterday was absolutely brilliant at the opening ceremony. Tell us a bit about your experience there.
It was a great experience. So many chess fans came to visit the opening ceremony. We had drawing of lots, of course. We had Q&A session with players. And after that, I had the greatest opportunity to play with the winner of the candidates tournament, Javokhir Sindarov himself, in one team against Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Katie. So we had this hand and brain match, and I can tell you, Cristian, Javokhir is such a good and friendly teammate. He was helping as much as he could. He was telling me the right pieces, so I will not blunder. But of course, I have done a few blunders. Nevertheless, I think everybody enjoyed this experience, and I hope that the spectators also had some fun. What about you?
I think everybody was having fun. I was in the audience. I was feeling the electricity coming from your team, from the opposing team as well. I've been following Javokhir since Cyprus, of course. I've seen him in person there at the candidates. He's an absolutely magnificent player.
It was such a stressful game. I don't know how they play this chess. I mean, all the time. I haven't played for some time. It was so crazy. I think it was a good warm-up for Javokhir. Hopefully he will play well in this event.
Speaking about the warm-up and the main event right now, I'm going to be having my eyes on this game. Hans Niemann, a newcomer after 2022 to the Grand Chess Tour, against Javokhir Sindarov. And take a look at these two players. These two players are going to compete against each other for many years to come. And this one is going to be the one that all the chess fans have their eyes on in day one. Take a look at that. They haven't met yet. They're so young, both of them. 0 wins, 1 loss for Hans. So definitely Javokhir perhaps has a little bit of the upper hand going into this one, but anything can happen. We know that Hans prepared a lot for this tournament. Of course, Javokhir as well. This one is going to be absolutely electric. We have so many great pairings, guys. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis to analyze all of those possibilities.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anastasiya. It looks like you guys had fun there at the opening ceremony. Let's get started. Tell our audience the pairings for this round one. Nasi, do the honors.
Absolutely, so excited to see what we have for pairings. Round one, we have Fedoseev playing Wesley Fabiano Caruana against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
2 veterans.
Then 2 youngsters, Alireza Firouzja playing world champ Gukesh. And then, as Cristian highlighted, Hans Niemann against Javokhir Sindarov, big matchup.
Right.
And then 2 Polish GMs, Duda and Wojtaszek, start by facing each other.
Well, I can't wait for the tournament to start. Tell us about the prize fund and what they're fighting for.
So the big prize fund for this event total is $200,000. First place winner takes home 50,000, second place 40, just great prizes for everybody.
Wow, just, yeah, looking at that. Thank you. The prize fund absolutely increased by $50,000, $200,000 as we see the players taking their seats. Once again, Grand Chess Tour, 11th edition getting underway. You see the journalists.
Beautiful playing hall.
I know. I saw a young boy there, looked like he made a ceremonial first move on one of the boards.
Yeah, I think it was on the board between Hans and Sindarov, I noticed, and handshakes, games are off.
Absolutely, as we see the two Polish players.
Yeah, so which game do you want to start with?
I would like, if you don't mind, to start with the world champion.
Alireza against Gukesh.
Absolutely. When I think about these two, I just have to say, call them for what they are, superstars. That Gukesh is the youngest world champion in the history, and it's a long history. It's really saying something. And at one time, Alireza was the crown prince. Magnus Carlsen had said, that guy, you know, he's the one to watch, as we see Bishop B4. Okay.
The Rogozin system.
The Rogozin, Bishop G5 is a main line. Queen A4 check has become the go-to popular. Maurice, jump in on this one. The players with the white pieces are having a hard time finding advantage against this, well, I want to say, decades-old system.
Absolutely, it's very solid to play.
There we go,
and
Queen A4
that's
check.
why you see black entering into these waters. You have just a great setup, everything's solid, and white just having tremendous trouble. That's why you don't see D4 so much these days. You see more E4, although the candidates that just concluded, they were doing a lot of D4. It's just equal all around for black these days, with engines just helping to support all the analysis.
But let's not forget, this is Rapid and Blitz. So even if the opening is equal, everything will be decided in time troubles.
No, you could almost certainly count on that happening, right?
They're following some long theoretical lines. Would you like to check different games, Yasser?
Sure. I was just seeing what was the most popular at this moment. Knight D7, Knight E4, Bishop D7, and castles are all leading the pack there in terms of most popular. All right.
Let's check how Fabi's doing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. As you mentioned, two veterans of Grand Chess Tour. I believe they've played.
Where am I going? MBL?
Every Grand Chess Tour?
Yes. Maxime and Fabi, the two real veterans of this event. I'm looking at Joko piano, but with Knight C3, that is really a peculiar little twist. Fabi is great exploring these little sidelines, and Knight C3 had always been cast aside, I want to say, in favor of the C3, B4 setups. But Knight C3, angling perhaps for Bishop G5 and Knight to D5, A6, I'm not afraid of whatever it is you're about to do, H3, D6.
They're both blitzing,
A3.
even though Fabi played that rare move Knight C3. Maxime wasn't surprised. They haven't spent any time yet.
Dare I say, if I play H6, what do you have?
Maxime just did exactly that.
What do you got as white? Maurice, I know what you were saying. Advantages are hard to come by in the openings. This looks as tame and as tepid as I possibly can be. What's Knight C3, A3, H3?
It's just, let's get ready for a long tournament
Long game.
and not test this player, not test Maxime in any wild lines. It's kind of interesting because Maxime used to play this. Maxime used to play just the Najdorf, and just the Najdorf, just the Najdorf, just the Najdorf. Right. Now you see him playing E5 and diversifying. But these two have played so many games as you look at their head-to-head matchup over the years. I see this 2 wins, 8 losses. That's only rapid. There's no way Fabi could have had 8 losses in classical chess, that kind of a dominant score. But it is a dominant score in rapid, however.
Remarkable.
And that's a challenge for Fabi. Maybe that's another reason why he decided let me just pump the brakes and get a decent position against this guy. He's been pretty much owning me in rapid.
Wow, as we see bishop e3. Neither player...
Unexpected. Plus 8
Plus 8.
against Fabi.
Neither player ready to, or afraid of double pawns. Bishop takes c5, b takes c5. And, well, okay, again, I'm going to say that this game's pretty tepid.
Let's check in with Hans and the World Championship challenger, Javokhir Sindarov. We do have an exciting opening in that one. It was Sicilian.
4 knights, in fact. It's just very dynamic, unbalanced position, maybe the most of the round so far. And that was Javokhir saying, I'm ready to get funky. Let's do some interesting stuff. And there were different ways for Hans to handle it. He decided to play this move a3, a little bit cheeky move.
It's strange. When I was learning the Sicilian, let's put it that way, back in the day, the rule of thumb is whenever white plays a2, a3, his opening has been a failure. That was a rule of thumb. You never, as white in a Najdorf, wanted to play
times
a3.
have changed.
Yeah, because a6, b5, b4 was a guaranteed way of opening up the position on the queen side, and usually white was looking to castle. So a3, bishop e7, bishop e3 castles, bishop e2, d6. So we're really in a Scheveningen where you've played a3, which is a loss of tempo.
It seems that way. Maybe in the future it can be useful, but you have more useful moves at the moment, right? For example, castle or develop your queen.
Yeah. All right, let's see what's going on. So how do these two match up?
Well, I think we saw in the intro, Cristian mentioned that these two players are so young.
That they only played once?
In rapid, only one game, and Javokhir came out a winner in that game. But I'm sure these two players will be facing each other for many years to come.
Just as Cristian and Anastasiya has told us. So f2, f4 on the board, and I'm expecting Javokhir to either play a6, queen c7, and usually these moves are interchangeable. Bishop d7 as well as a move. The other, if I was going to do, let's imagine I wanted to, to prove that something was wrong for white. Let's imagine I just captured.
Okay, I'll take with the bishop.
Yes, exactly. And let's say I play b6.
All right, and you want to fianchetto your bishop.
Right, as quickly as possible.
I'll probably castle short and then play bishop f3.
Okay. Bishop b7, bishop f3, yes? And rook c8. No.
Oh, it's coming.
What I'm dreaming about.
Yeah, it looks like black has
Feels
equalized,
like,
right?
yeah, it feels like black is the one. It's early. Kind of a little bit dictating what's going on here. It just feels for the moment that there's something that white has not.
But what Hans had shipped already is that he's making Javokhir think. We saw in the candidates, Javokhir was the fastest player in the tournament.
Yes, he
Spent
was.
no time in the opening, was always ahead on the clock. Here, I guess a3 was a surprise.
For sure.
And now he is 3 minutes behind Hans.
Yeah, early moments here at the start of the opening. Maurice, what caught your eye so far in this, the first round, I can't believe I'm saying this again, of the 11th edition of the Grand Chess Tour?
Well, I'm back in the game between Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh Dommaraju, the world champion. And this game has gone down a line that is actually a fascinating position that is theoretical, with the move a3, bishop takes, and now the move knight to e4, attacking a pawn, and now bishop f4, ignoring the pawn, saying you can have that so that I can get off the move h4. Now another move here is the move e3, which looks a lot more natural, if you will, getting ready to bring the bishop out to attack the knight. But instead, this move h4, saying, yes, I do have the two bishops. I will absolutely be thinking about playing for full compensation in terms of an attack against your position. White is clearly better developed with some more space. But early days, when you're saying how tough it is to get an advantage against the Rogozin, but at least to create an imbalance, a major one like this, clearly is up Alireza's sleeve. This is his kind of play, and he's got his opponent slowed down already. We see that he has a bit of an edge on the clock with the move knight e7 played right now, and that one seems as though it has surprised Alireza. It is not a popular move, only played once in this position, and we see it was a draw in a game between lower-rated players. The move knight e7, you thought that black was trying to develop some pieces. He decides to reposition his knight out of nowhere, so that is a bit of a surprise, and I think Alireza is trying to figure out, is there maybe a refutation to this move?
Alireza is considering h5 just to stop knight g6 from happening.
I mean, that's one of the moves you would consider here. But he's got to wonder, why did this knight go to such an awkward-looking square when my plan was to play h4, h5 anyway? So this is certainly an intriguing moment in this game. Then Alireza just pressing the pause button for him for just a second and say, all right, there's got to be something that hurts your feelings. Let me see if I can find out exactly what it is.
Explain the move h4 to me, Maurice, because I'm the old classical guy. Develop your pieces. Let's go with e3 followed by bishop to d3. Why did Alireza eschew this e3 bishop? It looks like the most natural continuation.
It is a natural continuation. Well, for one thing, h4 is played in every position these days. I mean, that's just you play. You name it. You name it. AlphaZero showed years ago that h4, the pawn on h6 is such an incredible pawn that you can spend tempi playing this move and grabbing space on the king side. But also, specifically, in this moment, e3 could have been met by the move g5. And this move is not so much fun to have to face as white, bishop g3, and now h5. And black says, I'm up a pawn and I'm grabbing space on the king side, and now you're just about forced to play h4, but under circumstances we're not so happy. Knight takes g3 and pawn takes, and this is just a dynamic position where white had to give up the bishop and wonder, why did I let you even have this? Exactly. So instead, this move h4, if we go back, the move h4 says, okay, you don't get to have any fun playing that kind of sequence, and we can now just play against your pieces. The move knight to e7 does look a little bit odd, and now it's natural to play the move e3 or h5. But the one thing about knight e7 that's important to note is that the move c5, attacking the center, is on tap, with also the queen possibly coming out with your king still stuck in the middle of the board. Move queen to a5 with check. That will be some difficulty for white to have to face, and I would imagine that is why after knight e7, knight e7 is still on the board and Alireza has not yet moved. That knight move is quite clever, preparing to advance the c-pawn to get the queen into the game and expose white's king still sitting in the middle of the board.
Thank you, Maurice. Now that you mentioned c7, c5, my spidey sense is tingling, Nasi. Can I capture on d5 and win a pawn?
Yeah, I would consider that for sure.
Okay, c takes d5. Don't look now, but it's a double attack.
Take with the queen.
Queen to it's the same business. You're still looking at queen a5, and if I capture the pawn, it looks a little bit wrong, doesn't it?
It does. The king on e1 while bishop's still on f1. Just
no,
something's off.
I agree. No, I'm not playing those games. So h4, knight e7 on the board, and we're going to see how Alireza is going to deal with Gukesh's threat of playing c7, c5.
And while they're thinking, let's check how last year's winner, Vladimir Fedoseev's doing against Wesley. So, I mean, last year, Fedoseev shocked everyone. He was a wild card, and he won with an incredible performance. I think over 21 points.
Oh, it was an age performance for the ages, actually. I mean, we came in every day, expecting that he was going to slip up and give up his lead. No, sir. He just kept
winning and winning.
Yeah, it was like Secretariat pulling away. And here we have the matchup with Wesley. Secretariat, the horse
You're
race.
dating yourself with that one. I know Nazi's thinking, what is this guy talking about?
Hey, I could have said Seattle Slew, and that would have been for the aficionados.
For the kids in the audience. And Nazi, the Secretariat was a horse, famous horse back in the day, and it definitely would pull away. No question about it. But yes, we got to update our references.
Hey, man, he won by like 32 lengths. I mean, it was amazing.
Oh, wow, that's impressive.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
It was like 50 years ago, and that record still stands. Now, check this out. Vladimir, in this very normal Catalan position, you'd expect, I don't know, a move like B2, B3, quite possibly Queen B3 is
Queen
even.
D3 is also playable castle.
Queen D3. He played Knight D2. And, you know, the classical players would look at that and go, how does the bishop on C1 feel when you make a move like that?
Play D2.
C5 takes, and this is where Wesley said, hey, look, now that you've given up control over the D4 square, I get to play D5, D4, and it looks to me...
Central pawn on D4. Look how he's hanging the bishop on C5, but it's not really hanging.
He's got a Queen A5 check in his pocket. He doesn't lose a piece. That was a strange move by...
He went for it, and yes, sir, when black has this central pawns on D4, E5 and gains more space, don't you prefer to play this with black?
Absolutely. If you go back to the games of Paul Carrez and, well, a lot of other great players, they loved these central pawns, and the idea of playing E4 and bishop G4 was dear to their hearts. Now, in this particular moment, bishop B4 is an issue, right?
It's a threat.
Yeah, so whether we deal with that threat by, for example, A5, like just chill. Like, and why would I choose A5 over, for example, a move like rook E8? Sort of like, I'm not 100% sure where my rooks belong. And the move A5 is kind of crafty. It makes
you might consider rook A6. Very
rook
nice.
D6. Maybe my bishop belongs on E6. But in any case, weigh in on this one, Maurice. Wesley has given up his two bishops, but he's got the center.
Yeah, the center looks huge. I mean, the spatial consideration is the key thing here. And certainly, Wesley's got to be happy with his position. I got to tell you, though, I've got my eye back on that game between Alireza and Gukesh. Gukesh has not moved. It's incredible. Taking a look at this position.
I think it's Alireza.
I'm sorry, Alireza. I misspoke. Sorry, it is Alireza. Alireza has been sitting there enjoying the position. Look at me, he's leaning back. He's kind of like, I wonder what the right idea is. He doesn't look concerned. Is it me? His body language doesn't suggest someone who's been sitting for the last 8 minutes on one move. I mean, he has been just absolutely stuck trying to figure out what exactly should I do here. And as we speak, we see the move knight G5 after all that land on the board, and the engines disapprove. As Dr. John Nunn used to say, long think, wrong think. In this move, trying to resolve the issue of C5, does it really resolve it in this position? I got to say, that was incredibly strange to see him think for just so long. And the move knight G5, it does threaten the knight. On the E4 square, there are a number of ways to reply here, including capturing the knight. But I got to say, that move probably came as a bit of a shock to Gukesh.
Well, it seemed like knight E7 came as a shock to Alireza
Yes.
first. And then he was like rethinking, recalibrating. He used a third of his clock time on this move, knight G5. I don't like the move.
I don't either, and actually I think Alireza doesn't either. Looking
I
at
mean,
him right
can
now.
I have that one back? I mean, the first thing that went through my mind was like C5, Queen A5 check is kind of still serious, right? If you go C5, I'm assuming
Taking on E4.
taking on E4, taking on E4.
How do we deal with the D4 pawn? Do we just take on C5?
I think you have to. And my intention, of course, was to go queen a5 check.
I think this is the main point of Alireza's play, is that his bishop is waiting and ready, and as this game opens up, his bishop is beautiful in this position. Despite the weakened pawn on c4, black has an advanced pawn on e4 that's also weak, but the dark squares are all whites. So I think this particular line is what he decided to play in order to suppress the possibility of the c5 move. But black doesn't have to go for this and give him anything. Black can make other decisions, including moving the knight back to f6 or even d6, just to get this knight out the way and make you wonder, what's your knight doing on the square g5? It can be kicked back very easily, and it's not exactly a fun position for white to play. The threats are still in the position, and we can look at that line. It's kind of interesting line with knight back to f6, and you can't just develop with the move e3 here, because c5 is just waiting to be played, and this is going to open up the game in such a way. Remember, black is up a pawn. We get into an endgame. You're down a pawn, and you're at dreams of attack with the move h4. You can toss them out the window.
Thank you, Maurice.
Great. Yes, sir.
Nasi, I mean...
Before we look
yes?
at the pie charts, we have one more game to
Oh,
check.
please.
It's two Polish GMs, Duda and Wojtaszek, facing each other. I'm sure they know each other very well.
Of course, the two very best players from Poland. And Duda has been great on the tour. He, especially in Rapid and Blitz.
He won once or twice.
Oh, yeah, especially in Rapid and Blitz. We've got one of these. Wow.
I remember he had this playoff against Magnus.
Oh, that was great. Watching them fight for the first place, it was a great.
What do we have here? Knight b5, knight f3. All looks familiar, yes, sir?
Yeah, they get these hanging pawn structures, but okay, so far still all pretty natural. a3, a4, just taking some sting away from b6, b5. Looks fairly balanced. Let's get back to the central question. Who's going to win the tournament, statistically speaking?
I'm very curious to see. Let's check out what Ben Underwood has prepared for us.
Here we go.
Chances to win. This is
Wow,
pre-tournament.
Wesley at the top.
He is the favorite with 19.6%. Now in second, third, and fourth, they're kind of sharing this second place. Fedoseev, Firouzja, and MVL over 18%. Surprised?
Shocked, shocked. I'm seeing the world champion as the one of the
than
lowest.
1%?
No.
That's
Bobby,
shocking.
Grand Chess Tour champion, twice Grand Chess Tour champion, 11%. Maurice, that's crazy.
And Fedoseev, by the way, with that number, okay, we know you won last year, but it's not likely you're going to pull that off again. That seems incredible that these are actually the numbers.
Wow, and for the Rapids only, just the Rapid part.
Just the Rapid, not including the Blitz. Who's the favorite?
Let's see.
Whoa, now we have Sindarov.
Sindarov is a favorite.
But
Golly.
it's his first time playing the Grand Chess Tour. He's also very young. He hasn't played a lot of Rapid tournaments, but he is the favorite.
Whoa. Excuse me. I don't understand these numbers at all. How come Wesley So is at 8.9% when he was favored to win the event? Are you telling me he's going to dominate completely in Blitz?
The Blitz.
Him and Fedoseev will have to have monster events for these numbers to match up, right? I mean, there's no way. And Sindarov at 23% in Rapid, is he going to just collapse in Blitz? What is going on with these numbers? We got to talk to Ben. Ben, what's up with that?
And then to sit there and say Hans Niemann's going to be dead last in the Rapids, I don't see that happening. Remarkable. But here's our pre-tournament favorite.
Absolutely. I mean, Wesley So is very consistent in Grand Chess Tour. He always does well. But in Rapid and Blitz, you know, we have some players who are Blitz specialists here.
Yes.
MVL, Alireza. I was
Yeah.
not surprised to see them sharing second, but yeah, we'll see how stats turn out
But Wesley
at the end of the
usually
event.
does well in Rapid. He usually is dominating in Rapid. His favorite
true.
format is Rapid. And Blitz is where he tails off. So he gets that nice lead in Rapid, starts to tail off. He's been caught before. Remember, one year he got caught by Magnus He had a great rapid start. He was well ahead, and then Magnus just came up as Magnus does and overtook him. But it's usually rapid where he does most of his damage. To see that number with Wesley being way down in rapid and going to be a star in blitz, I have not seen that experience showing that. But who's to argue with the numbers? We are. That's it. We don't agree.
That's our job. You got to argue. I'm going to jump back to the game between Hans Niemann and Javokhir Sindarov because a different approach was taken by Sindarov. I was more or less aspiring for knight takes d4 and a fianchetto of the bishop. No. e6, e5 was his move, as we see a very nice view of the playing hall. By the way, that is a beautiful looking stage.
Still at the board early in the game.
And these two players.
Yeah, these two players. Look at the times. Wow, we have to catch up. They're both
Exactly.
below 15 minutes now.
E6, e5, a very different approach by Javokhir. And I think that...
Queens came off early.
Yeah, I think this was a very good decision, by the way, by Hans, because essentially what Hans is saying is I've got a queenside majority, but I've also get a chance to exploit the split pawns. Specifically, there's a weak square on the square c5. I'm going to play knight a4. I'm going to castle long, and I'm going to get a very nice ending. And here we go. Let's see. Oh, he has not yet castled long. I'm expecting white to castle long, so that
White has a long-term advantage, right? The pawn structure for black's not looking great. The pawn on c6 and the c5 square that you were highlighting.
Yes.
Would you put the bishop or the knight there? Knight, right?
Yes. To put the knight there, that was why I needed to castle and defend the pawn on b2. It's possible that the move knight to g4 could be a disturbing move.
That's why I was considering maybe bishop c5. Also an option.
Yeah, oh, well, bishop c5.
But I like the dark square bishop.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, if I play castles, let me just put some moves on the board for just a moment. The desirable bishop c5, at the end of the day, there's a fork.
I see.
So I would trade on c5 and I'll play knight f2. If I have to play bishop g1,
that's not what we want.
It wasn't 100%, you know, what I desired.
Right, yes, I think Maurice has some updates
Please,
for
Maurice.
us.
A couple of big developments in other games that we have to pay attention to. First of all, the one with Fabi and Maxime.
Yeah.
This position, Fabi made a little bit of off move that has given a great position to his opponent. He played in it. We actually left it here after f5. He played a5, which was good, b5, but then he played the move queen e1. And this move was not the greatest move to play at the moment. He had options. He could have played c4, he could have played queen f3, but the move queen e1 just signaled to black, hey, if you want to play f4 and grab some space on the king side, f3 might land on the board and really create some issues. And Fabi had to play f3 himself. And you see that bind on white's king. Sooner or later, black's pieces are going to travel to those squares. And now c6 kicking out the knight. Well, the knight decided to go forward, and we have this position with rook b8. And Fabi is starting to realize that black's the one with the better pawn formation, controlling all sorts of space on in every sector. You can see it on the queen side, you can see it in the center, you can see it on the king side. Black is the one with great space in this position. So Fabi in a little bit of trouble here. Now I want to go back to the game between Firouzja and Gukesh, and they went down a line that we thought was not good, or at least not great for black. And Gukesh could not help himself. He decided to actually play this move c5 after knight g5, which is what Alireza had wanted to see happen. Here, he said, let me just go for it, opening up the game. But this does give white the advantage of the dark square bishop, and this open position with Firouzja having a little bit of an edge. This bishop on d2, it has multiple ideas, particularly going to the b4 square, where it is posted incredibly well. Gukesh not in terrific danger here, but certainly a dynamic, imbalanced pawn structure which normally favors the bishops. And this particular bishop, the one on b4, could end up being quite strong.
Yeah, it was a strange decision to allow knight takes e4 by Gukesh. I thought knight f6 was compelling. I'm staying with a game of Fabiano and MVL for just a moment. These two great veterans of the Grand Chess Tour, because I think Fabi made an egregious strategical error. His knight looks beautiful, except it really isn't. It's just kind of out of the game.
It's as if he's playing down a knight.
Precisely. Rook to d6, queen to e7, rook to d8. Yes, you might say this knight on b6 is out of the game. The knight on b7 is out of the game as well. No, 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 no. The knight on b7 is defending, but also attacking. That's why we love knights as blockaders, because they can both defend and attack. Whereas I think that this knight on b6 is just done. I mean, and I'm thinking after rook to d6, queen e7, rook to d8, eventually, thanks to this pawn on f4, I'm going to leverage it to a kingside attack. I think MVL has a really big long-term advantage.
We love his position, but Yasser, practically speaking, how would you assess Maxime's chances of winning, converting this position?
Very, very high, because I think this is one of those positions where white doesn't have to make a mistake to lose. The position just could lose on its own, if you will, and that's not a nice position to have.
You make this point, Yasser, that I think is a huge point.
Yeah.
Huge, huge point. The knight on b6, it is currently dominated on the square it's on.
Yeah.
It has no way to engage itself in the game at all. And also another problem is therefore the problem of the rook on a1. The one knight on b7 is holding up a rook on a1. The knight on b6 cannot move. That's two pieces out the game.
Right.
That's all you need to think about. Well, you're down a couple of pieces. You're not going to let me play knight takes a5. I don't want to play knight a5 and try to win a pawn. Forget that. No, I want to win your knight.
Right.
When I take on a5, it's going to be with the intention of winning your knight, and your knight is frozen, and your rook unable to move.
Thank you, Maurice. We're going to go back to Poland, Cristian, with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the greatest women's chess player to ever play the game, Judit Polgar. Judit, it's such a pleasure to have you here at the Grand Chess Tour. And to my surprise, this is the first time that you're actually attending one of our events.
Yes, thank you. It's nice to be here. Nice to see the professional setup and, of course, all the players.
Tell us a bit about the experience. Obviously, this year's GCT roster is incredible. We have the Challenger, we have Hans returning to the Grand Chess Tour, and, of course, the established stars as well. What's your experience after day one?
Well, day one is today, right?
It's happening right now.
Yesterday I've seen the players, and it's great to see my old colleagues and, of course, the youngsters who I was not competing with. And, well, it's always nice to be in a chess environment, time to time going back and seeing them being nervous already in the opening ceremony. Everybody's thinking.
Are you getting the itch to perhaps touch the pieces as well, perhaps play in one of these events at some point?
I made the first move. That was the touch.
That was it. That was it. And thank you for making the first move as well. You've had such a busy year so far. Obviously, the big event in your life, I would say probably, was the release of Queen of Chess on Netflix. That was just an incredible movie. Tell us a bit about that, and what did you think of it? What did you think of the final product?
Well, I was very happy the way the reactions were, and it was received by the big public, non-chess players. Of course, that was the goal of Rory Kennedy, who was the filmmaker, that how to present my story to a non-chess audience. And of course, it's not easy in some ways because chess is getting more popular, but still there are a lot of people who don't play chess. So how are you going to be presenting a chess story to keep the tension, the drama, at the same time to still show the career of a chess player? And I think she did a really good job, and I was very happy that it's a woman who made the movie, because I thought it helps the movie. And also, I think it was very good that she's not a chess player, and she didn't become one after that either. So she understood that it is a very exciting world. It is very male-dominated sport, and how to show it. And she put so many chess examples and momentum, right, of my career. So I was quite happy with the outcome. Of course, my life is, you can show it from many different angles. The thread that I had this big match
Against
series
Gary.
with Gary, of course, that's one of the way of saying it. But I think it presented a very good way for those who don't play chess. For them also something they pulled them in, and it was inspiring for all.
Tell us a bit about the inspiration that you felt after you receiving, acclamations from your country, from the international chess audience as well, and newcomers to the chess world also that watched that movie, young girls coming in and being inspired by your story.
Well, it was from very different people and very different age group, I got to know that 11 years olds have seen the movie and loved it. I got information that 81 years olds looked the movie and said, this was an amazing, you have to see it. So there are some funny stories, or Champagne was congratulating for Rory that, what a story. Blew my mind. So they are very different, but also colleagues were like Aronian was writing an amazing post. And even people who were close to me, they suddenly say, I just realized that really, what an amazing career you had. And of course, there were people completely outside from chess who got to know me after I retired. And then they said, but this is amazing, but you're so different. You're so much more than this, because you have your family, you have your foundation, you go have your festival, you have this. So a lot of different approaches, feedbacks towards. But what I'm very happy also that I've seen many comments and people that, I've never heard of this lady, but now I go and I buy the chess set for my daughter.
Well, Judith, is absolutely amazing to have you here, and I would be amiss to not ask you to perhaps give us your insight of this particular game against Hans Niemann versus Javokhir Sindarov, the challenger for the World Championship match. Were you inspired by his performance at the candidates?
Oh, absolutely. I was commentating the second half of the candidates, and it was such a pleasure. I mean, it's so special when you're part of history.
In the making, yeah.
I mean, you see someone who is just winning one game after another. But not only when he was winning the games, but for example, his defense against Caruana. I mean, that was quite something.
Yeah.
In that endgame, he also claimed that maybe that was the toughest and the biggest defense of his career so far. So, and when you're
I was on the receiving end, so I wasn't very happy with it, but it was just an incredible defense.
I understand, but and it's so different when just to look back a game. I understand, it's nice, I just go through. But when you're there and following from move to move, how much the player is thinking, what was the reaction, how things are, what is the face expressions, all these things, when you follow the game from move to move, it has a completely different journey and experience. So I was very happy to follow that. And he's a smiley young man, very positive,
he's very energetic.
Cheerful.
Yep.
Though I must say that here, I had the feeling that he's a bit stressful.
He's a killer.
He's more stressful when I see his face sometimes than he was in the candidate.
Maybe there's a bit of weight right now as the challenger.
Yeah,
right? And
absolutely.
Of course, he's playing a very intriguing player as well, Hans, who's making his return at the Grand Chess Tour. And we have this queenless middle game, you might say. What's your assessment of this one right now?
Well, before I came in here, the king was, I think, on e1, so I thought it's going to be short castle. This is kind of unexpected way of doing it. I mean, it's a very classical pawn structure from the Sicilian it can get, right, from Chevening or something. So it is very unusual to see the king on b2. At the same time, it is very beneficial, I must say. I mean, it stands just so much better than if it would be standing on g1. So I see the bar, which is killing me all the time, irritates me. But if we just want to have fun, we should erase that bar I would prefer to play it with white, to be honest, having the idea, rook a1, c3, b4, having a passed pawn. I think it's tricky for black.
I love it. I love it. We've had a small discussion yesterday, and obviously right now we're playing rapid and blitz chess here in Poland. You've had some ideas about some tournament that you actually organized in Hungary a couple of years ago, the Chess Olympiad. Can you catch us up to date to your idea? I'm very curious about it.
It's not me who organized, but I was very happy that it was in Hungary, though there were some things which I was very upset that there were no spectators who could enter to the playing hall for fair play reasons. But the tournament, the Olympiad, I've started to play in the Olympiad when I was 12 years old. In those times, it was a bit more than 100 teams, I think. It was big, but not huge. By now, you have 180 countries in the open section and maybe 150 or something in the women's section. And times are changing. So I was thinking that maybe it would be a good idea to consider, and for people to think about it, for decision makers especially, but generally, to make the Chess Olympiad instead of 2 weeks, which actually originally was nearly 3 weeks, because it was 14 rounds with 3 free days, and it was cut slowly but surely. Now it's only 11 rounds. So why not to make it in a rapid format, or definitely shorter time control, which means the days would be cut to half, let's say, 7 or 8 days. But it is something, was the idea of the Olympiad, to basically have all the countries and everybody there, and to make a real festival, real gathering for everybody to come with all these side events. So for new people to come and see how fun chess is.
Well, I think that's a great idea, and we'll let people discuss it. Thank you very much, Judit, for joining us, and wish you good luck in everything that you're going to do this year.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Judith. Really an inspiring lady, and I've known her, well, since she was so very young. It feels like her whole life that I've known her. Maurice, jumping right in, I see that Hans Niemann, decent position. Judith liked his position, but I don't like his clock.
And Javokhir is doing the same thing he does, it seems, to everybody. He did it in the candidates, where he just plays good moves quickly. And even if it's slightly off, which is going to happen in rapid and it's going to happen in blitz as well, he makes sure that he's ahead on the clock, he puts the pressure on, and that's where the mistakes start to get made, even by great players. And yes, this position now, he's already turned things around, and he has a very nice position. You can see he's got the open file for his rook towards the king, his bishop sitting on a decent enough square. It would definitely prefer to be on c3. Not likely he's going to be able to pull that off. And this pawn curtailing any advance on the other side of the board of these pawns, and his structure on the other side of the board is quite whole. So he's got a very nice position. Question is how to exactly improve it, but most important is that massive lead on the clock, and you can be sure he's going to try to maintain that lead and hope that his opponent feels the pressure of the ticking clock.
Yeah, and thank you, Maurice. And I'm looking at this open A file, and of course, the dream would be to stick the bishop on c3 so I could play rook a1 checkmate.
Oh, yeah.
I know those patterns really, really well, but anytime that bishop moves away, the king is going to come back to b2, and Hans is going to say, let's make a draw.
Oh, he'd be very happy with a draw in this position.
The thing I would really love to do is, as Javokhir has played the move bishop c4, and as a good commentator, I have
we gotta
to
show the checkmate.
Every checkmate. Where should I move the bishop? C5. Yeah.
Because it's the quickest checkmate. There's no bishop a7.
Exactly. That's the checkmate. So bishop c4, you know, I would be dreaming of bishop takes c4 as it's black. This would be like a dream come true. Yeah. Now I've got the double open file.
Very nice move, and it's in style of Javokhir. He's very aggressive, likes to attack. Even in the end game, he's playing for a checkmate here.
Exactly. And after a move, for example, like rook e2, I really feel like black is the one pushing the action. Black is the one with the initiative. Maurice, I haven't been able to look at all the other games. What else has caught your attention besides this? And we'll keep an eye on Hans Niemann's clock.
Well, we've got to jump to the game between Fedoseev, last year's champ, and Wesley So, who we heard mathematically is supposed to be the one who is going to win this event. Well, right now, he's doing work. Take a look from this position. We talked about his center, and he played this move, bishop to e4, to try to get rid of the fianchetto bishop. And now look who is taking over the long diagonal. It's supposed to be white who owns that diagonal, not black, but black now on the diagonal. Now the move e3, looking to try to get rid of this lead pawn. But every pawn move you make creates a weakness. Every pawn move you make creates some sort of weakness. The move e3 creates a weakness on the d3 square. And you say, Maurice, but come on, seems so remote, so abstract. Well, take a look at what transpires after queen takes. Guess who's going to show up on d3? Well, you may not guess immediately, but in time, here it comes. And after b6, some more maneuvers, a5, and now, no, you can't trade off my knight. Let me play the move e4, looking to break open the position. And after f4, I'll just park my knight on the d3 square. That knight, the octopus knight, as it's sometimes known. And then the move a4, and it's all Wesley So. I mean, white is now struggling to try to keep the game together. He played b4, and it is Wesley's move. It's a sharp position indeed, but Fedoseev on his back foot, trying to make sure he doesn't lose his first game as he tries to repeat in his second campaign in Warsaw. This one is a tough one for him. That knight is very powerful. If black can somehow get his rooks on the d file, then you'll never get rid of this knight. Imagine the bishop going back to f1 and capturing the knight. Yes, you could do that, but hey,
that's an open diagonal.
That's a beautiful ticket to your king if you give up that light squared bishop. And look at that, Wesley dropping his bishop back and saying, I know what you want to do. You want to play bishop f1 and take my knight, but I'm going to prepare for that with a queen c6 idea. And also, by the way, I'm threatening to take your pawn by itself.
Exactly.
This is a difficult road ahead for last year's champion.
Can Wesley just take the pawn on c4?
That was my first question. In the words of Meatloaf, you took the words right out of my mouth. Queen takes c4 looks really strong. And by the way,
there's no good discovery moves on the queen because the rook on c2 is hanging.
Precisely. You'd love to play bishop takes g7 here, but queen takes c2 is more than an adequate answer. I don't know, but Wesley's looking really good in the first round after queen takes c4.
And with the black pieces, this would be a huge win for him. Great start.
Absolutely.
You know, in Rapid and Blitz, it's all about confidence. And if you start with a win, you get a few wins in, then it's very hard for anyone to stop you. One
of the things that we've noticed throughout these Rapid and Blitz tournaments is the winner of the Rapids oftentimes is the winner overall in the tournament. So a good start in the Rapids because, as you were saying at the start, the format, two points for a win. Yeah, we're looking at queen takes c4. Maurice, between our veterans, Fabi and MVL, when we left it, we thought
Fabi was in big trouble.
Exactly. MVL had the upper hand. Is that still the case?
No, Fabi was able to somehow wriggle his way out of the frying pan. And you see here, we could go back to this moment. It was right here that Fabi realized what he had to do. He said b4, and this move, queen e7, wasn't necessarily the best way to go. Better way would have been to play rook f to d8 to suppress what white does next, queen e7. And white said, you know, I've got to somehow get out of jail. I can't just sit here and let you squeeze me. And takes, and now the move c takes instead of a takes, not giving white a pass pawn, but this allowed this knight to come back in the game, and now queen d6 and g3, and Fabi has been playing pawn break after pawn break after pawn break. It's like a jailbreak, trying to get his pieces out in the game, takes on b4, and now it is actually Fabi who has taken control of the game, and this is a blunder for
D4.
black. The rook on d4 is hanging,
Yes,
and
and he
Fabi spotted
spotted
it.
it.
Rook takes on g7. Hello. A nice crushing tactic, in fact. What a way to get out of trouble and now flip the game completely. Fabiano Caruana, that is why he's one of the favorites to win this event. This is why he's the reigning champ of the Grand Chess Tour. He knows how to fight back and then show you just how sharp his claws really are.
Well, we just saw the reaction.
Yes.
I mean, when MVL saw rook g7, he was almost in pain. This move, queen g1.
And Fabi taking sip of water, which is a sign of, okay, I've got this now.
Yeah, it's a big, that was huge because basically it just blew up the protection of Black's king after Black has to trade queens. He's got to do, I think he's got to play
c5?
queen c5.
To not get checkmated, right?
Right, because the king is so wide open. If we can play rook to c1 to c7, that's curtains. So I was looking at queen c5, and I keep telling
Should
in my
Fabi
lectures,
avoid the queen trade?
always avoid the queen trade based upon the vulnerability of the king. Right now, it's Black's king who's very vulnerable. You drop your queen back to b2, maintaining the queen.
Rook c8?
Rook c1 is on, and after rook c8. Now the desirable rook g1, it's just unfortunate you have queen c2 check.
So you have to make another prophylaxis move like rook d2.
Exactly. Now knight f6 check isn't going to hurt you.
It should. Because
Oh,
I have to
you've
go
got queen c3. Yeah, sorry, I was about to say.
No, but also king g6 doesn't seem like that big a deal, is it?
Uh-huh. King
Queen c3 is
c,
nice.
it's not that big a deal. Rook
I mean, I'm just
g1,
wondering.
Just walk on the white squares. King f7.
just-
Yeah.
Knight d5, threatening mate, but there's always queen c2.
Queen c2. Okay, okay. So here we go.
Oh, he came center.
What?
He went to f7 instead.
Whoa.
What
Okay.
a choice on his part.
Well, Maxime
He's
knows.
allowing queen f6?
How would you allowing
Wow.
queen f6? There's no way.
Well, he's eyeballing his own queen f2 check. So queen f6 check. I'm assuming we have to go king e8, right?
Okay, another check from g6 or e5?
E5
look
looks
good?
really good.
This looks like a disaster.
This looks terrible. What is it? Wait a minute. This looks like
It should be game over.
And rook g1 is next, which just stops any queen f2, queen c2 ideas.
Yes.
The rook's going to come in the game. You're going to be down this rook on f8, pointing that out because, and also your knight on b7. You have two pieces that are doing nothing. Your queen is not doing any work whatsoever. So when the rook lands on g1, it's just going to be three white pieces attacking, no black pieces having any activity anywhere. This is curtains.
This is terrible. Like, wait a
This is
minute.
just
King,
over.
King f7 was a bad move. You know, sometimes you get robbed. When you miss a move like rook g7, it's like one mistake begets another, begets another. This looks over. Where else would you like to go?
Let's enjoy some of it.
Handshake.
You're running away from this beautiful.
He just played king d7. Wait a
The
minute.
mate is coming, right?
Hold
After
on.
rook
This
g1.
could be a mate.
Come on, rook g1 is disgusting. If you play rook f7, rook g8 will land on the board. And
Hold
well,
on.
maybe
There is queen f2.
maybe there's a queen f2 sighting. So what do you have? Rook g1 played.
Maybe
I
start
believe.
with queen g7 check.
Rook g1 has been played.
Oh, rook g1 on the board.
Oh yeah, he's played it just now.
Okay, so
apologies.
what happens after? What's the killer after?
Well, rook f7 to defend g7. Now, where's the killer blow?
Maybe d4 to just get
Oh, I
rid
like
of queen
d4.
f2 chance.
Ooh, well, d4 maybe though.
Ooh, d4.
Maybe
Okay.
there's a queen d6 begging.
I'd love to trade queens.
I know. Should. He has played rook f7. And yeah, trading queens.
Just a second. There should be something really cut
I mean,
and
knight
dry,
f6 is winning material,
It is? How is
if
it?
nothing else.
Knight f6. Oh boy, you
Oh,
almost.
by the way, the knight can also go back to b6 on some point.
Oh my
Where does your
gosh.
king go? Where does your king go?
It can't go to D8 because that's a check on B8. Bless you. And he's done it.
Yeah,
and that's
96,
resignation.
the king. What an evisceration in this position. That
Rook
was an
G7.
absolute disaster after rook takes on G7. Maxime did not show his high level of play in that game.
Well, the really sad part was he took a very good position and turned it into a loss, is what happened. That really hurts. I'm going to go back to the game between Hans and Sindarov for just a moment. And we've got Wesley as well.
Do you think Wesley is close to winning?
Let's do that. Let's jump back to the game between Vladimir, Fedoseev, and Wesley. So when we left it, we saw the move rook c2, and Wesley did not take the pawn. You know, he said, "Let me just bring my rook into the game." This is it's a beautiful, harmonious position for Wesley here. I like what he's done, but I'm a pawn grabber. A3. Well, that's a tiny little move, isn't it? It stops A3. Maybe in the future, knight B2. Let's see what happened. Bishop F5. He took a pawn. And Wesley is saying, okay, do your worst. And Maurice, what can Fedoseev capture the pawn? He has done it. He has played bishop takes G7. Boom.
You know, I'm sorry, I'm distracted by another game.
Too many good games
There's
going
too many
on?
good games going on, and I see that position there is on fire as well. And it does look as though Wesley is doing extremely well in this position. But take a look at the game between Alireza and Gukesh. We were really excited about that dark squared bishop, the strength of the dark squared bishop. But if you look at this position here, he had the opportunity to put his bishop on d6, just park it there on a fantastic square. That would have been an awesome square. Queen a5 checks, you play rook d2 and relax, and you get to play c5, and your bishop is fantastic. Instead, he played bishop backwards to c3. Instead of going on the aggressive square, he played bishop back, passive square, and now queen to e7, attacking a pawn, bishop to b2. What once was just a gorgeous bishop, now it's sitting back on the diagonal, and Gukesh said, I'm just going to castle.
Alireza just made a move with 3 seconds on his clock.
3 seconds. Ooh.
Amazing. And now just take a look, the danger, queen c5, and suddenly said, I'm just going to take a pawn. And yes, down on the clock, I'll take another pawn. And Alireza, desperate in this position to try to survive because he's just down material, and we have an endgame that is just dead lost. It's not even close. With no time on the clock, Gukesh with over 3 minutes. This is a simple technique. You just should win with ease with the black pieces.
Yeah, two extra pawns. They're connected.
Pawns,
yeah. I like it when they're connected too. That just, you know, like.
The only compensation for Alireza is that he has the pair of bishops, but look at that Gukesh's last move. He played e4.
Yeah.
You don't even have a good white squared bishop anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, you said pair of bishops. The real point is the dark square bishop, right?
Right.
You have this great dark square bishop. Remember the great dark square bishop you used to have that could have been on d6 that ended up not even defending your position in any way, and you lost all your pawns? That's where you are. And of course, Gukesh is thrilled. He might even argue, I got the great knight. Watch, one day this knight is going to do some work.
And he has almost 3 minutes still on the clock while Alireza is just playing one increment.
Yeah. In this position, do you play g6 with the idea of playing f5, getting rid of this bishop, or do you just take another pawn?
Well, he's taken it.
Yeah, that's what.
That's what you wanted to do, right?
What's better than being 2 pawns up, Nasi?
You can have 3 pawns.
There you go. There you go. And he's done it. He just took it and said,
we got to jump. We got to jump.
Yes.
We've got to jump to the Fedoseev Wesley So game because Wesley has a beautiful win right here, right now in this position.
No, that's
a different game.
That's the Vladimir
right
Fedoseev.
Here,
Yes.
Wesley, if he finds it, queen b1 ends the game.
Because of the 4?
There's a
Because
91.
of the discovered attack on the diagonal. Queen b1,
Check.
king to g2, and knight takes f4.
Whoa.
Knight takes f4. You want to take on d2 and play the move e3, with a discovered attack with the bishop on the diagonal, and the queen will be sitting on the d2 square, and you will have to resign. And he missed it.
He missed it.
He missed the opportunity to win instantly in that position.
What
He's
did
still winning, though.
He took the bishop, and he traded bishops, essentially. But for our viewers, show that variation. It was queen b1 check.
Yes, it was after rook c7, queen b1 check, king up, knight takes,
a4,
pawn takes, and then rook takes. Just a series of forced moves, and now this move, and you see the check of the bishop, of course, on the diagonal, and this queen is hanging. White's also attacking a queen, but guess what? After takes,
Get a new queen.
takes, this pawn
nice.
will come back onto the board with its revenge. A beautiful sequence there that Wesley missed.
That's a puzzle rush.
That's just simply gorgeous.
But I still love his position.
His
after
position's
knight
still great,
c5.
though.
No, his position's just marvelous because that queen b1 check is going to hurt. By the way, knight c5,
Knight c5 is hurting right now pretty bad
hits a
itself.
rook. Ooh, boy.
Indeed, resignation should come quite soon.
Now that queen b1 check is all but...
What about queen b2?
Queen b2.
I just want to threaten rook d1 mate. How do you
Yes.
stop that?
Also, every endgame should be winning, right? So.
I like the move queen b2. Queen b2.
Threatening just mate in one.
Yeah, threatens mate in one. It also defends the king nicely.
Yes.
And
Eliminates all checks, possible.
I
checks.
love your move. I love that move, queen b2. And if Wesley, did we make our predictions?
And we haven't yet.
Wow. Okay. Well, we
Should
should
we wait for a couple rounds? And
yeah. Well, you know, I have a confession. I was prepared to take Magnus, but in his absence, I'm going to go. I was thinking of Fabi, but that
Actually,
was before he won.
Wesley has a direct winning line. He could just play check. I'm not sure if he played it, but he could just.
Rook d3.
He played rook d3. Yeah, there's so many ways to prosecute the advantage here. But rook check, queen check, and rook h1 was also winning. This is just a complete disaster of a position. And now queen c1 played. And
Queen b2 a moment ago.
You could do everything. Queen
Yeah.
d2, queen d4 check, followed by bringing your rook up.
Oh, queen d4 check is nasty.
With rook d2 and then queen f2. How do you defend?
I don't. That is winning.
The only thing to be concerned about is
Queen. He's
The
played
queen-
rook d2.
sneakily going on the diagonal. But queen a1 does nothing because of queen to b2 will land on the board. So this is no time on the clock to defend such a position. This is just absolutely
So we're not
over.
going to
G4.
switch, but I'll update the viewers because Gukesh was completely winning, but there was a blunder, and now Alireza is back in the game.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
really? That was.
two
But that
pawns
was.
up.
But that was an ending that was. Yeah, you just said it. 2 pawns up. It would look.
Time trouble.
Makes fools of all of us. But here
Alireza
we
was in
go.
time pressure. What are you talking about?
Gukesh caught up.
Okay, queen
Unreal.
d4. What on earth is Vladimir supposed to do here?
He has to move his
H1.
king to h1.
He's
only
done
move.
it, and now comes e3. It's a.
Oh, the pawn is just promoting.
There's a mate
It's a
threat.
knight e3.
Oh, queen e4
There's
is
also
correct.
queen.
E4 to g2. And did he play bishop? He went
played rook
queen
f2.
f1 in order to meet
I think
bishop
Wesley's just
e4.
enjoying this position. He's winning in
And-
so many different ways.
No, that's resigns
sure
after that move.
is.
Queen e4 check is fatal.
Next. This is a beautiful game, a dominating game by
there we have it.
Wesley. Our congratulations, Wesley.
First,
That-
let's jump back to Gukesh's game because I see now Alireza's also made a mistake and Gukesh is back to winning, but they are in such big time trouble, anything can happen.
it's going back and forth. Yeah,
By the way, Duda is beating up on his countryman.
Radoslaw, yeah.
Yeah, in that game, at the current moment, he's up a rook.
Wow.
Now he's actually about to go up a piece.
Let me just interrupt you, Maurice, to say 17 seconds for Alireza, 17 seconds for Gukesh, and the clock ticked down to 7, so it's 18 seconds now, and the players are slapping the clock.
No, this is a technical endgame where you need time to figure out how to win accurately
Right.
and not give your opponent chances, but
Bishop
Gukesh
takes.
doesn't have that luxury.
Bishop takes e4, hits the pawn on g2.
What's taking him so long? That just seems
Yeah.
like an auto move.
He's done it.
Are we getting opposite color bishops after bishop takes b3 and I go bishop f6? You do have rook g2. And Alireza has played bishop takes b3,
Okay.
six takes, and bishop f6. We have it on the board.
So there is still
This is a
some
main threat
counterplay,
right now.
you know, like,
Main
wait a
threat.
minute, there is a threat of mate.
Only move is rook c8.
Oh, no.
That B pawn, I guess it will be blockaded. Someday that king, that black king will have to solve this problem. Maybe it's h5, h6, followed by h6, followed by king
Yes.
h7.
I like
and
that.
Then, and you'll have to deal with this B pawn forever. You'll never be able to get rid of it. So that has been played.
And update, Hans Niemann has drawn his game against Sindarov, and Duda has won his game against Wojtaszek. So this is the last game left.
Wow. We're seeing a lot of decisive games.
3 already, and we're expecting a 4th here.
Yeah, king h2. I love this move, h5, so that you can play h6 and get out of these mating patterns.
The biggest problem for white is that, well, other than the B pawn and B3, is that he has no play.
No play.
There's no way to look for counterplay. Now he's trying to disrupt the bishop on e4, but that bishop can go to c2 at some point. And here, he's allowed, no, rook c2 is not quite what you
I
want to
still
play.
like king h7.
King h7,
king
king g6 looks
Just improve the king position
Agreed.
before. I think rook c2 is likely to
Obviously no
win.
rush.
Yeah,
But why rush it, right?
right, exactly. And by the way, rook g8 check is something that might hurt your feelings.
Has been played. King went back to h2. Oh, maybe even h4. Just grab
Exactly.
space everywhere.
Exactly. I mean, when you're up material, especially pawns, use them. I mean, past pawns must be put. I think he's played rook g5. I'm looking at the video there.
Yes, rook g5 is on the
G5.
board. Yeah,
Okay.
Alireza just has to shuffle his bishop back and forth and wait for Gukesh to make improvements.
It's not
And at the right time, Gukesh will offer the rook trade and convert the endgame, right?
exactly.
Would you go now, rook f5?
No, too soon.
This-
Too soon.
but you don't have a
King
king g6 move, because
G8.
I'll go rook f6.
King g8. Just, I feel like I can play rook c2 at any time or rook f5 at any time.
He's
I think
playing-
the big trick is the teleportation of that king to the queen side.
King g6.
So
king,
if you could bring your king through that path,
Yeah.
as you're mentioning,
Yeah.
just pick it up and place it completely on the other side of the board. Now any rook trade would be devastating.
Exactly.
So this is something he's got in his head. It's an endgame. You need the king. That's the big deal in endgames, of course. At the moment, just nothing for white to do but wait
Wait,
around.
no, white
We
is
have some
restricted.
exciting looking checks like rook d7, rook d8, but it's just a couple checks. You're only helping black's king to come forward.
Yeah. A moment ago, I was thinking that Gukesh was going to play rook to g4 and h4 just to trade off that h pawn for the g pawn. He didn't do that. And by allowing king h3, you know, remember?
Yeah, it's something.
Uh,
He might have
At
to play
least-
bishop f3 just to not
Gukesh's
give up
clock
the
is ticking down
3
as well.
seconds.
He's not
2 seconds,
He's
actually.
not really in maximum flow, I would argue.
That's one way of putting it.
The way he's handling this, I
Not
mean,
a-
he will get back 10 seconds every time, so
Right.
that's quite useful. But
And by the way, he's got rook c4 check on his agenda whenever he needs it, just to drive the king back a little bit further and then play rook c2. Must be winning. King h3. Okay, king f7. Bring the king closer.
Yes, what's the delay, right?
Right.
that is the only thing between him
It's the
and
clock.
the win, is that king being active. The king is the thing in endgames.
Now,
And
here's the question.
How do you use that? If your king could,
Is
e4
rook
would be great.
c2 winning? Rook c2. Maybe king e6 first.
Maybe.
King
Yeah,
e6,
just
yeah. If you're going to
king
make a move,
e6.
just get a little bit
Get,
more.
get, get a little
little bit
closer,
closer.
before playing
I'm
rook
just
c2.
confused why Gukesh is taking so much time to make this
He's going
improving
down
moves.
to just a few seconds, yeah?
Yeah,
Like
and
he's trying to stop any and all counterplay but I don't see
He's
where
making
the
his
counterplay is.
fans
There's the
very
king
nervous.
coming closer and closer.
Exactly. Exactly. See, what we're discussing is that at a certain moment, Gukesh is going to go rook c2 splat. He's going to force Alireza to trade, and that pawn is...
Alireza just played with 1 second.
Who did?
Alireza.
Did he really?
Yes, he's an amazing bullet player, so he can
He's
play
used to
with
the
1
1 second. So the question is, can we play rook c2 and then move our
rook d6, I think, is good enough.
and move our king?
Just get the d file.
Yes. So I would play rook
I'm just
c2 at this
hesitating
moment. Rook
right now.
c2, and you're just so
He's still making some weight in moves. He played rook c4.
Okay, still nothing.
Still not sure about rook c2, but it has to happen for him to make progress.
Right. So for Alireza, unfortunately, he can't do anything. Bishop g7, no.
He played king h2, bishop d5 back. Okay, so Gukesh wants to go with the king this way. He covered the d file with the bishop.
He did.
He's going to
So
go
you think he's
king
going to
d6.
slip his king across?
That will be crushing.
Yeah.
Because then when you play rook c2, the king is
So close.
much, much closer. The
Yeah.
only thing is you can only win the bishop. You cannot promote the pawn. That's important.
Whoa, he played rook a4.
Right? So let's understand that point. You can only win the bishop. So you cannot let black maybe win your h5 pawn and maybe even your h6 pawn along this path to winning the bishop once you get the passed pawn on c2. So that is the one thing I think he's considering and why he doesn't want to just trade so easily, because white will be looking for some counterplay by bringing his king up. So you see here, it's been a little bit tricky for him to figure out. And I got to say, king, where would the bishop have to be? The bishop would have to be on f3 when you play rook c2, guarding that side. You don't want to just give up away those pawns.
Right.
So when you play rook c2, you have to have your bishop sitting on f3,
Yeah.
and then you can swing your king over and go win that bishop. So this has got to be the plan. Keep the bishop on f3 and play rook c2, get the king closer. Is it that easy? Because it sounds
Yeah.
easy when I'm saying it.
No, it really is. I think that rook c2 right here, right now, just wins the game. I mean, end of story. Because
And yet
your
the
king...
Indian is not a fan of this move at all. I'm very surprised.
Bishop e4
Oh, I get it. The
first.
king is very fast. The king is very fast to come back and disrupt your bishop on f2 and come help out. This is why rook c2 is not winning right away, because white's king can also come over to guard those dark squares and maybe even help the bishop. If the white king gets to d2 with the bishop on the dark square diagonal, you don't win the bishop. This is the problem. The white king is very fast.
I'm really starting to doubt that this is that winning. We see the eval bar is all the way down, but
I think this is easy. I don't get it. I take with the pawn,
No,
and I
pawn-
bring my
pawn
king to
takes
f3.
pawn takes is not winning.
Yeah, this is...
But pawn takes is maybe no longer winning. It's now a draw.
The Indian thinks this is drawn.
It's drawn now. He
That
had
this
to take
position
with the
is
bishop.
drawn. You should have taken with the bishop, not with the pawn. This is a
Wow.
very different position.
7?
Alireza is surviving this game.
This is a remarkable save, but something very, very strange about this game. I'm still not sure why it's not winning, because it looks so easy to my eyes. You just play h4? Well, I understand that the engine thinks the game is drawn, but I don't get it. I think that Gukesh is winning.
I think he's going to put the king on d2, bishop on e5, and then bishop will be
Ah, the bishop gets to e5.
exactly defending the king side well enough.
Okay, so king
Yep.
and
And putting the
h4
bishop just on f4.
on
Yep.
f4. Now I get it. Okay.
Oh, wow, look at that.
F4. What?
And only move is e takes f. Of course, if you take with the g pawn, h pawn promotes.
Right.
Well, raises no fool. He has played the move.
Right.
And
I'm assuming bishop goes to E5.
And now only move king to E3,
which he's done.
He's played
which
it.
he's done, preparing now to guard the G-pawn. No G-pawn for you. And this is equal. Triple zeros.
Wow.
What an incredible save. It was not that obvious when the rook landed on C2. You should not have taken with the B-pawn. It turns out you should have actually taken with the bishop.
And kept the bishop on.
Kind of counterintuitive, but also makes sense. You want to keep the pawns as far as possible from each other.
Exactly.
Wow.
An incredible ending, and it just shows the importance of these endings, of knowing your endings. But even when you know them, as these two great players do, it is still not easy to calculate when the pressure is on.
Especially with only 10 seconds on the clock.
King F2, defending the pawn on G3. Now, last great
It seems now an easy
attempt.
draw, right? You keep the bishop on C1 and, well, you can't sacrifice the bishop for C-pawn because it's the right color.
Yes.
White square bishop for black, so you still
Right.
have to defend this correctly. King
Okay.
F5, no
King
H4.
F5, no H4. King E3, I assume.
You can come back, bishop D2, allowing King E4.
That's surprising. Couldn't he just play
I think
King
he wants to
E3
play
and the
F5 and
replication?
just take on H6.
Ah, so he wants to meet King E4 with F5.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes really a lot of sense. Gotcha.
Gukesh has played bishop D5.
Just keep, I'm going to keep my game on the live board. Won't be doing too much
Yeah, I think
analysis.
both
Bishop
players now
E4.
know that this is a draw.
Yeah, bishop to D2. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. Oh, those bishops of opposite colors, huh?
Too tricky.
Yeah, I mean,
Gukesh has to sit there shaking his head. You got to be devastated.
Absolutely.
You
yeah.
have two pawns. You have
Yes.
a crushing position. There's no reason their opponent hasn't even resigned.
Right.
And somehow you go from that position to also, okay, fine, I have this opposite color bishop position, but there must be a win somewhere.
Right.
So it's just a draw now after the trade of rooks and the wrong capture on C2.
wow.
Just the very first game you play, hoping to show that your form is
Right.
pretty good. Yes, I am the world champion coming in here, and you instantly blow a game. That is not, obviously, good way to start this campaign.
I mean, he is in good form. He completely outplayed Alireza with the
did.
black pieces, but then as soon as it came down to conversion of this endgame, and he got down to 10 seconds,
And this move F5, F4 also, I mean, he had this position with an extra pawn on, did Gukesh on F5. By the way, F5, just
It
as
still
you
happened.
said.
You were two
It's
pawns
just-
up.
yeah.
I know.
You're two pawns up. It's two
Connect-
healthy pawns up.
Connected pass
There's
pawns.
connected pass pawns. I'm sorry. You can have a good opening. You can have a decent middle game. Alireza made some bad moves, bringing his bishop back. But if you can't win these kind of positions, what positions are you going to win?
That's hurtful. I hear you.
And the money is in the end game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the star players understand. You're not going to mate your opponents usually. It's going to be some end game.
Yeah.
3
And-
seconds for Gukesh.
If he doesn't win these types, he's going to have to clear his head after such what is going to be a potentially disastrous draw. I hate to put it like that, but even though you have
It's
black,
true.
it's still a disaster.
It's true, because like you said, he was so winning. For those of you joining us late, of course, Gukesh was a full tour player. He had agreed to play on the tour. Later, he and his team felt that they should be focusing on their World Championship match, so Gukesh politely asked if he could step out of the tour. Sindarov was invited to take Gukesh's place as a full tour participant. He signed the contract without even reading it. He was so eager.
And that was
with
before he
Sindarov's.
was the challenger.
And that was before he was the challenger.
And there we have it, a
And then,
handshake,
yeah.
a huge save for Alireza. I'm sure
Wow.
he's happy, but big disappointment for Gukesh.
Agreed. Totally. Wow. What a save indeed. We're just going to go back. Eventually, we're going to throw it to Romania to get, for those of you joining us late, Poland, pardon me. It was apologies for that. But we were right here. And, just
I think the players are
gorgeous.
discussing as well and
Where
probably
did
saying,
I
you had a
miss?"
completely winning endgame.
I know.
Yeah.
Whenever you have that situation, but it was really good.
But Yasser, let's go over to Cristian.
Yes.
I was watching this game intently with you guys and all the chess fans around the world, but I have to say this is such a heartbreaking moment for Gukesh because he did everything right. And even after rook to c2, which was the right decision, but after rook takes c2, what he had to do, and this is very, very not easy to do, is to take with the bishop instead of getting the pawn closer to promotion, which is the common sense recapture, b takes c2, which he did in the game. But there's a huge difference after b takes c2. So for example, if you take with the bishop on c2 and then you do exactly the same things that he did in the game, play the move f4, try to create a second passed pawn on the h file. White has to take with the e pawn, king to f5, white stays, king to g4, bishop to c1, and now I go h4. You take, I recapture. And when you play f5, the huge difference in the position is that the pawn on h6 is not under attack. Because if you take on f5, you take on h6, now I just simply go b2 and the pawn promotes. With the pawn on c2, like in the game, after b takes c2, which again is the common sense recapture in the position, right now there is no more h4, g takes h4, king takes h4, f5, and the pawn on h6, which is such a crucial pawn in the position, is under attack. You don't have time to try to capture the pawn on f5 with a move king to g4, because now I take on h6 and I control the square c1, the promotion square. So right now you have no threats as black. White is actually having a very, very easy defense, which Alireza showcased with very precise moves. A heartbreaking moment for Gukesh, but of course, this is just the beginning of the tournament. For the moment, we will go on a short commercial break and we will see what happened during the opening ceremony yesterday. Stay with us.
Kicking things off on Monday, the opening ceremony set the stage as players drew lots to determine their matchups for both the Rapid and Blitz events.
This very tournament is also very special because we open a new chapter in the Grand Chess Tour. We're going to celebrate the second decade of the Grand Chess Tour, and it starts with this tournament.
And I can guarantee that whoever wins this tournament, and there are many players that have this dream, you as someone watching this tournament either online or in the audience, you will never be disappointed.
And I'm very excited to be back in Poland. I was here in 2022 and 2023, and it's one of my very favorite tournaments. The city is really beautiful.
It's always very exciting, to come here back to Warsaw. It's a tournament I have very good memories about.
It's my first time when I play something like this format, my first time to play in Grand Chess Tour. I know I feel a little bit pressure after candidates, but my goal is to play, just enjoy and play good chess.
Yeah, well, it's a great pleasure and honor to compete here, obviously in the opening event. Certainly, if I could choose any of the Grand Chess Tour events to play in, this would be probably top choice.
With the pairings set and anticipation building, the 2026 Grand Chess Tour is officially underway, and it promises to be an exciting ride.
Fabiano, welcome to 2026 Grand Chess Tour. Are you excited for the start of the new season?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's always nice to play the Grand Chess Tour, and it's a bit of a change for me that now I'm playing in Warsaw instead of in Zagreb. So I've played many years in Zagreb, but I kind of wanted a change. I thought it would be nice to be back in Warsaw and to try a slightly different tournament. It feels more or less the same, but slightly different.
Speaking about Warsaw, you've been here before in 22 and also at the first event, and also in 21 for the World Rapid and Blitz. What kind of memories do you have about Warsaw, Poland?
Yeah, I played the World Championship in Rapid and Blitz in 21, which was a very fun event. It was still somewhat during COVID time, so it was a bit unusual in that way, but was able to walk around the city. It was during Christmas time, so it's a bit of a special feeling. Of course, very, very nice. but also very cold. And then in 22, yeah, we played and it was a very tight race. Didn't quite get it in the end. Duda won. And then I actually had like a very good score. I scored +10 in Blitz. I think it was like one of the highest scores in Blitz, but I got 4th place overall with like each place was half a point more than the next. So it was very, very close. The difference between like 1st and 4th was I think 1.5 points. But still, I enjoyed the event, of course, quite a lot, and it was quite exciting.
Yeah, and speaking about Grand Chess Tour seasons, like lately it was kind of rivalry between you and Alireza. In 23 you won, then he won 24, 25 again Alireza, now you. So what do you think is happening, was happening this year, and do you expect the same kind of vibe, or things are changing?
I don't know. I mean, of course we've done very well, but I think that many players have a chance for sure. I mean, yeah, definitely we'll have our chance. If we play well, we could win the tour. But you know, there's a lot of players who are in good form or who are very dangerous for sure. With Alireza, he's always very dangerous, but we don't know so much because he doesn't play so much these days, how his form is, you know. He's a little bit less active than some of the other players in the field, like, okay, Javokhir, obviously. But there's a lot of interesting storylines for sure with Gukesh and with Javokhir and with some of the older participants. I mean, not old, but a little bit older, like Maxime, me, and Wesley. So yeah, it's quite an interesting field.
And you just 2 weeks ago, you just finished to play in the candidates tournament. So what is your mindset before this event? What did you do? How did you try to recharge your batteries?
Mostly I've just rested. I mean, it was a difficult event. It wasn't the most difficult candidates I played in from an energy point of view because I was kind of eliminated early in a sense, and then you don't expend so much energy, like it's a bit less stressful. It's not really a good thing, but it's a little bit less difficult than, let's say, in 24 candidates where each game to the end I had a chance and it was super stressful. So, but I wouldn't say that's a good thing. But yeah, I've been resting since then. And in terms of how I approach the tournament, I mean, I want to prove something, I guess, in a way, and just want to start off the Grand Chess Tour well.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that the field is changing this year, and we have new players, and this year we also have Vincent Kamer as a full tour participant. Javokhir jumped at the last moment, so let's say you mentioned also players from the other generation. So how do you feel now at the beginning of the GCT? Let's make some predictions, like which generation will be still stronger?
Well, I can't really make predictions. I mean, if I'm part of it, I don't think I should be making predictions. But definitely the trend is a little bit younger each year. I would say, okay, we still have some representatives of the previous generation, if you want to call it that. I mean, the players who were born in the 90s and who got strong in the 2010s. And for many years now, we've had the new generation who's very strong. I mean, it's already been, I don't know, first time that they played in Grand Chess Tour, but you know, Alireza has been playing Grand Chess Tour. He almost feels like a veteran, right? And then we have the even slightly younger guys than him. So yeah, now it's definitely a bit tilted in the favor of more young players. That's natural, and I think it will probably increase until at some point they're no longer even considered the young players. But for now, okay, we still have definitely a very close rivalry between my generation and their generation.
After candidates tournament, again, you have to start new. Like, what are your plans? Where do you see yourself in a few years? Are you going to be still trying to get the title?
Well, I'll try to qualify for the candidates, but I don't know exactly how I'll do it. I mean, if I'll pay too much attention to the circuit, like I did last time, for me, it's also a bit different because the circuit has changed. Like, it's now a 2-year thing, so I could, of course, take it a bit slower. You know, last time it was a bit of a rush, right? I was playing all these events at the end of 2024 to try to qualify. But certainly I will play the World Cup next year and the Grand Swiss, and we'll see how those events go. And there's also this Total World Championship. I think it grants some I have to check. I think it grants some qualifying spots as well to the candidates.
Yes, 2, I think.
Two spots, yeah. So my plan is also to play that this year. I've already told them that I plan to play, and I don't know exactly details. I think dates are kind of announced, but venue is not. So in that sense, yeah, I'm going to play actively and try to qualify. But, you know, it's still a bit too early to say what path I have a best chance in.
In any case, it's great to hear that you're going to try more and more and you continue to play actively. Thank you so much, Fabio, for your time, and all the best of luck in this event.
Thank you.
Very eventful first round.
Welcome back, everyone. Yesterday was a very eventful first round.
Yes, it
was.
Let's
take a look at the results so far.
Yeah, there was 3 decisive results, in fact.
We almost had 4. It was very close to having 4
was so
decisive
close.
results. But the winners of first round are Fabiano Caruana, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Wesley. So the other games were drawn. Alireza saved a terrible game against Gukesh, and Hans and Javokhir were more balanced, let's say.
Wesley, big win with the black pieces against our defending champion. And in the standings, obviously, we have a three-way tie for first with those players who all...
Let's see what we have coming up for round two.
Exactly. We see one of the players who tied for first, Wesley So. Round two. Tell us about it.
Wesley So gets the white pieces against Wojtaszek. Gukesh is now playing Hans Niemann. Two French players against each other. MVL against Firouzja. Fedoseev against Fabi. And Sindarov against Duda. Do we already have games started? Because I'm seeing a lot of...
No, I think they're doing... something is going on. But Maurice, first round, great start for our tournament.
It was a great start, but I have to say I'm a bit disturbed still by that game between Alireza and Gukesh. Clearly exciting games all around, but the fact that he didn't win a game where he was 2 pawns up, and he played some strange moves even to get to that position, especially after bishop c8. If you review the game, that he could have just played the move b5. I mean, it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth to see a player of that class play certain types of moves like that one and end up not winning the game.
Especially the world champion.
Yes.
Especially.
You know, of course, he has the world champion title. Nobody has got any illusions that he's the #1 player in the world. That's okay. But he is a super grandmaster.
Right.
And if somebody attacks your pawn, you play b5, that's what you should do. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Otherwise, some really dominating play. Wesley showed great form in his game. Duda also had a fascinating game. Fabi,
lucky.
No, I would call him lucky, maybe.
Yeah.
But hey, you have to kill these guys once, twice, and 3 times, and he was able to show that he can come back. And then that beautiful tactic with rook takes g7, simple indeed, but when we see it, it lights up our eyes. So you see some hit like that one. So let's hope for much more.
They're underway in round 2, and I see Wesley is copying the playbook.
I don't think so. I think
You think that's
we're seeing
the old game?
same games as in round 1.
That's interesting.
It's
so
a bit
Gukesh
confusing.
versus Hans Niemann?
Okay, we do have a new
position.
Let's
It's a
start with-
Catalan. Gukesh on the white side against Hans Niemann.
I have a result. It
Same
must
here.
be bogus, right? I have Fedoseev and Caruana having
Making a
drawn.
draw.
There was only one move, d4, c5, and a draw. Did that actually happen?
No, that's a transmission error. But in any case, I'm
No,
looking.
they're playing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, it's the result I have, but I don't have any moves from that game at all. So we'll hope we can fix that and catch up.
And Wesley copied Fabi's playbook that Fabi used
Against Maxime, right?
Yeah, with knight c3 and knight a4, and I don't get this at all.
It must be something new. Prepare for this event.
Yeah, I mean, the chess engines, you can really look deeply, but, you know, when I look at this position and I see Black is just playing for bishop e6, trading off, and I just
Nah,
don't
this
see
one's not exciting, guys. Let's switch
No.
to Maxime versus Alireza. And if you
Okay.
want to see something that's razor sharp, you've got to take a look at that one as we go after this Sicilian. I'm not sure what the name is when you play bishop
Khan.
c5. Sorry?
K-A-N, Khan, the Khan
Khan,
Sicilian.
but with bishop c5, I mean.
Yeah, I
exact
think
move?
it. Well, let's see what it says on my thing. Let me see.
But this line
Moves,
absolutely
explore,
like quite
It's Khan.
sharp.
It does say Khan.
Yes.
And
All
with
right.
bishop c5 and keeping the bishop on the diagonal, Black does weaken the dark squares on the king's side in order to have this active bishop. And look how he handled this position. Did
Maxime.
MVL, and he said, "Guess what? I'm hunting rabbits. Let's go. I want to play f4. I'm going to start pushing pawns down the board."
But no, he didn't play
Maybe he
G.
would have queenside castle, but he decided not to give counterplay on that side.
He He can still attack on the king side even with the king on g1 and not allow
Yes, but
Alireza to
Castle's
counterplay.
queen side was definitely the most promising and aggressive of all the lines, and also the engine-approved way of handling the position. Just go for it. Instead, he just dampened some of the energy by putting his king on the same side as his pawns, and now you don't just willy-nilly just start throwing your pawns forward because your king is sitting there, so black will have some kind of counterplay. So this last move, a little bit of a surprise, coming especially from somebody like Maxime.
Yeah,
Maybe he
you
was
would
worried about knight b4?
Yeah, you would think he'd be a little bit more ambitious with castle and queenside. I agree.
Especially since he lost the first game.
Well, that's the other thing, too. You're right. When you lose your first game, it really...
One that you were better, too.
Yeah, it takes the wind out of your sails and lose a little bit of confidence as well. In the meanwhile, actually, I do think that this bishop is actually a really important aggressor. There's so many times
A lot
that...
of potential for that bishop.
Exactly. So Alireza said, let's eliminate it. He just played the move knight to b4. At least it looks... No, excuse me. I thought it's not on the
He's
video.
still thinking after short castle. It's still Alireza's move.
I beg your pardon. For some reason, I thought I saw knight b4 and like an a3, knight takes d3. No, he did not play it. He has
Played e5.
e5.
Completely blocking that white squared bishop that you were talking about. But maybe that bishop will switch to c4 diagonal eventually.
Well, I'm thinking f5 immediately. Are you going to play d? No,
He's
We
got
have
to play
to
f6
close it up.
eventually.
f6, yes.
That is as black, just to stop this pawn from going anywhere. Maybe trading first on e3 or playing it right now, but he's got to somehow slow this down and go into this kind of position, f5 on the board.
But this is what we would call the big grip. You know, we have, I want to say a hedgehog position, but when you've played e5, f5, f6, it's no longer a hedgehog. It's just a backward pawn in the center of the board.
On an open file.
It's a bad hedgehog. It's like foul.
He has done
And
f6.
he's played f6, but okay, this is the key moment. Our predecessors said that the move c2, c4, white gets a bind, the Maroczy bind, over the d5 square.
White could also put a rook on d1 and play more directly, no? Just
Yes, rook to
say,
d1.
I double dare you to push your pawn to d5 with some kind of discoveries that could be possible.
Bishop c4 check is in
Interesting
the
as
air.
well. Yeah. And if black plays b5 after rook d1, he can still play c4.
Still play c4.
Yeah, this position
This
is
looking good for Maxime. Nasi, do you see any other games where interesting things are
Yes, I like
opening?
Gukesh's opening, and once you see the position, you will know why.
Oh, yes, you're a Catalan player.
It's the Catalan with h4.
All right, let me switch our games. I'm going to go to the game of the world chess champion.
He needs to
Gukesh.
forget about the last game
Oops, I'm on the wrong.
and focus on this game. Like the last game, result-wise, last game is fine. He drew with black against Alireza.
I'm on the game between Gukesh and Hans Niemann. And we had a Catalan, but I want to get your opinion, Nazi, because we've got a Catalan. Gukesh played the move h4, and I think it was Maurice saying h4 is the answer to everything these days.
In every opening, yes.
Do you play the Catalan with h4?
Yes.
You do?
I have, yes.
Oh my gosh, okay. Reason it out for our viewers, and
It just
most
looks good.
especially me.
No,
Why do you want
oftentimes-
your pawn on h4?
Oftentimes, you just go h5 and grab space on the king side, because as you can see here, white has a space advantage.
Okay.
And with h5, you're either provoking black to play h6, or you're going to push h6.
And if I munch it?
Oh, no, I'm not playing it right away.
Yeah, okay.
No,
Okay.
black oftentimes goes knight e4 here, right?
Right, I
That's
got you.
when
Okay.
You're preparing for that.
So Hans just played the move b7, b6, which I like. He's ready to play his bishop to a6.
I would probably
and
develop knight b to d2 here, just to
Knight
keep
to
this
b2.
c4 pawn safe.
For sure. And then let's say the bishop. Oftentimes the bishop goes to b7 in these positions and rook c8. I'll put the bishop on a6 for just the moment and say, I'm not necessarily going to take on c4. I just like radiating some pressure along the e2 diagonal.
And white can still play for e4 plan, which is very common in the Catalan.
Like say rook
e1 and
e8,
e4,
rook
yes.
e8.
Black has to play for c5.
Correct. And that then it becomes a question, who benefits most from these pawn breaks?
There is a variation, if you can back up and play on your board, that I find
Sure.
fascinating because it
After h4?
after b6, the position we have on the
What
board.
Hans just played.
Because it adheres to this principle that I have about the last move creating a weakness.
Okay.
And the move b6 creates a weakness on the c6 square.
It does.
So
indeed.
the question is how to exploit it. Well, you could try to attack it with knight e5, but there's another more direct way to try to do this, is to capture immediately because your queen is hitting the pawn. So now when you play pawn takes, the move bishop c7, a disruptor bishop suddenly appears on the board. And in this position, the question becomes, how is white going to maintain this position? The bishop is coming out, and then a rook's coming out. And here you could play the odd move rook to c1.
Yep, very
And then
common.
against bishop a6,
Yep.
play the move queen d1. Move your queen
Nice.
out of the way. And now you say to black, what are your next few moves? Because this bishop on c7 is so annoying.
Exactly.
And it's not so easy to
get rid of it.
To get rid of this annoying piece on c7. So the idea of trading on d5 is quite interesting to exploit the move b6 as it was played very specifically. And this line, it would have been an interesting way to play.
Absolutely. Black looks
Agreed.
so crammed in this position, but Gukesh has chosen a move. He's played knight bd2 as we're looking.
What you liked.
Yes.
And now here's a big question.
b7 or a6?
I like a6, but seriously, either one. On another day, I might prefer b7, so that when I play the move c6, c5, my bishop will be opposing the bishop on g2. But just going back to well, just a second. Yeah, there we go. Just going back to that moment that Maurice had mentioned, captures. Another one, Maurice, just because the bishop is a little bit weird on f4, takes, I'm assuming you want to play queen takes c6, yeah?
Maybe not. I saw the board.
You changed your mind there.
Well, now that the knight is on d5.
Right.
Right? Now the knight is on d5. That allows you to move your bishop with the idea of playing e4. So you don't take on c6. No, bring the queen back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're not pawn grabbers.
Yeah, we don't have to grab a pawn. Now that you have decided to give up your central post, your strong point, that is, in the center, you can just drop your bishop back.
Or use the h4 pawn, go bishop g5.
Or play bishop g5. Yeah, now you have flexibility. So there you go. And so now you have a different option because the knight is captured and allowed for the pawn now to get to e4, which is a dream you have when you play these openings.
Yeah.
And black suddenly has to face a sort of wrath. Okay, it may not be the biggest deal in the world,
right?
But that would be the concession. Once
Yeah.
again, every move has some sort of concession. That would be the concession you make by capturing with the knight on d5 instead of with a pawn.
The only reason I was attracted to knight takes d5, and let's be clear, is because it hits the bishop. Usually there's a bishop on c1 or d2, and so knight takes d5 would always be met by an e2, e4. In this case, we don't have it. None of this happened, actually, because...
They followed our original analysis of knight e2 and bishop
And he did
a6.
play bishop a6.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can maybe consider immediately e4. I would prepare it with rook e1 first, but I don't see a downside of going e4 immediately.
Right. e4 immediately.
Unless I'm blundering a pawn with d takes in, knight takes e4.
I'm going to take that pawn, right? Can't I munch it?
Oh, here I'll take, and then I have knight g5.
Knight g5.
See how useful the h4 pawn is, yes?
I think I've fallen for it at like on 2 or 3 turns. You've managed to show me the advantages of the pawn on h4. But in this case, yes. I think you needed to prep it with rook e1. Yeah.
Well, players are taking their time. Should we check how others
Please,
are doing?
let's do it.
Duda also won his game, so he's one of the co-leaders right now. Let's check his game against Sindarov.
All righty. And
I believe they had the Petrov opening.
sorry, I'm just finding, where are you? Where is the Sindarov?
The last one.
The last one, all the way at the bottom. Okay. Well, during the candidates, we saw that the Petrov, or the Russian defense, if you like, was doing just absolutely marvelous. And White was struggling to get any types of advantages.
You're gonna like his last move, boy. This is really nice. Right here after C6, everything's so solid. G4. He says, I'm grabbing space.
Sindarov, I mean, you know.
I like it. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't expect to see G4 and Petrov.
Not with the king castled on that side that easily, and now he can bring a knight to G3 and start thinking about
how to
some ways to maybe open up that side. It's not totally easy, but he can definitely look to the future with that space on the king side.
One of the things that great attacking players look for, like as we play knight G3, I would ask you, Nasi, you feel good, you're attacking, what your goal is in this position. And rhetorically, to ask myself that question, I need to create a weakness. I want to see black playing G6.
Or H6.
I want to see H6. And so I might find myself attracted to the move C3 and Queen C2.
Provoking the pawn
to provoke a weakness. I need to see some weak squares.
Javokhir heard you. He played C3.
Right away, with or without.
Without knight G3.
Yeah. And it's not just because I like pawn protection, which I do.
It's a very useful move.
It's a very useful move. And once you see the move G6, then you say to yourself, okay.
Now we have something.
Now we got to play. Bishop can go to E5. The knight can jump to F4. The knight can jump to H5. Maybe open G file at the cost of a piece, of
I
course.
wonder if these two players have ever played each other.
Head to head? Yeah, that's interesting. Again, Javokhir, so very, very young. I can't imagine. Javokhir Sindarov. What's an easier one for me to pronounce?
Last name is easier, yes.
Sindarov is much easier. But as we saw on the candidates, Sindarov is usually ahead on the clock coming out of the opening, and that's the case
Still the
even
case
against
right
Duda,
now.
who didn't play in the candidates. All right, I'm going to just look at the Frenchmen, the two Frenchmen, MVL and Firouzja, because guess what? Maxime said, you know what? I'm not even interested in stopping D5.
Are you allowed D5?
I'm going to play Queen F2 and Rook D1, and Alireza said, well,
Do you like his Rook on A7?
No, but I do like the Rook on D7. I would love to get the Rook to D7. So
I think it was better to not allow D5.
Ooh, look at this last move. Styling.
Nice. Okay. So I knew the head.
Ooh, and getting up from the board also.
And look at Alireza. Alireza stopped. He said, okay.
I was not expecting that move.
That was a goodie. I did not see that one coming. Knight C4. And the whole idea is you can't take it. He takes on C4. Whoop. Bishop takes C4 with a double attack. Check to the king on G8. Rook takes D8 next. So that knight is taboo.
And with knight on C4, he's attacking the pawn on B6?
Yes, he is.
Tricky, that Maxime.
Now, I don't think you want to tie up your rook and play Rook B7.
If I play, of course, D4 is the #1 candidate move. Could I play B5, or is there some tactic after B5?
Let's take a look. So, sorry, let's go back.
It doesn't want to go back.
It doesn't want to go back. There we go. Okay, sorry. You wanted to suggest B5.
Yes, I'm attacking your knight twice now. But it's, that's the idea. And if I retake on C4, I'm still going to lose material.
Because I'm threatening. I'm threatening check. Isn't that nasty?
Very.
That is. And he did play D4.
Yes, I think that was a.
I think it was required, but on the other hand, I think the idea of putting the pawn on d5 was to have pressure in the center. Now, does Maxime have a free hand to go rook lifting? Queen h4, rook f3, rook h3?
Go for the checkmate?
Yeah.
Probably has to.
Or blast open the position with c3?
c3 is a very decent move.
Although rook d7
He's played
seems
a3.
like-
That's
Huh?
He played a3.
a3. Did I tell you that the bishop is a great attacking piece and he wants to keep
But
it?
it seems so slow.
Well,
and the bishop on d3. It's a big pawn, right?
Yeah, keep that great bishop on d3 blockader. Maybe it goes to c4. A moment ago, if you know, at heart, I'm not a positional player. I'm not a strategic player. I'm a raw
Attacker,
attacking.
yeah.
Would that have? I am assuming he didn't want to play so brutally.
I'm guessing as soon as you go rook h3, I have h6. And if I need to protect the g7 pawn, I have the rook on the 7th rank. Yeah.
So, for example, but aren't I enjoying myself?
You're lucky. You don't have any other pieces. You need one more piece on the king side, but you
I
can't.
need a rook on d1 to magically go to g3.
Yeah.
Well, now that you put it like that.
Yeah, this is interesting. I agree with you.
Being brutal.
Yeah.
You know, being brutal. He did not do this. He played instead the very, well, how do I say it, refined a2, a3. And
it's a deep move that I don't
deep.
understand.
The players are more or less equal on time. We saw that Alireza in his first game got into time trouble, went down and played on the increment with Gukesh. But this looks like they're going to be at hard work.
Right,
But speaking of Gukesh, has gotten a nice position against Hans Niemann. If we take a look at that position, it's pretty nice. He played the move e4, which was the move that
we expected.
We had expected to be played, and there was no capture back on e4. Instead, Hans decided to take on d4, allowing e takes d5. And at the moment, he is frozen for a move because the very obvious capture back on d5 is met by knight takes d4. And you can see this knight is just getting excited. Knight to c6,
He's
attacking queen and bishop. He's also got the knight f5 idea with his rook sitting on e1, attacking this bishop. And this is a problem.
He's definitely intending d4, d3, 100%. I'm sure Hans wants
You're saying he intended it,
yeah.
but he's sitting here and has not played the move.
Well,
so if he's intended it, he's starting to calculate the position for sure and wondering whether or not it's a good idea because it doesn't change anything except it does put your pawn on that square. The queen could drop back and stare at the pawn and ask you again what you plan to do after you take here, then knight d4 yet again is a move. But you say intend, it may be necessary to play a move like that one just to get some chances and disrupt the queen and put the queen on the diagonal.
Well, it's a tempo, and the whole idea of d3 is you want to lure the queen to the diagonal of the bishop so that you could actually play knight takes d5. Ooh. And then you've got ideas of knight c5 and knight takes f4, and black is just fine. So I'm sure he was intending d3. And
so if I don't take the pawn and head back to b1, let's say.
Exactly. Now, queen b1, I'm sitting there saying, hey, I'm kind of happy about what's going on. Put my knight on...
Knight e5.
Knight e5 is a good move.
Finally, trying to use my Catalan bishop.
Exactly.
Knight c6, let's go.
Knight c6, and let's go.
You're going to take it, aren't you?
I want it. I want to. So, you know.
I'm happy with the pawn on c6.
People tell me I'm bold and daring.
Courageous.
And courageous.
Oh, you can take, yes.
And modest.
I'm modest as well.
And maybe like knight g4, queen d4. You do have some counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, you put your pawn
happy with
on
my queen side.
h4. You know,
let's
here
see
he's
what
done
Hans has
it.
played. d3 on the board.
Has he done it?
Gukesh went queen d1, not b1. Maybe he is stopping the knight g4 ideas in the future.
Ooh, queen to d1. But this is a pawn on this on your doorstep. Pawn on d3 is usually, it's like a guest you invite for dinner. You want to make sure that you're not the dinner. I mean, you're saying to yourself, your pawn lacks protection or something. But I don't know.
I cannot take now on d5.
You want to take on d5?
Yes.
That's a good move. Sorry, the reason I'm pausing is because I'm looking at bishop c5. Just for a moment. I guess.
In my f2 pawn.
Yeah.
I have knight e4.
Thank you for that. I mean, knight e4, not only, it's not just that it defends f2, it hits c5 as well. So that, yeah. Sorry, you wanted to take on d5? Makes sense to me. And how does white proceed in this
Maybe
case?
Gukesh's idea is knight d4 here.
Okay.
Good in between move threatening, knight c6 fork.
Yeah, and with the rook on e1 especially, that's powerful. So if I defend,
then I
you
take
on d5. Yeah, that's not what I wanted.
White's looking very good here, but maybe you have to drop your bishop back to b7 here, just to defend the d5. Yeah,
makes sense.
They're heading towards this position, all on the board. Knight d4 just played.
What a sharp position.
Oh yeah,
razor sharp.
But as a Catalan player, you got to be happy, Nasi. You
With
got this
white?
bishop on g2. That's what I'm saying.
What is the pawn doing on d3?
That's the question. Like
it should be on c7.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is super double-edged.
I'm
Maurice,
guessing knight f5 and yeah.
This one's shaping out as a Donnybrook. Where else? Where's the action?
I think it's by far the most aggressive, sharp, battle-tested type move. This is a position that you're saying, okay, we can focus on this one for a while and
forget about the rest.
We can maybe even ignore the rest because this one is just so sharp. There are other positions that are building. Javokhir against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That one, still early days, and Duda is a little bit down on the clock and also a little bit down on position as well, as the young challenger tries to figure out how to use the space that he has gained by putting the pawn on g2 to g4 and somehow prove that this pawn is such a constraining piece, preventing pieces, particularly from going to the f5 square. It's not easy. It's not actually self-evident how to pull that off, but it's going to take him some time. And Duda, looking away from the board, checking out the other games, looking into the sky. I think I'm okay. I don't think it's that bad. So not looking too concerned. Now, another position to look at.
How's the weather?
Is this one with MVL and Alireza. And this one is on the edge of blowing up because of the move c3 now on the board. And this one suggests some resolution will be necessary very quickly. c3, bishop d7, bishop to e8 played. And these pawns can't maintain this tension forever. It just can't. Someday, this capture is going to be made on d4. There's a rook sitting on d1. There's pressure on the d line. And so we expect to see something happen here, but maybe nothing so bad about Black's position after all, because he's managed to get rid of that pawn from d6. It's now on d4. He'll be able to trade it off eventually. Say, yeah, I think I can survive this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the moment, I don't see a clear follow-up for MVL. The pawn on d4 is artificially isolated, but once Black plays rook d7, bishop f7, I start to prefer Black. The square e5.
At some point get the knight to e5.
Yeah, suddenly who's pushing?
The only game that's a bit confusing for me is the game between Fabi and Fedoseev with the white pieces, because it just feels like there's no way this is the actual game.
I want to zoom in on the players and see their board. Yeah, they've played many moves. We're just not getting them. We're still in the opening.
Seems like a transmission
we're having
error
a transmission.
We have to apologize
delay.
for.
Yeah.
Somehow just not coming through as yet.
Can see Fabi's knight is on a5. So.
To begin with, right? I mean, it just looks like a same-ish Nimzo Indian, and They're playing tons of moves. They play
Yes,
tons
we're
of
just
moves.
not getting any of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've got
Let's check.
E2, E3. Yep.
Let's check how Wesley's doing. He was the player who won very confidently the round one.
With the black pieces.
By the way,
And
yeah, this is the live board.
And that's
There's double pawns
like
on G2 and G4. Okay,
beautiful
White has two
ninja.
bishops, but you can see A2 and D2. Not very active bishops at the moment.
No. A4 is a target as well.
First glance, I like black.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you 100%. Queen to D5, knight B3 ideas.
Yep.
My friend Jeremy Simmons say, it's great strategical grip in the center. Okay, Wesley So versus Radoslaw. But let's jump to that one again. For those joining us late, Wesley won his first round game. The only player to do so with the black pieces. He is up against Poland's number 2 player, Radoslaw, and for the moment
Started with a loss. He lost against Duda the first game.
Yeah. For the moment, I'm really liking more and more. I'm looking at this. I'm really liking Wesley's
You don't think it's
position.
equal?
No, because normally speaking, this backward pawn, you really want to play the move d6, d5 and just liquidate the backward pawn. But whenever you do that, you open up the bishop on a b2. So d6, d5, I'm not worried about landing on the board. But in the meanwhile, I'm thinking from Wesley's point of view, queen gets to d3.
Knight needs to get to D5.
I'm sorry to interrupt, guys.
Yes,
we have
please.
a blunder alert.
Uh-oh.
An absolute blunder alert in the game between Maxime and Alireza. Maxime has decided to put his knight on a square where it does not belong, and he actually locked the door after knight back to d2, locked the door for his knight to return, the knight on c4 to return back home. And right now, it is possible to play the move b5, and it has been played.
Right.
The knight has no way back home. It must go forward to the d6 square. It looks like he'll be able to trade himself off with the bishop, but the bishop says, oh, no, mon frère. That's not going to happen. The bishop goes to h5 with tempo. And now, if you move your rook, which is make a rook move, then suddenly your knight on e5, after the move, your knight on d6 after the move knight to e5, has no way back home, Maxime. Blundered a rook takes g7 move in the game against Fabiano, and now he has blundered b5 against his countryman. Now his knight is going to be trapped, and he's just going to lose a full piece. He can resign.
Ugh.
He'll have to sack it for 2 pawns on b5, but I don't see enough compensation at all.
It is not enough compensation. And he's got to be embarrassed. Like, how am I playing? You're not supposed to just be dropping pieces. There it is, bishop h5.
He's done it.
Played. You go to the live board with bishop h5 on the board after knight d6, bishop to h5. And look, you saw the reaction by MVL there. He's thinking, what am I doing? And just missing one movers, basically, or 2 moves.
Yeah,
2
and he
moves
just
at
saw
max.
the eyebrow. The eyebrow
Yeah, it's like,
lifted up
what the
like,
heck?
oh dear.
Try to get the bitter taste of that rook sack from game 1 out of my mouth. I get the white pieces, I can show something, and then I make a move that simply hangs a piece.
Yeah.
Or blunders a piece, I should say, by putting his other knight to d2, a logical looking move, but overlooking a 1-move attack on a knight that simply has to go forward, but has no way backward.
In my profession, there was 2 tells that players just could not disguise. When you made a surprise move, oftentimes, and you have to write down your moves. Players would pick up their pen as you were reaching, and then you would make a move, and the pen would just hold it
Stop in the air.
Stop in the air as it was a surprise move. The other one, it was the eyebrow lift. You make a move, and they're surprised, and I just saw the eyebrow lift on MVL. That move, bishop h5, for some reason, it was hidden. He was expecting knight e5, knight takes f7, and he had analyzed the repercussions of that variation, no.
It's a sneaky move, forgetting that your rook on d1 is hanging.
Precisely.
Suddenly you don't have that trade and your knight's just trapped.
You're right. It's just in midair. Look, Mom, no hands. And the crazy
and
part,
the way he's just holding his head.
yeah,
That's,
like
that's a completely
that's a
different.
third tell.
that one's the expletives going off in your head.
Right?
Yeah, he's not
What
hiding
did
it anymore.
I just do? Are you kidding me?
And
And Alireza surviving the first game and now getting a gift in round 2.
wow, he's got to feel like the stars are on his are in his
Hey, you
favor.
need luck to win tournaments.
Yeah, but okay, that first game against Gukesh, that was quite some luck. And here
This
is getting a
just
piece.
Extraordinary mistake.
Yep.
By such a fantastic tactician. If MVL is anything, it's a tactician. I mean, he's just so sharp, so tricky, and for him to have made this kind of basic mistakes in games 1 and game 2, he's still not woken up just as yet. And you see this record between the two of them, and Alireza has had his number a little bit, 4-2 in rapid chess.
Oh, no.
About to be 5-2 if this game continues along these lines that we expect it to.
Yeah. Apologies for those. We do not have more moves between Vladimir and Fabi. I'm going to the game of Sindarov against Duda, and I thought that this was a very interesting moment. Oh, as we see, yeah.
We didn't predict Maxime's reaction, but his position looks hopeless at the moment.
Duda had just played the move Queen F6. One of the things, again, when you're attacking, you don't want to trade queens, obviously, but you also want to keep pieces on the board. I thought Sindarov in this position was going to play the move Rook F1, followed by H4, followed by an attack. He played the move King G2, which is fine, but it did allow Duda to trade a very important pair of rooks. And
I'm sorry.
a second
pause
pair
again.
of rooks.
Pause again. Because that MVL game.
Let's go back to
what just
MVL.
happened is just absolute disaster. In this position, he played the move E5, and now we're just seeing it. And there's this last move, Rook D7, and resignation. Yes.
Yeah.
We could replay the last few moves because it was just a non-attempt. You had mentioned getting a couple of pawns, Nazi. He decided to sacrifice a pawn and sacrifice an exchange, and then lost his knight anyway, as we see them get up there. I don't know which board we're going to use, yours or mine, Yaz, but we should show this finish for sure. Let's do it on your board. Let's do it on your board.
Okay.
And let's see these last moves as they concluded. MVL decided he would play E5.
Yeah, because Rook D7 just winning this knight.
But look what happened. I mean, the knight took.
Thank
the
you.
Knight move.
He thought the
Take
other
the
knight
rook.
was helping, but after Rook D7, you're
And then
still...
Rook D7 anyway. Nothing helped. You're still losing this
You're
knight.
still losing.
And he had to just give up instantly. 2 terrible games by this superstar.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work. That was one of the worst ever.
Yes.
I remember.
And in both games he lost, he blundered in both. He had
badly.
advantages in both of them as well, so
And
there's something off.
The crazy part is he had built up this position with the move A2, A3, but he didn't follow through. Yeah.
Let's take a look at their last few moves by replay. As you can see, he was
The magic of television.
trying to survive this position, but
Rook A7
At the moment,
to
down
D7.
a pawn and an exchange.
And an exchange. But here's the exclamation point. The knight on D6 is stuck. It's gonna be lost, and Alireza needs to play that move.
and look at
Alireza saw
Maxime's
that in half a
reaction.
second. Literally in half a second. He already had seen the move. He was just checking to make sure there was no funny business.
Wow.
And that forced resignation.
You know, I think Maxime forgot that Rook was on A7. Maybe he thought it was on A8.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
usually on A7. That is for sure as well.
Go
Okay,
back to Gukesh and Hans' game.
let's do it. Let's see. And again, unfortunately, we don't have Fabi's game, which we're anxious to see. We're on the game of Gukesh versus Hans Niemann. When we left it, the pawn was on D3, very unusual.
D3 and D5, yes.
And
See
knight
how it turned
F5,
out.
rook E8. Let's catch up with the players. Bishop drop back to F. This is weird. Check
Pawns
this
on
out.
D3 and D6?
Pawns on D3 and pawns on on d6. Okay, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, rook takes, queen takes. Now the question is, whose pawn is more...
Vulnerable?
Well, disturbing.
Oh, okay.
You know, because, you know, you could play rook c8, rook c2.
Right.
And that pawn's disturbing. Okay, let's say rook c8. Are you going to play knight e7 check? Saw it for the first time.
Yeah, but is the pawn on e7 surviving?
I don't know. Okay, all I wanted to do was play rook to c2, queen a8 check. That was on my agenda. What's on your agenda?
And if I play rook c1, are you still
Rook
going to play rook
c2?
c2? Yeah, okay.
It's hilarious, right? Again, I don't know if
I
the
think
pawn...
black is doing fine.
I do too. It's weird. It's just weird. I'm not used to seeing these patterns of the pawn on d6. And
Not in Catalan.
no. I wonder how these two players have done in their head-to-head. I don't.
Probably not too many games.
I'm sure they have a lot of
Online games, yeah.
games, but maybe not that many over-the-board games. And by the way, Hans did play rook c8. Do we have rook c1 on the board?
Oh, I'd like to show something really fascinating.
I think Hans is still thinking.
And it's hard to show everything that's interesting about a chess position. But let's take a look at this one. Just on my board, a moment in the game between Sindarov and Duda. In this position here, the move knight to h5, instead of what he played in this position h4. But knight h5, the queen has nowhere to go. It actually has to go all the way back home. And now the move bishop to e5.
Right.
And I ask you the question, what is your most natural move here? What do you want to play?
f6.
You want to play f6. Let's attack the bishop. What did you put it there for? Move it back home. Until you see the move knight takes g7.
Whoa.
What is right? What a move. You can't take with the bishop because your knight's hanging. Thanks for the free pawn. That's what we were waiting for. Well, there's some tactics, but still, this is going to work out in white's favor. The main question of king takes.
Right.
Queen g5 check.
Ooh,
Whoops. And you don't need to see any more, although now that the king's under attack, it has to go to f7, going to h8, drops the f6 pawn. And now this check, and now you're just busted. You can see very plainly you're just busted. So this opportunity did exist. The move knight to h5, forcing the queen back, and then parking a bishop on the e5 square. This would have been awesome for white, and the queen is coming to f4, so that's going to be powerful if you just make some random move. And this is how he could have built up his position. He missed that opportunity, and now we have what seems to be, after h4, we follow this line, a slight, teeny, tiny edge, if anything, but really not that much to write home about.
Looks more equal
now. Knight takes g7. Right. Nice, fine. That's sweet.
That would have been awesome.
And queen g5 and queen h5.
Can you imagine knight g7 landing on the board?
Black
pieces?
Look, that's a move that you just love to play. I mean, you get that opportunity to play. Picking up the game between Gukesh and Hans Niemann, guess what? We didn't see rook c8 at that moment, and Hans thought, oh, this is a great opportunity for me to play the move knight to d5. I want to take this bishop with check, wreck the pawns, maybe play queen f6 on a good day, take that knight, maybe take this pawn on b2. But there's an issue, which was immediately spotted by Gukesh. He played the move bishop g5. And now the desirable f6
walks into a queen e6
Queen
check.
e6 check is just lights out.
By the way, big time difference on the clock, twice as much time for Gukesh.
10
minutes versus 5.
5 minutes. And so queen e8 by Hans, and now...
Do we want to go to the endgame?
The follow-up I wanted was knight
97, right? And trap the bishop?
Yeah, well, let's just have a look.
You will take with the bishop.
And I take with the pawn. And, okay, I'm dreaming, maybe overly so. I can see from the barometer, the chessometer on my left side of the border that the computer doesn't agree with me. He thinks that that black is really fine. But let's pause our analysis.
Yes, and let's go over to Poland. Cristian is with Alireza Firouzja.
It seems like a higher power Alireza is winking at you in these first couple of games. In the first one against Gukesh, it felt like it was going from bad to worse. And then he took with the pawn on c2, which seems like the common sense recapture, but in fact is the one that allows you to make a draw. And now this game, against MVL, which finished in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure about my form here. I don't know if I'm in good shape or bad shape. I still should play more to see, I think, because these 2 games you cannot get so much from it, I think.
But the results are good, right? Even if the form is not great, or at least you don't feel like you warmed up, the results are good.
Yeah, results are not bad, but it's very in the beginning. So.
What did you feel went wrong? When did you feel like you're going to coax him into making that huge mistake? Did you feel it at any point in this game?
Yeah, here actually that you're correct to point out here. A3 is a very strange move. I mean, this is like a bit blitz style, no?
Yes.
Maybe to keep always the option to bishop goes to c4, queen h4, but I have a very nice idea. This bishop goes to f7, and maybe he should have just continued with his spirit, no? Like to go back with knight to f3, and it's very interesting.
He didn't feel the danger of that knight, right? Getting completely stuck there.
I mean, yeah, I mean, my pieces are much better than his, of course. This b6 pawn is preventing knight goes to c5, and then one knight goes to e5, and then...
Did you realize after knight to d2 that this one is just pretty much over, or?
No, I played b5 and now I wanted knight e5, but then I thought, okay, first I could save up my bishop, and then like, yeah, but it's a lucky win, of course. Maxime should never lose like this.
Well, Alireza will let you go back in the players' lounge and relax before the next game, because you still have one more to go to get today. Thank you very much for joining us, and back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Alireza, for joining us. And yeah, sometimes you just need a lucky break. I'm looking at the game between Wesley So and Radoslaw.
I think Maurice wants to share something with us.
3 minutes. 3 minutes for Wesley. Maurice.
Yes, I'd just make a big point that was made there by Alireza. You see how he's almost disconsolate. He wants to know how his form is.
Right.
This is the big deal. And it happens so often with strong players. Oh, you got a good result. You should be happy. No, 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 no. I'm not happy. I need to play well, because if I'm in bad form, then that's going to show later in the event. There's plenty more rounds to go. So you want to know you're in good form, and you could see he's disturbed. Yes, I got that lucky draw. Yes, I got this lucky win, but that's not enough. I need to start playing like myself. We saw that happen with Fabiano Caruana in Cyprus when he got that quick win. He had a possibility actually the first round against Nakamura where he was doing really well, and he let Nakamura off the hook for a moment, and it should have been a draw, but then Nakamura didn't find it, and he ended up losing the game. Fabi ended up winning. Then he got a quick win against Wei Yi, and it's like, oh, he's leading the tournament. But in Fabi's mind, he said, I'm not playing great. I just happened to get good results. And he said that later when his games started to tumble. He said, you know, I could tell early on there was something not quite right. I was gifted this win. This is the kind of stuff these high elite players think about. They want to be informed. They just want to know they got the good result. They want to know they're playing well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not just good. It's not about winning, but convincingly, like it's a convincing win. By the way, I noticed that Gukesh spent a lot of time. I mean, it was 10 minutes. Gukesh had 10 minutes versus 5 minutes of Hans Niemann. So that's a big... Then suddenly it went down to 6 minutes before he played the move Queen D1. That took a lot of time, and it wasn't a very good move, actually. So after Queen D1, I think... No.
I like Hans' position a little bit, but it's not easy to play. And he has 4 minutes to figure out what to do. But I do want to draw your attention to current tournament co-leader Wesley So, who might be a little bit in trouble in this endgame against Wojtaszek. He's definitely in trouble on the clock. 3 minutes against 8.
Exactly, as we were turning it.
I don't like that black's rook on the second rank from
Who
the
does?
white side.
Strangely enough, this pawn on A3, we lose that pawn. It's not the end of the world, but I wanted to say losing F3 would be the end of the world. And so knight B3, I think, was the right decision, but okay, let's just have a look-see. Rook takes.
Maybe Wesley has equalized now.
This doesn't seem
It
to
still
be a
looks scary,
but
black cannot double the rooks on the second.
Right.
That's important.
That's key. That is the key thing.
If that's the case, then I think Wesley should be. We do have moves. Rook a3, knight d4 happened.
It did happen.
Yeah, if black doesn't double on second, white should be fine, and the d6 pawn is a weakness.
Oh, definitely. If you can force this rook off the second rank, yeah. But I guess I'm going to be persistent. Stay on the second rank. Maybe.
It's so easy here for white to blunder and allow some attack on the king side.
Exactly. The desirable knight f5, again, rook takes f3, that's not what
Way too
you want to,
risky.
yeah, definitely not what you want to do. So Wesley still has some issues to solve here after rook c2 to a2. And again, the time difference is a 2-1 in favor of Radoslaw.
What is black's next move?
Maybe g6, h5.
And?
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Just
if you
keeping
pass
the
with your rook on b5, that knight on d4 is such a monster that if you say rook b8 check, rook b7, rook, just
he's played our move rook on a, but rook b8 check. I like it just to be disturbing, and as you say, try to be as disturbing as possible.
And try to force a draw.
Yeah, as long as you can't double,
right,
and your knight can't enter the game. I think that's the big deal here. If you two of your pieces can't improve themselves to effect, should be okay. Even though that rook on a2 is very disturbing because we know it's an endgame and your king doesn't want to be forced to stay back in this way. But what exactly do you do to improve this position dramatically? It's just seems as though this one should be holdable fairly easily by white, even though it's annoying that you can't do anything.
Exactly. Let's go back to the game between Sindarov and Duda, because Sindarov was building up what looked to be a promising attack. Did he manage to
well, all four rooks came off, which is a great decision by Duda. And now can Sindarov still manage to attack with the queen and the minor pieces?
By the way, isn't the queen supposed to lead the bishop?
Be in front of the bishop? Yes, usually.
Okay. Here we go. Check.
Well, he wants to go queen d1, queen d3, probably.
Was this clever? I mean, I don't know. We've got queen e2 on tap.
Queen e2 might not be the best because I have bishop e5 check. Oh,
bishop e5 check.
And let's show that actually. That's a very
cool
tactic that you can't go king g8. You get checkmated with two bishops.
That's an unusual mate.
I mean, you don't see that one every day, do you? No.
And if you play bishop g7, then the knight is hanging on d6.
So
that's a free piece.
Yeah, that's a free piece.
So no queen e2.
Okay.
That's a trap.
That's a trap.
I think Duda can just go back king g8, a wait-in move to see what white is planning.
This one still has some content. We should go to the game between Gukesh and Hans Niemann.
Okay,
as
I'm back.
Hans is down to 1:22 on the clock. And he didn't quite play ideally, but I think he's going to be content somehow rounding up this pawn on d6 and making a draw. But he is way down on the clock, and Gukesh is trying to figure out some kind of super aggressive move here other than just taking that darn pawn on d3 that's been bothering him for so long.
Right.
Just sort of.
Sometimes you get frustrated and say, damn it, I'm just going to take the pawn.
The problem, however, that is hugely important is if you play queen d3, there is the move f6.
Okay.
And you could drop back your bishop, or you could play the very stylish knight to f3, and I'm going to say that is super stylish.
I like that.
Rook coming to e1 is on your
agenda. Is a threat, and if you take on g5, of course, then knight takes on g5, and the queen, as you see there, it's hard to maintain the defense of the knight on d5 and deal with that h7 attack.
So on queen
that's
e5,
about to land on the board.
Checkmated, knight h6. Nice.
And game over.
It's beautiful. Two knights, yeah.
Sweet.
You don't see that often.
Because the queen takes on h7 with mate. So that would be very, very stylish fine. And he's got to check out this f6 move before he captures on d3. And maybe that's what he's calculating. But calculation is costing him time on the clock.
I think we have F6 on the board, don't we?
No, that's Maurice's analysis, I
Oh,
believe.
I apologize. That's Maurice's.
Gukesh
Yeah,
is
we
still
go to the
thinking
live
after
board.
rook
We're
E8.
still on rook to E8.
Rook to
and
E8.
Gukesh sitting there, staring it down. And these are the moments. These are the moments that decide games. Do you play quickly? Do you have to calculate everything? Do you see a key move that keeps the advantage or keeps the fires burning? If he finds queen d3 and f6, knight f3, that's the kind of move that could suddenly rock Hans. What?
Right.
You can play that? And now suddenly he has to go into deep think himself. So if he finds it right now, it's still advantage Gukesh, but he cannot let his clock go under Hans's time, because then he starts to feel the pressure himself. And I say it's advantage Gukesh, I mean just psychological advantage, not actual advantage on the board. If he starts to look at other things, he could find himself in trouble.
Yeah, Maurice, I was going to ask you, besides this line,
Queen takes
if he
D3.
plays anything else, is he in trouble?
Other than queen takes d3, he is in trouble. Nothing else helps. His pieces are about to be rocked back. Moves like g6, f6 we saw already.
Bishop
These kind of
takes
moves
D6.
could start chasing your pieces backwards. So he needs to take on d3, but we're having this full conversation, and this is how quickly you burn time on the clock in chess.
2 minutes.
Incredible, and he's still looking and looking and looking. And what an advantage he had just 3 minutes ago. It's about to be all gone.
Quick question. Queen takes d3. Can I play knight b4?
Probably just queen b5, protecting f5 and not letting you check.
Queen b5.
That's a funny move.
It is a good move.
I mean, I didn't say good, I said funny. But it's weird putting your queen all the way on the other side, away from your king.
Right.
Then something like queen f3, for example.
Bishop
Knight
takes.
f3.
And now you're
Yes,
stirring
I'm
the
trying
pot.
to connect my pieces.
You are.
Definitely
I like it.
attractive.
He's taken on d3
He
and
did.
f6 on the board. Critical moment. Will
And
he
this is
find
it.
knight f3?
Well, by the way, I mean, it seems to me that Hans is very calm. I mean,
With 1 minute.
with 1 minute on the clock, I get very nervous. I just like,
No, these players are just used to being in time trouble.
I think because they play so much online, whether it be bullet or 3 minute, that they're used to it. That yeah, in my day, 5 minutes was the only form of blitz was 5 minutes.
We see Gukesh has gone that easily in
Down.
just one move pair. We see he's down on the clock and in the red zone with 53 seconds left and ticking down.
Wow.
And he needs to make a move. Even bishop e3, make a move at least in this position.
He must be considering knight f3. That's why he's taking such a long time.
Has to be, right? By the way, just in the other game, it does look to me like Wesley has weathered the storm, that a draw is the
Inevitable
most
at this
likely
point.
in that game. So
All
Wesley.
right, 24 seconds for Gukesh.
24 seconds. We saw this, the world champion in game one against Alireza. He started to rely upon increments, and he often made a move, and he only had 18 seconds and
See,
17.
he's down to 8 seconds, and
And he did not find it.
He played bishop e3. Key moment,
g6 by Hans
G6.
very quickly.
just as you predicted.
I think, yeah,
the
this,
White's
on this
pieces are
graph,
getting driven
the
back.
clock is wrong. We can look at the clock times at the board. As you can see, he's down to 7 seconds.
7 and 3, 2. What? 2.
Oh, and he knocked the pieces
seconds.
over.
But he did
Oh
make the
no,
time.
what a disaster.
He made the move. He made the clock. Uh-oh,
I think
something
Hans will
happened.
get extra 2 minutes. Yeah, that's
Oh
the penalty.
my goodness.
So the protocol-
The disasters follow.
The protocol is that once you've made your move and pressed the clock, the pieces should be all on their squares, properly so, not knocked over. And if you have knocked over, then you're required, and there's a penalty.
Yeah.
And we just saw the penalty. And it looks like Hans has got a slightly superior ending.
Nothing
extra 2 minutes on the
terrible,
clock.
and an extra 2 minutes on the clock. Now, you can get forfeited if you make an illegal
move, then yes.
Okay. But he didn't make an illegal move. He just pressed the clock.
Actually, he knocked pieces over after he pressed the clock.
Okay, so he pressed the clock and knocked the pieces over.
Yeah.
So Hans did not have a proper position when his clock was ticking.
But
So that was the extra 2. But we're still down to 6 seconds.
And I also,
Gukesh,
what I will also
Rook
say is
C7.
when you do something like that, you have to clear your mind as
Right.
well. What did I just do?
Like, what the heck?
Not only you may be in bad form, you can't even move the pieces properly. Bad things are happening. That will play on your mind as the event goes on.
By the way, sorry to disturb you. To disrupt you. I mean,
Rook's
this is
coming to C2, right?
Rook is coming to C2. This is a 5-alarm fire here.
I'm actually surprised that
Rook's-
Albert doesn't say black is much better. Because
Isn't
it
what-
looks much better.
I mean, the way I'm looking
What's
at it,
wrong with Rook C2?
it's
I
close
guess
to winning.
Rook C2, I just go A4 and you can't do anything about my pinned knight.
No knight C4, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That B3 was a key move that Gukesh just played, stopping knight C4 ideas.
Wow. Okay, maybe I should play B5 in that case, so that Rook C2, A4, the A pawn is.
Somehow looks like white is holding. His idea is Rook F4, Rook D4 to improve his rook and defend the knight on D2.
Rook F4 and Rook to D4. That's a nice way of actually developing the rook. The rook is
Right.
on A1, and I thought Rook C2 was just going to be killing.
Also,
But as
your
you
pawn
said-
structure is superior
Yeah.
as black. I can understand why you feel like
wait a
black has a
minute, what?
centralized knight, a
Yeah.
rook on C2, pinning a knight on D2, better pawn structure. Why isn't black much better to the eye just instantly?
Exactly.
And for the engine to be arguing, it ain't much.
Nothing.
It's like, shut up. I'll be able to win these 9 times out of 10, or at least maybe 6 out of 10.
You'd think. I would put the rook on C3, so I'm hitting as many weakies as I can. I'd put my pawn on F5, and I'd be playing with the knight G4.
You'd feel really good about life.
I'm rocking.
If you play this, how
Right.
can this be only slightly better for black according to the engine just because it's not enough?
By the way,
Going with the king. King F7, Rook F4 quickly
F7?
played.
which begs the question, why didn't he play King F7 earlier instead of King G7?
King E6
Okay,
now,
Rook F4.
D4. But I like your idea, yes, sir. Rook C3, F5, Knight G4. That looks beautiful.
You're maximizing everybody. Yeah.
And again,
by the way, we're going to stay with this game, but just give me an update on some of the other
Everything
positions.
looks equal.
Everything
We
looks
just
equal.
don't know how Fabi's doing.
Sindarov and Duda look equal.
Yeah.
Wesley slightly better now. Looks like Wesley is slightly better. That's good for our tournament leader. And finally, we're back to Gukesh. Ooh, Hans has played Rook A2.
What's his plan?
That is a confusing move.
It is, right? So after Rook D4, does he want to play Rook A1, but then there's nothing to go after on the king side?
No, for sure. Suddenly, with the rook away, I start to think about G4, G5.
Getting ambitious there with G4.
Suddenly.
It's an improvement, yeah, because...
Yeah.
Well,
9 seconds.
I mean, we see the clock
9,
keeps ticking
7.
down, and
Uh-oh.
yeah,
He
you
almost...
gotta make a move.
And he did it with 3 seconds.
And you notice the way he pushed the pieces away. That's always an indicator when you push pieces away that you're a little uncomfortable. These pieces, get out my way, you pieces, move, move. Those are the pieces you just put down. They're nowhere near the board, but you felt the need to push away your captured pieces to give me a little bit more space.
Give me that elbow room.
Another tell that we know.
Right.
And so Hans is basically now, I think, in let me milk him kind of mode. Let me play some moves and one he may not suspect. And with the clock ticking down quickly at that, force him to find moves and hope that he makes a mistake. Hans is playing exactly the way you should handle a situation like this.
Time trouble. Yeah,
Hans
that is
playing
a
very confidently.
very, very special skill, by the way, is playing in your opponent's time trouble.
Gukesh looks nervous, of course. He only has 16 seconds and it keeps ticking down. And his position, right? This weakness is G3 pawn, B3 pawn.
Isn't it time to tickle?
Actually, that looks very good because my moment ago, king was an E2. I could play king F2.
Right.
What happened?
Now you're losing that pawn.
Unless he's, well, as rook takes G4.
Ooh, rook G4. Did he miss this? Or 95?
95 check, and that's a freebie.
It's a free pawn?
Gukesh
That's how it works.
Blundered.
You get into time pressure and you start making funny moves.
Rook takes G4 or 95 check. I think 95 check is actually, first, is actually a more accurate move. And he's done it. This has gone south.
Completely outplaying Gukesh in the endgame.
It was strange. Like 6-7 moves ago, the computer was just saying even, and I was saying for a human, it's easy to lose these positions because of the pawn weaknesses. And we've seen it. Even the world champion is having a difficult time in this ending.
And we have one more result already. Javokhir Sindarov drew his game against Duda as expected.
Okay. I take the pawn.
I do think Wesley got some chances and he might be winning, but we'll stay with this game for now.
Knight takes G3. Knight takes G4.
Was knight G4 not the best move? Because I saw it got a question mark.
Well, yeah. I mean, now there's some
counterplay for white.
Counterplay. H5 followed by G5 followed by H4. Let's
Just create a passer and go.
That's it. Oftentimes these endings come down to that: who's got the more powerful passer? And there we see
G5.
it. He's gone right for it.
Do have knight D5 check, bring in the knight closer to the king side.
D5 check, agreed, but king E6. I'm still, it's all about the H pawn, right?
B4, and I'm also starting to push my pawn.
Let's hope not. How dare you? You're not taking on G5 and letting my H pawn go.
Can't do that.
You're not a nice person.
9 seconds for Gukesh.
9, and it's a tough moment.
Down to
Niemann.
3-2. Rook D7 check.
Rook D7. Oh, rook H7.
He's going after that H pawn.
That can't be.
Maybe that was a very good move, actually.
Really?
I didn't notice rook H7 was possible.
Rook H1? As black, I mean.
H1?
So the idea, of course, is if you take on H5, I'll take on H4 with my rook, force the trade of rooks, and ha 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 ha.
Okay.
But you have to be a bit careful about the queen side.
B4, right?
Well, it's not one-way traffic. B4 with A6, with A5, A6, A7, A8 queen.
You guys aren't looking at my script. Would you play it? Oh, he took
on
rook
H4.
takes H5, and now it's no problem. Now Gukesh is out of the woods.
Rook H1. It's still a bit scary for white.
But still, that B4 idea will re-emerge as something of interest.
Nasi said, bring back the knight. And I'm with her. Bring back the knight to the king side, knight to D5, and then...
Guarding the pawn as well?
And then I start to think, well, looky. Okay, B4 makes sense. E4 makes sense. Knight F4. He's played knight F4.
Giving up the pawn on E3, but we were not worried about that pawn.
We were not, because
we
we
thought rook
takes
pawn?
A5.
I think it's time to go B4, right?
Why didn't he play B4 anyway?
Yeah.
What was wrong with just doing it and not giving up? Or maybe he was worried about H3, H2 somehow.
Yeah, knight F4 stops H3. Ooh, he's going king D4.
King D4? I didn't quite follow those last moves. King D4?
He's safe right now. Black has no threats, but you still need to make a move. And down to 5 seconds. Very tough position.
3.
King E4.
He made that move with 3 seconds on his clock.
He's given up on any counterplay on the other side.
Whoa, there's a
H3
knight
is apparently winning here.
There's a knight F2 check.
No, immediately H3.
H3, you get to push the pawn, and it's happened. He has blundered into this idea. King E4, a massive mistake with no time on the clock.
2 seconds. No, it was 4 seconds.
Just H2.
H2, and his threat is rook G1
The game's over.
queen.
This
That's
is crushing.
And look at Hans. He reached for the queen. He put it, he says, Rook, how does that stop
H3?
rook H1, rook G1?
It doesn't, or rook anywhere, G1, F1.
Yeah, rook
That's
G1
it.
just defends the knight.
Very calm, very cool, and very collected, and resigns.
Wow, huge victory there for Hans, but there are other games. Maurice?
Absolutely great victory by Hans. Let's jump to Wesley's game.
Wesley,
He's trying to win. He has an extra pawn and a knight endgame.
how did he manage this? Good for
He
Wesley.
just ended up picking off the H-pawn earlier
This
in the game, and now
must
challenged.
be
I'm still shocked by what happened to Gukesh, the way he lost what looked like he was doing so well with counterplay. But here is Wesley with massive pawn chain. At any moment, H5 couldn't happen and create some play. But it's not totally finished.
Well, you don't want to allow knight F3 check, right? That's just the one business that you don't want to allow.
That's correct.
So can we chase this knight to a lesser square? King D3, knight F3, okay, king E3.
Knight C4.
He wants to be able to play H5, right?
Okay. But if I put my knight on E5,
And then he'll go king E2.
okay, I'm ran out of checks. I'm going to make some king move, king.
Careful,
C6?
because H5 is...
But are you promoted? My
That's a
knight is
good
very well placed on E5.
Okay, so king C6, maybe I should play knight D3.
That's tricky.
Ooh, knight C6 he played.
Hard to guess their moves here.
Okay, king E... It's a cat and mouse game. King E3, and Wesley's trying to wrong foot black's knight. He wants to play H5, but he wants to do it when the black king can't come to E6 and E5.
I think Wesley wants to get the king on G4 and then push H5. But
Okay, you're not going to get a better chance to play H5
Yes.
than right now, and he's done it.
I think it's winning though. He managed to trick Radoslaw. It looks winning now. Because if you go knight G6, I go knight F4.
Okay, and then he has to go back to E5.
And then I'll move my knight and get my king to a better square like F5.
You want to bring your king to F5. That makes sense. I like that.
And then I'll manage to play G6.
Gotcha. So you'll play something like knight D3 when the knight goes away, then king F4, king F5.
Exactly.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
pretty straightforward.
Yeah. So what we're saying is White's winning idea is to bring the king to F5. And that's how he wants to do it.
And
He
then you
wants to play
can bring
king
the knight
F4.
back to F4 and push G6.
Precisely.
Just don't allow knight E3 mate when you do that.
Oh.
Spoken like a problemist.
Just saying.
Just saying. Okay, here he is. These knight endings, very much like king and pawn endings, the extra pawn makes all the difference.
Well, the only way for him to win, as you said, that pawn has to go to G6. That
It
breakthrough
has
has
to.
to happen. So you have to overwhelm that knight. And we are being told that
Fabi's worse.
Caruana, a game that we have not had the transmission for, but the update is that he's about to lose his game. That is massive.
Big.
As Fedoseev has made a comeback and is showing, hey, I won the tournament last year. I'm not just going to lay down. Beating Fabi, that's a big-time result. Who picked Fabi to win this tournament?
I did.
Picked anything yet.
We didn't pick anything.
We're waiting.
But
And that was
guess what? The
before
number
we-
said Wesley should win the event.
Yeah.
Yeah, and guess what?
And guess who is about to be 2-0?
So Ben was right. His statistics are
Well,
good.
he's not.
By the way,
First view, yeah, this was our first look of the
That's
game
the pawn on
between
A2, right?
Fabi is playing
Fedoseev.
the black pieces, by the way. That is Fabi on the right. And this looks terrible.
Okay, there is a pawn on A2. That's the good news. It's just a transmission problem. It didn't have anything to do with our equipment. But looking at this, how are we going to deal with D6
the two pawns coming at him, D and F.
and
There's
F?
no surviving this
We're just
fight. Can
pushing
we
them.
check and go F7?
Yeah,
Or he's
well,
pushing D6? Yeah.
well, the next turn is F7 and then D7.
Oh, yeah.
That's easy, right?
Mhm.
Push those
And if you
passed
start giving
pawns.
checks, the white king hides. There we
That's
go.
enough. There it is.
Fedoseev
Fabi
wins.
saw enough. Our congratulations
back
to Fede.
to Wesley's game.
Right.
I believe that's the only game left. Yes.
And we are
Final
here. He has managed to do exactly what you said. You saw it from a long distance away.
There's not 93 checkmate yet on the board.
Oh, he didn't play G6. That was interesting.
Maybe G6 was actually not winning. You have to calculate the end game.
So what is it Wesley trying to do? Wesley's trying to get his knight to F3?
Without G6, what's the plan?
Exactly.
Maybe he goes King G7?
King H6 to
Yeah,
G7?
King H6 to G7.
Oh, no time for Radoslaw.
4 seconds. 2,
1.
Did he forget
He's
about
flagged.
the clock?
According to our, no, but
We got to zoom in on the actual live board to know what actually happened, because he clearly hasn't flagged.
No, he's played King F8. And he's got 19 seconds. Actually, he's up to 27 seconds suddenly. That happened fast. Boy, you blink and you miss. You miss a win.
H5. What do you
By the way,
G6 did not win, by the way. That looked so perfect.
It was perfect.
And it did not win. It did not win. There
Remarkable.
was a very clean defense, actually, against that move.
Are we going to see a Zugzwang here? Something like King H6 and Knight B5?
Okay,
Knight
he's going for that.
B5. So that freezes the knight. The knight can't move. But if your king moves, King H6.
Yeah, this is bad news.
And the king just drops in on G7, just as Maurice was, or H7 and G8. Here we go.
Now even G6 is winning, yes. You take an F7.
It takes F7, and then your king is perfectly set for an escort. Yes,
That is
G6
resignation.
wins. That's it. That's a winner.
And we have the resignation there. Wesley So, what a boss.
Wow.
He is playing chess, and that last sequence when he also found 92, didn't fall for that trap that we had thought was just an easy win. He's just going to play the G6 move. And if we can get it, take a look on my board here, just to show you the fine margins, he's played by. In this position, it looks like a win. Play G6, we're going to trade off knight.
Right.
No, we're not. Not today, we're not, because after takes, you play knight takes, we're dropping the knight back. Only square for the knight, by the way. Just so when you play the move king to E6, knight check, if you take this pawn, give us that one with check, and we'll take that one too for good measure.
Right.
So just spotting that, a huge, huge moment for Wesley. Instead, he said, no, I'm going a different way. I'm not letting garbage like that happen to me. Just too good. He's on 2-0. Is he the only player?
He's the sole leader, I believe.
Sole leader, and it's 2 points per victory in these rapids, so 4-0.
We didn't get a chance
Wesley
to look
So.
at it. We didn't get a chance to look at it between Hans Niemann and Gukesh when Gukesh made that fumble. But through the magic of television, we can recall the moment. Let's have a see. What he did is he knocked over the pieces.
Okay,
and try to fix one and
but
knocked others
I
over and then
see.
hit the clock. I mean, I'm sorry. That's grounds for forfeit. Yeah, look at Hans's face like come on.
What's going on?
Are you kidding me? What was that about?
Unforgettable moment. Sam Sevian holding Hans Niemann's broken king and giving Hans Niemann the king. But
let's go over to Cristian, who's probably with a guest. Over to you.
Professed his aspirations of becoming a world champion. That is, of course, Hans Niemann. And we've seen such a tense battle between those two players, which came down to the last few seconds, the last few moves. And I have to say, the way Hans managed his time throughout this game and, in fact, put enough pressure, enough so that Gukesh would break in the last few moves of that game was commendable. And let's take a look at where it all started, the troubles for Gukesh, where it all started. And it was at this point, a very simple move to make, the move D6, which feels very natural because, of course, when you see a pawn coming so close to promotion, and of course controlling so many squares around the king, the square e7 that the knight could potentially jump to later in the game. It did jump to e7, but of course that pawn on d6 becomes a liability as well. What the white had to do in this position was take on e8, rook takes c8, queen takes c8, and now defend that pawn on d5 with the move knight to e3. The bishop on g2 and the knight on e3 are doing a tremendous job. It's not that easy to put enough pressure from black's pieces to make me push that pawn further on d6. And what I'm going to do in return, I'm going to start pressuring your pawn on d3. So this was the critical mistake, I would say, that allowed Hans to pretty much take over this game. After knight d5, bishop g5, queen e8, we got into this endgame. It's still completely equal, and in fact, Gukesh played a tremendous game, a tremendous defensive game, all the way to this point. But the pressure was always on. Hans was trying to find the weaknesses in White's camp, in Gukesh's camp, and in fact, Gukesh was playing on increment for the last many moves of the game. Rook to d4, as you can see, 16 seconds at this point for Gukesh, 1 minute and 30 for Hans, huge time difference. And after g4, this was a crucial mistake because you're creating a weakness in the position, which immediately Hans took advantage of. And now it's a race. Rook to d7, very commendable defense once again by Gukesh. Rook to h7, the game is back in balance. Rook takes h5, rook to h1, knight d5. But unfortunately for him, this was the crucial mistake. Enough pressure was added on. What you have to do is go rook to d5 first, king to e7, and now just simply go back. Wait. What you have to do is stop black from pushing h3, which, after your move king to e4, after Gukesh's move king to e4, it allows black to push h3, because now you just simply cannot take on h3 because of this beautiful fork. Knight to f2, you cannot, of course, take on f2 because you lose rook on h5. So this was the crucial mistake, and Hans gets a crucial victory in this one and joins the co-leading position of the tournament. Now let's take a look at the results, and we do have Irene Sukandar with a lecture for us as well.
Hello, welcome to the showbreak of the GCT 2026. I'm Irene Sukandar, and I am going to take you to some of the highlights of today's rounds. On round one, we saw a very crucial game between Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where, well, since this is rapid, all the tactics are on the board. So the way how Fabi won is thanks to the finding of the tactics on this particular position. Let me pull it up to you. Yes, so in this position, black is somewhat overwhelming. Black is obviously better because, well, all the pieces are there, very active, very attacking, but MVL missed one of the biggest traps here, that after he took on b4, c takes b4, and then Fabi took on g4. Well, this is the tactics that I think was the highlight of round one, because after this, then rook takes g7, and if you take king takes g7, and then this is exactly what happened in the game between Fabi versus MVL. There is queen g1, and wherever you go with the king, and then you go queen takes d4, and then until the end of the game, everything went really well for Fabi, bringing the other rook to come and attack the king, and then seal the deal with the knight goes to b6. And also on the first game, we also have a very good attacking game by Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Wojtaszek. And in this game, I'd like to highlight one moment here that okay, in the opening, everything was equal, nothing much happening. But then towards the middle game here, Wojtaszek, he could have gone with a very normal move like knight e5, attacking the queen, or even bringing the rook over to e5 and something like that. But no, he decided to play on aggressively by sacrificing his knight to f2. And in this position, white is forced to take. Rook e3, this is a very, very aggressive line. And after queen f4, unfortunately, Wojtaszek made a mistake here by playing rook d e8, because what's happening is you just step back with the rook, not allowing yourself to get captured by the knight on g4. And after rook e2, you might be thinking, well, the rook is now on the second rank, and it is going to be a very, very dangerous rook. But here, Jan-Krzysztof had a very nice reply. Bishop takes d5, not being defensive, but attacking f7 at the same time. And when the knight goes to f6, now you also might be thinking, wow, the bishop, two bishops here, they are under attack. What to do? Jan-Krzysztof made a very wonderful reply with rook takes c5, not letting go any of the bishop, but instead he fought back. So rook takes c5, and then after rook takes b2, the nice follow-up move is rook c6 first, pinning the knight on f6, and after knight takes d5, now the queen c1 move, attacking b2 rook, and then now b2 rook has nowhere to go. So Wojtaszek made such a sacrifice, but in the end, everything was quite clear in the air for white, and white ended up with an extra piece in this round. So after a few moves, and after queen f4 here, black resigned because there's nothing else to play for black. And I just also want to touch upon the second game, the second round, that is between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Alireza Firouzja, who is still trying to find his form in this tournament. He got a lucky draw against Gukesh, and now he got gifted a win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But in this position, yeah, it started out with knight move here, where after queen g3, bishop f7, and after knight bd2. This is kind of like somewhat hard to understand what type of move this is, because, well, you're taking out the square for the other knight, because now after b5, this knight is kind of trapped, and it cannot go anywhere apart from the square on d6. And after knight d6, bishop h5, attacking this, because you want to just let your bishop go in order to attack the knight on d6. And after e5, you just simply take, and after knight e4, takes on d1, and you are already exchanged up. But then after rook d7, this is the game, because, well, the knight is going to be captured on d6, and everything is good for Alireza Firouzja. And we also had a move or a game in the last bit of the round 2. It's between Wesley versus Radoslaw Wojtaszek. And what I like about this game is Wesley had a very masterful grind in the endgame. Let me show you quickly what happened, because after this, when he won a pawn up, yeah, he made a very clear conversion towards the end. So what he did was, you just have to play on the side where you had the advantage of your pawn island. So this is like the king side. So he made everything so smooth. You're exchanging the pawn on h file, and then you're trying to exchange the knight. But then afterwards, you keep bringing the king towards the f7 pawn in order to also support your g pawn. And there you go. And after g6, everything is done for Wesley. Well, stay tuned, because round 3 is coming up soon.
everyone, and welcome back to round 3 of the Grand Chess Tour here in Warsaw, Poland. It is an exciting event so far. Wesley So leading the pack, and we're going to pick up the rest of the action back to my partners, Nazi and Yaz, in studio.
Thank you, Maurice. That was great work by Irene, by the way. I didn't see that game of Duda and Radoslaw, and she showed those tactics just beautifully, so I really enjoyed that. Thank you, Irene. As we get ready for round 3, we've got Duda versus Gukesh. We got results. We've got a lot of things to talk about.
Results. We had a lot of decisive results in the first 2 rounds.
And, well, we know Wesley.
We have a sole leader as well.
Exactly. Don't know if we have the graphic or not of that, but we do know that Wesley has 4 out of 4.
Absolutely. Here is the results for the second round of Rapid. Wesley won against Wojtaszek. Hans Niemann defeated Gukesh. Alireza defeated his countrymate Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Fedoseev took down Fabiano Caruana, and there was only 1 draw between Sindarov and Duda.
Seeing a lot of decisive games in these first 2 rounds. 3 decisive games in round 1, 4 decisive games in round 2. But
can we get 5?
I was about to say, can we? But that game that Gukesh lost to Hans Niemann, that kind of stuck in the world champions' craw there. That was not a game that he should have lost, as we see Duda and Gukesh at the board.
Yeah, but most players are seated. There's 1 player missing. Whoever is playing Sindarov is not. Wojtaszek's not there yet.
Not there yet. But we have some very nice matchups between Duda and Gukesh, Radoslaw and Sindarov.
How can Gukesh recover from this start?
I don't know how. His form. It's his form that is letting him down. The positions that he's getting are just okay.
And I think we're off. Games have started. Let's watch Fabi and Wesley.
Yes, as we see our tournament leader. Yeah.
And he's in form. Wesley is. I mean, that is clear. That is what you want to know, what you want to feel after the day begins. And Wesley is just saying, man, he couldn't have started off any better than this.
Yes,
and I also feel like I'm playing well. And that's hugely important. He won that game, remember? It was.
Yeah,
we were wondering if he might lose the game.
Yeah.
And he had to balance the position. He had a draw. He went from that to winning the game.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're on a roll.
Huge. G2, G3. Back in my day, everybody played B6. Yes. B7, B6 was considered the way of defending the setup. But I noticed that today's players actually prefer to play D7, D5 and captures and knight takes D5. Now, Wesley is really one of those players. He has such a fine opening repertoire. He's really, really worked over the years throughout his career on his opening repertoire, and he's done a lot of chessable courses, I might add.
I mean, in order to maintain his level, which he has done over a decade, you have to know openings better than everybody else.
And his refinements are great. When I think about 2 of the greatest opening practitioners today, we're looking at them right here.
Actually, yes.
Yeah. Fabi is also just superb in his opening preparation. So these 2 really fine players are going to try to get an advantage. Well, good luck with that. Again, D7, D5.
Very symmetrical position
Knight
at the
C6.
moment. Well, except that white fianchetto and black's bishop is on E7, but
exactly.
The pawn structure is identical.
D5. Now, I used to play these positions all the time for white. I liked having my queen on E2, my pawn on D3, my knight on D2. I brought my rooks to the center. And then, like a good fellow, I put my knight on E5 and my pawn on F4 and checkmated my opponents. Yay.
Nice.
That's all it took. Queen
and
E2.
I think Fabi has seen some of your games and he's repeating it right now.
Right. Don't think they study my games. But rook to D1. Okay, kind of D3. Yeah, we haven't done that, but tell us the pairings for round 3.
Let's have a look. As we know, of course, Fabiano and Wesley are facing each other, but on the other boards, we have Duda against Gukesh.
Duda is tied for second.
Yes, Wojtaszek against Sindarov. Then Hans with 3 points playing MVL, who is at 0, which is hard to believe is the case.
Shocking.
And Alireza also at +1 playing against Fedoseev.
Exactly. And when I'm looking at the game between Duda and Gukesh, I'm saying Duda's in bad form. I'm sorry, I don't care who my opponent is, world champion or not. If they're playing badly, they're the target.
I mean, Gukesh is in bad form.
Yeah, Gukesh is in bad form. The world champion is in bad form. And let me just jump to that game and let's see what has happened.
I have another.
Okay.
No, not Jacobiano. It was Rui Lopez.
No, it was a Rui, a classical Rui with this early 97 knight g6. I don't even know what that is called, but king h8. We've seen this, Maurice. There's been some recent games where players have played this.
On the tour? No,
Yeah,
I mean, not on the tour, but in the
Yeah,
St.
American
Louis?
Cup, or there's
American
something
Cup.
going
If there's
on.
something you're remembering. I'm not remembering exactly what you're referring to.
Right. I'll have to look that one up. Maybe it was actually
remember
the
seeing
St.
the
Louis
King H8.
Masters. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, this is the latest, hottest and greatest. This is the game between Duda on the white side versus Gukesh. And break this position down for us, Maurice. Why is Gukesh happy and why is Duda happy?
Well, it's a good question because I'm not sure why Gukesh would be that thrilled by his setup. This pawn on f6 leaves a little bit of a funny impression, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But it does play for the idea of the strong point, and that strong point is that pawn on e5. So
Right.
It makes that extremely durable. You're able to recapture in any event of a capture on the square with the pawn, and suddenly you have this beautiful file for your rook. And
Right.
this file right here would just be so wonderful with some pressure. So that is the point of creating this strong point, using this pawn as a protector to replace any pawn that's captured on the e5 square. But there is a lack of space in the position. Now that said, black can also aim for the move d5. This move is something that's very typical in many e4, e5 openings, and anytime you can play that move successfully, it usually means that black is equal. So white needs to function pretty quickly, I think, at this moment, dealing with any potential ideas like that. And white's, the more you look at it, the more you realize that black is actually very flexible. There's the possibility of taking on d4. There's the possibility of take on d4, possibly playing d5. Even c5 could come if you don't capture with a pawn on this square. So let's say you just develop naturally with this move. There is this possibility that takes and d5, and now we even see more of the potency behind this f pawn, as e5 is not so easy to play without the file opening once again. So the more I look at it, the more I'm actually kind of feeling okay for black.
Wow.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, sir, I want to draw your
Yes.
attention to this game between Hans Niemann and MVL. It's some long theoretical Sveshnikov line
Oh, dear.
that both of them seem to know very well.
They
The engine really likes
blitzed.
White's position.
I can see that Hans started with 25 minutes. He's now up to 26 minutes. So this was all his prep. I mean, he's gained time on the clock, and more importantly, he's won a pawn in the position. And I can see why on my chess-ometer on the left,
Why it's
he
much
just
better.
thinks it's just winning
But look at that, MVL has only spent 20 seconds, so he's still in his book.
as
And
well.
his body language
Yeah.
says, I'm not worried at all.
Which
in
is
this position.
remarkable. Why isn't he worried? Like, isn't this terrible for him?
Down a pawn and, well, is White castle in long, I'm guessing? Or are you leaving the king in the center for a while?
Exactly. I'm looking, I've been analyzing, calculating rook d1, actually, not castles, but rook d1. But imagine I fall for it. Okay, I put my king on the king side, on the queen side, pardon me. Castles long. I'm not playing for c5. I'm actually playing for h5, h6, and queen f6, mate. Simple chess.
And whenever I go queen a5, you will meet it with king b1.
King b1.
You're safe, right?
Yeah.
How can this be so calmly good for
Maybe
black.
Maxime just had some move order mishap. He thinks he's in theory, but he's not because his position is not looking good for him.
Well, are we in theory? Let me just check.
I didn't see any games in the current
Recent
position.
Explore? No, we're off
Could have
the beating.
confused some lines, which often happens. Sveshnikov positions are so similar.
Well, I can tell that up to this moment, okay, this is actually a novelty.
Which
Rook,
move?
knight takes f4. Previously played rook d1, king f1, weird. But apparently, we're in new territory. And Hans has not answered knight e5 yet, but we've been looking at rook d1 and castles, and why does black have any compensation here?
I would even ask the question, what is black supposed to do here?
I guess you're going to go bishop e6. Okay, let's say a castle. I guess you're going to play bishop e6 and a5, a4.
And well, let's not castle.
Let's not castle.
I want to make a random move.
Okay.
I just need to not allow bishop takes g4.
Correct. I've got
moment.
knight d3 check on the position.
So
bishop.
let's say I play h5.
So you're really
no,
asking?
No, I'm not gonna play h5. No, let's back up. I need to make a waste move.
F3. A wasteful. move.
Okay, f3.
It's ugly.
Okay,
but let's do it.
So I'm gonna ask.
Actually, I think he's reaching for his. I think he's reaching for his f-pawn.
My point though is, let's say you play bishop. I'm going to give you bishop e6.
Yep.
So you play bishop e6. So then I'm going to play queen e3.
Okay.
Okay, what you going to do now?
a5.
And I'm going to put my queen back on f4. Just curious.
So wasted 3 tempi and white is still much better.
Okay, a4. What else am I supposed to do?
And I'll put my queen back on e3.
So you're giving me
He
all
has
the
played
time
f3.
He did.
He did actually play f3.
So now, okay, I'm still better, right? And I just kept wasting moves.
Exactly.
At least according to the engine, I could play more accurately. I could have castled.
Increase the pressure.
But I did nothing. I gave you free moves, and I'm still better.
Right.
And I'm not even sure what you were doing with a4. Sooner or later you're probably going to take on b3 or something.
Right.
Black doesn't have any real obvious plan that, at least human eyes.
Yeah.
And white's still better. I don't get it.
Right. Okay. New idea. Well, d5 actually just doesn't work because of castles. I had this genius idea.
You want to take with the e pawn maybe? Oh, you want to take a c pawn?
Oh, nice.
Oh, sneaky.
Well, I was getting rid of a weakness. You know how it is. Even this, I don't think is that good.
Take a look at Maxime. Is he trying to remember the lines or realize that maybe he messed up the lines?
Have you ever done that? Have you ever gotten yourself into a position where you thought you were really happy? Yeah, you thought you were really happy because this is in your file, only
to realize actually
it wasn't your
not
file.
Supposed to be there.
Yeah, right. It's not your file. F2, F3 in Maxime is just presented with a question. What's your compensation? And Maxine's playing quickly.
Just played some move.
He played not d5.
Board.
Sorry, I thought it looked
Maybe
like queen d6.
Piece.
Oh, you think he adjusted the piece? Yeah.
By the way, we talk about people in form.
Yep.
And Hans is tied for second place.
Yeah.
In the event, and if he does what he's supposed to do in this game and convert what looks like a big advantage.
Free extra pawn.
Meantime, Wesley is probably content with a draw against Fabi, if allowed. But if Wesley doesn't do the job and ends up losing to Fabi and Hans wins, that's first place for Hans.
For Hans.
Yep. And Maxime did make a move, queen c7. That's what I was trying to.
Where's Maxime's move?
There
Yeah, sorry. He did play queen c7. So intimating that d6, d5, and a knight hop is on his agenda.
The only question that Hans has to solve is the king. Are we castling? Are we leaving the king in the center? I think right now he can castle, right?
But I think queen e3.
He's played queen d2.
Okay, queen d2, fine. And basically
Stopping all
saying
d5 ideas.
knight e3,
Ooh.
knight d5.
Look at that knight. Look at those outposts on f5 and d5.
Beautiful. What's the problem?
I don't see
I
any
mean,
compensation
if you put a
for
pawn
Maxime.
on e6
Mhm.
for black, I think I'm preferring white just because of the space. You take the e6 pawn away, and I'm thinking,
Black is strategically lost.
yeah.
We do have a couple more moves, a5, knight e3 on the board, and yeah, Hans is just really enjoying his extra pawn and better position.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not fooling Hans in this position. He knows he's much better.
For
and
sure.
Right about now, I think it's clear.
The awareness factor is
to MVL.
Yeah,
that, yes,
suddenly.
Hans, actually, white is much better here.
Yeah.
It's just very, very bad news having to play this position.
By the way, at a certain moment, f4, now that we've got g4 nicely protected, f3, f4, tossing the knight back, that becomes an attractive move. This looks terrible. Let's just check in on...
Let's see how Alireza is doing against Fedoseev.
Absolutely.
Alireza still doesn't know if he's in form yet or not, because his
Right.
opponents are
Gifting him points, yeah?
kind of.
Okay, so how did we get here? What is this? What is this from? What
Trying
is
to
this
guess
from?
what opening that was.
Don't know. I'm just going to go back to the start. I'll play very
I think it was
quickly.
Queen's Gambit accepted.
Queen's Gambit accepted with e5, e4 and e5. I used to play this back in the day. My goodness.
We've switched to Alireza's game, yes.
Alireza versus our defending champion, Vladimir.
Who just defeated
goes-
Fabiano Caruana in the last round. We unfortunately didn't get to see the game, but
Right. It was a technical transmission error. Okay, knight to f4.
And I saw Fedoseev get up and walk around, so he must be happy with his position.
Yeah.
Ooh,
why
that's
is
a
he?
threat.
Why is he so happy though? Let's say, okay, Queen c2, just g6. Yeah. Is that clear to you, Nasi? Could I ask you a question? What are you doing about Queen c2?
Okay, let's play g6.
And
Are you
guess-
taking a pawn? No, you don't
no,
want to
I
give
don't.
me that diagonal.
I don't want to do that. I was thinking more about knight e4, but I have to get rid of this guy, right? I have
Because knight on d4 is hanging at the moment.
right? So I'm dreaming to give myself this access. Maybe I'm asking too much. I don't know.
I like your idea, but there must be something concrete here for black.
I'm looking at knight g2.
That might work.
Well,
and then
what
queen
happens
g4.
on Queen G4 though? Could you explain it to me?
Knight takes f4,
And Queen takes?
and then I guess you have to drop
C6.
back. Oh, you're taking on g5.
No, I was taking on F4.
Oh, you were taking on f4. I apologize. Okay, it doesn't like to go back.
You could have gone with the back button at the bottom.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't go back.
It's not moving.
When I say it doesn't want to go back, I mean it does not want to go back. Alireza.
He's played rook e1, by the way.
Not in that
No queen,
position.
no queen c2.
Sorry, rook e1. In the current position, he has played rook e1.
Just avoiding the knight e2 tactic.
Right. Queen takes d4 is what we're talking about. Queen takes d4, queen takes d4, and knight e2 check was the tactic. And Nasi was speaking about, I guess queen c2 is a threat.
This
Maybe
position
rook
is,
e4 is a
on
threat.
one hand, it's simple, but on the other, there's so many
It's complex.
little tactics
Yeah.
that you can easily miss for both sides, actually.
Exactly.
Because it's not a standard position. Black's pawns doubled on c file, queen blocking the bishop on c8, knight on g5 unprotected, knight on f4 causing some trouble.
Right? All of those things.
Yeah, very interesting position.
Crazy.
Different, for sure. We should take a look at Fabiano versus Wesley, the leader in the tournament, and Fabi trying to right the ship. And it looks as though Fabi may have a little something in this very complex formation. And the two of them, they played how many times? I mean, they played in the Grand Chess Tour. They played in the U.S. Championship. They
must
played
have
in
over 300 games.
in Chess 960, you freestyle, whatever. I don't even know the number that these two competitors from the U.S. playing over and over and over again and knowing each other so well, knowing each other's styles, tendencies, openings. And sometimes you might think, I'm sick of playing this guy. But how to get an advantage, you see that Fabi started off this game and tried to play a little bit differently with a different kind of wrinkle, trying to get Wesley on the wrong foot.
What do we think this current position? I see the bishop is on A1, but it has a nice diagonal.
Yeah.
And we should point out the clock times.
Oh, yeah.
Fabi with a massive lead at the moment on the clock, 23-32, and he wants to keep playing fairly quickly, but he wants to maintain an edge in a moment like this one when you start to look at it and say, you know, this is a critical moment for me to think, what exactly do I do so I can add some pressure to the position, force my opponent to burn some more clock, trying to figure out how to maintain the balance.
Well, I see this knight being offsides for just a moment for Wesley, so let me try to exploit it. I'll play the move d3. I presume you were going to capture. On c3, bishop takes and gift me.
Sorry, Yasser, we're not seeing your position at the moment.
Oh, we've got Hans Niemann versus MVL on that game. We're on the Fabiano versus Wesley So game at the moment. And we've just seen the last move was knight e4 by Wesley, and we're just looking at the current position. And I was just saying, this knight on a5 makes a poor impression to my eyes. Let me play d3. I'm a pawn grabber, I have to warn you. If you capture on c3, bishop capture c3, yes, I truly do want to play the move queen to b2 with a double attack against the pawn on b6 and the pawn on g7.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
Thank you. Sneaky devil. So
if I play bishop f6, try to trade the bishops.
Okay, but you can play bishop takes f3. I was going after the b6 pawn.
I mean, I'll still be worse, but I'm hoping I can survive that.
Well, what about this one? Just a quick look, shall we? I mean, just because this pawn is so weak, can I go after it?
I think black has improved a lot here.
Yeah, I don't get. I want to.
But he could have played after bishop f6, maybe just d4 and play in the center, and c5 pawns hanging, a5 knights kind of weak. The queen is misplaced.
And how do you like these apples?
Bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop takes f3. Queen takes.
And then we take on a5.
3.
Yeah, like I said, white has long-term advantage, but can you win?
Yeah, well, it's sort of like play on one goal. This is not exactly what Wesley dreams of. I mean, I agree that it's probably more likely a draw than a loss, but white's the only one that.
Oh yes, it's a two-result game.
It's a two-result game, right? It's not what you wanted when you started this one. But knight e4 on the board. Maurice, jump in. What games have caught your eye in this, the third and final round of day one?
I'm still looking at this position with Hans Niemann and Maxime. And Hans has spent a lot of time, but his position is so good that there doesn't seem to be anything to worry about in this position. Look at where the rook that was on e8 and ended up after king f2 to go to d8, and then queen d4, and queen a5, and now h5, h6, and now f4, and it's march of the armada of soldiers, foot soldiers going up the board, move your pieces backwards. Show me a good piece that black has in his position that compensates for the pawn deficit, for the space, for the weak square on d5, for the pawn on d6 that's isolated. Could you, somebody help me understand
no.
what the compensation is?
This is a position where white is better on the queen side, dominating in the center, and much better on the king side.
And up a pawn.
And you're up a pawn. No. all of the advantages are in Hans's favor, and this has just been a disastrous start in day one for.
Big announcement. I think Alireza just blundered. Can we
Rook
quickly jump to that
E4?
game, because I see that
Your bar just went through.
Alireza against Fedoseev.
Versus
Blunder
Fedoseev.
alert. I saw 2 question marks. I'm not sure if it's
Rook E4. So
immediately losing.
So he's
It is.
thinking, I'm going to capture this knight, but there's a problem.
Oh, so you play H6.
Attacking
H6
the knight.
is brilliant beyond belief.
You have to take the knight.
Yes, which was his intention.
Oh, and when I take your knight, your
Rook
only
has
move
nowhere
is
to go. It's dominated.
F3.
The only
Where-
good square is F3, and that allows Bishop G4. That is a beautiful tactical refutation.
If Fedoseev
Well,
finds this,
And
H6.
it's a very forcing sequence of moves. H6 is a move that you really do want to play, don't you? So,
And the fact that Fedoseev is looking off in the distance means that he sees it.
yeah.
It means that he absolutely sees it, and it has been played on the board, exploiting this tactical instability of White's forces. And this is Alireza's worst nightmare, as he said to Cristian, I am not sure if I'm in form. Yes, I had good results so far, but I'm just not sure if I'm not in form. This is going to show against him. That's now 3 games where I have not played so well just because I had a good result. Doesn't mean anything. And here we see a disaster taking place. And by the way, Fedoseev, he loves playing in Poland, apparently, or maybe in Warsaw specifically, because he dominated last time, lost his first game, won his second game, and now about to take down Alireza Firouzja.
Wow.
Amazing resilience he's showing.
Wow. I'm just looking at the move Bishop G4, and that's a winning move. Another move, I love pinning my opponent's pieces, and we do have.
H takes G is on the board, so we're
Yeah.
moving to C rook F3. You're considering a rook D8?
Yeah, because I love pinning my opponent's pieces. You gotta play Rook D3, I'm
Yes,
assuming.
only move.
And do
but
you
I
have a
escaped
good
the pin.
answer to C5?
Knight E6 or knight C6. Either one should work.
E6, so that when I take on D3, now you take on D8.
The knight might still get trapped
That
there,
was what
though,
I was
right?
thinking. I mean, I'll go for bishop to G4. I'll take the exchange. But I'm looking at the stupid knight on D8, and I was thinking,
Somehow, I guess White's okay here. I can see the eval bar says it's equal.
wow. The knight just gets out.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, so that's why we're
We
going
don't
to
need
see
to complicate things. Just play
bishop to
bishop.
G4. We're going to
He
see.
did hesitate. He was about to play bishop G4.
Yeah, we have rook F3. So bishop G4 we know wins material and likely wins the game. But I was just thinking, does rook D8 win the game as well? And the
He's
answer is
considering it.
no. But you got to consider it, because if
he
you
could
could
be
just win a
winning more, but
piece.
He's gone for bishop G4.
Yeah.
Great choice. Up in exchange, and does Alireza have any compensation for it?
No.
No.
Uh-oh, they are playing quickly.
Alireza is just making moves because he realized he made a mistake, and what is he supposed to do?
Right.
This is a complete disaster, and he's offered a trade of queens
Even
as
that.
well after knight takes. That was also forced. So now we're going to see queens coming off the board. Notice he's not rushing to trade queens because he would prefer queen takes queen on his terms.
Right.
To fix his pawns.
Which fixes the pawns, indeed, makes black's pawn structure more whole. But that said, he doesn't have to worry about it at all. He can just trade queens, defend his pawn on G5, and say,
that's it.
That's it. I got rooks that are going to be on open files. The D file will be mine, and you're going to be in deep, deep trouble with nothing to hope for. That pawn is not going to E6, that white pawn. Forget it. That'll be a dead pawn soon. And he's just winning.
Yep.
And look at Alireza just moping in his chair, slumped back, saying, I knew something was up.
Yeah.
Didn't feel right, whatever. Just not today. Is that magic of his incredible tactical mind, the brilliance that he has. Just not today.
For Maxime, the same. It's just not been his day whatsoever.
I think we should watch that game.
Yeah.
It's a very beautiful attack that Hans has going.
Okay.
And I think he's going to play next move h6, and
Whoa,
I don't know how
whoa.
Maxime can
So
survive even for next 10 moves. Look at Maxime's position. All the pieces are so passive, and it's all one-sided.
yeah, this is what we say play on one go, right? Knight d5, queen takes g5, and h6 are three
Oof.
just massive.
Deadly threats.
Yeah, and they all play themselves. All the moves are happy moves. Like, let's go.
Happy, easy.
Yeah.
Happy for who?
Definitely for White, Hans Niemann.
And
Hans
with so much time on his clock as well.
Yeah.
To have this kind of position and not have to think about the clock in any way,
Yeah,
literally just awful.
It looks winning. Well,
Well, he's
completely
taking his
winning.
time, not rushing. I thought he was going to play h6 or knight d5.
Well, we just saw the move king g. Oh, sorry, rook e8 was on the board. I didn't realize that MVL had played a move. So again, h6, knight d5. Well, I think we just start with h6, don't we?
Because I don't think you're worried about rook takes e4.
No, because knight
Queen
d5
takes d6, and there's just mates coming.
everywhere. So let's just take a look at this. So you think
It's fun line,
h6,
so let's take a look.
right? Rook takes e4.
I think you can hang the knight on e3 and just
So-
take on d6.
We would love to play h7 and queen f8 mate,
Exactly, that's
right?
my threat.
So that was why we're looking at queen takes with the threat of h7 and queen f8. So we have to defend the threat, and now we make a checkmating threat?
Apparently that's not good.
Really? That looks so sweet. Sorry, what would you like to play instead? I'm sorry.
Do we have to include some in-between move like c5? Just to
Oh,
cut
by
off?
the way, yeah, the bishop is just hanging, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought rook e2, so c5, yeah?
I'm thinking that can hurt. Yeah.
And it doesn't. Well, let me...
Now I can play bishop f3. End your hopes.
You sure did. That was pretty cruel. Although, wait a minute, bishop f3, can I take a knight? I'm hanging in there, right?
Oh, wow.
Ha.
That was bad.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Now it's time to take on g7. Right? Now it must be. Yeah, and then
I think
it's
Hans
just
is
mate.
calculating all this.
Yeah, then it's just mate. But including the move c5, that was a good catch, Nancy. Yeah.
Maurice,
Good
do you have...
catch. This just looks like pain from every which direction. He's already sacrificed the pawn, and he is still not played the move h6 as Hans, as he looks to see what's
Well,
the least messy way. Everything we just did is legit, but sometimes you think, why am I giving him anything? Because you have to go down a pawn in this line. You've already given the pawn back.
Right.
Yes, you have a fantastic position. Yes, it's winning. Yes, but why do we need to give black anything when you can just play in straightforward fashion?
Knight d5.
Human fashion. Put a knight, put a pawn, walk, and the guy just starts to cry.
But this looks perfectly winning. Knight d5, followed knight d5, and I played the move queen d8 because, well, the queen was hanging and the pawn on g5 was hanging, so I went queen d8. I'm looking at h6 and I'm just going,
What is
take
black
it,
going to do
yeah,
here?
take it away. This is horrifying.
Their knight is the most active piece on c6.
The knight on c6 is the most active piece. Wow.
No, this looks like a more human way to play.
Yeah.
And totally devastating.
Agreed.
And I can't imagine MVL sitting there thinking, I got to defend this garbage. And he's down 2 losses already.
Right.
It's going to be loss number 3.
Wow. Wow.
It's just, could this day be over?
Yeah.
I just need this to be over so I can go figure out what to do, hotel room, call a friend, phone a friend, something, clear my mind, because this nonsense I just don't want to deal with anymore.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's a tremendous blitz player, so he can look forward to coming back and blitz, and we see knight d5 on the board. This is too natural.
And now it's h6,
This
yeah.
is clearly the most natural way to play. And but again, MVL needs to just. I think he just wants this day to be over.
Well,
Does Hans really have 3 minutes?
No.
No.
Right. Okay.
I once,
No way.
one time in my whole career, I lost 3 games running, and I thought the
3
world
in a
had,
row?
yeah, I thought the world had ended. I was like, what is going
In
on?
classical chess?
Yeah, what is going on? You know, and by the way, it was like I was scoring 2.5 half in the 3 games, and I lost.
Oh.
It's like it's even worse than what I just described. I was a piece up against Spassky, and like blundered in time trouble.
It's a bit easier to deal with that in rapid because games happen so quickly.
Yeah.
You can recover faster.
Yeah, and blitz, yeah. Okay, by the way, we
Still.
do have F6 on the board. So
F6 was responded.
was it already responded
Yes.
to by captures, I assume?
No. He hasn't
Just
moved
F6.
yet. But we'd expect captures.
On G7. Yeah. I mean, isn't it time for an invasion? Rook H6 is on the agenda. My goodness,
Oh,
everything just
so-
plays itself.
He's got to
doesn't
play king
it?
takes. That pawn has to die.
That has to die, yes. And now how do I immediately follow up? Bishop H5 to G6? That looks
Oh
attractive.
boy, that looks nasty.
It does.
The main problem is, among many, but
This is
the main
not
problem
working.
is the rook on B8, the knight on C6, the bishop on C8. They're not playing, so you just
All of
very
them.
quickly rush to the H file, and there's no way for black's pieces to counter
Right.
this incursion. So it's just too fast.
Too fast.
Bishop H5 is absolutely crushing in this position. So I do believe we have seen the capture. No, we still
No,
have not
that's
seen
just
the
my,
capture. No,
my analysis.
he's trying to figure out exactly what to do here. It's not clear that there's anything else worth looking at.
Well, the
Maybe bishop H5 first.
immediately, that's also reasonable.
Yeah.
Although, the reason why I like capturing immediately is because the threat of rook H6 requires, I like forcing moves, calculating the most forcing moves.
Sometimes just when your position is this good and you have too many options,
That's right.
you end up spending a lot of time.
Exactly.
The point, though, is that king takes does allow the rook to go to the H file, and you just have to make sure that that means nothing, right? Because the rook goes to the H file and competes. But here you just play bishop G6 and you say,
I'm ready.
I'm trading. Don't matter if you trade or I trade, your pieces are not connected on the back rank so that that rook on B8 would be able to capture back on H8. But that ain't gonna happen.
Not with these pieces undeveloped.
Not
no.
in the way. One more move, bishop on B7. You could maybe think about moving your queen somewhere.
Right.
Although I'm not even sure where it belongs, to be honest. But
Yep. You don't have that option.
But you just don't have the option. So
Right.
the timing still works. And MVL hasn't gotten up from the board because he's confident. He just doesn't want to look at his position.
Yeah.
He's seen it. I'm going to go, sorry,
Yes, let's
Nancy,
go
please.
to Duda's game against Gukesh. Duda's also at +1, and I really like
In
his
second
position.
place behind our tournament leader, Wesley. So,
Who is in trouble, by the way.
Yes,
against
Wesley,
Fabi.
Fabi. 11 minutes for Duda, 10 minutes for Gukesh, and it's a very even looking position, isn't it?
Well, before Rook D1, it was looking much better for white.
Before Rook D1, he shouldn't, or he should not have played A4.
I believe so, but even now, looking at it practically speaking, Flick's not enjoying this with the queen on G8. And
Actually, now that you mention it, no. I mean, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm playing AB, and all of my pieces are actually a little bit more potent than the
You have the A
counterparts.
file?
I've got the A file. I've got an open D file. The E file is closed. The knight is actually, and the bishop's in a little bit of an awkward jam. So something like Rook A6.
I think white needs a few moves to connect the pieces, put them in the right squares, and then black is in big trouble.
Yes, yes, I agree. There's something very non-harmonious about black's position. Now, black maybe on a good day can play knight takes E3, C4, right the ship, right? Because the bishop will suddenly on B6 have a good
But even then, I think
diagonal.
white knight will be better.
Yeah, I won't argue that. point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should we check how Fabi and tournament leader Wesley are doing?
Because again, those of you joining us late, Wesley won his first 2 games, and they did go for that variation with bishop taking a5. And obviously the pawn on d5, bishop takes d5 is taboo. Rook takes b8, and rook takes d5 will cost a piece. So no capture.
I'm sorry. I mean, right now we got this, but we got to go to that Hans position.
Yeah.
What is going on with Hans Niemann in the position after f6? The line that just screams to be played is to take on g7 and play bishop h5. That's not a fancy variation. That's just brute force, direct. And how do you deal with it? Nobody knows, because this just looks so clear. But Hans has been sitting here forever.
Yeah,
Look how we said he had plenty of time on his
He
clock.
had 15 minutes a moment ago, yeah.
Now he's down to 5 and change? What is he doing?
Is he overthinking here?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, you get into those moments where you calculate. Okay, here's what he's thinking. Rook takes e4, bishop g6. How do I deal with rook to g4 check? I'm assuming you want to play king f2.
Oh, right. There's no queen b6.
Right?
King
King
f3,
f3,
95
95 check.
Right.
Okay, so king f2. So rook h4.
Takes and rook. Oh, he's played knight e3.
What?
But then Maxime quickly responded with not the best move.
Knight e3. So he's, okay, he was ready to play queen d5 check, right? Queen d5 check.
And Maxime should have played probably queen e7.
Queen e7?
Somehow tactically it works.
Oh, come on. Queen d5 check.
I know.
Why isn't that
know,
just winning?
It's such an engine move.
Hold on. How
King
could this...
h8?
King h8.
Can you imagine playing like that as a human being?
I couldn't. And leaving the knight, but there's
If you take queen c6, black is winning after bishop b7.
Bishop b7.
It's
Crazy.
incredible.
What did he play after knight
Knight e5.
e3? Knight e5.
Human move. And now queen d5 and h takes g is coming. This should be an easy win, no? Check.
Sorry, if I could go rook h7 check, it'd be easy winning. So,
But I can just double on h-file.
how so?
Rook h5.
Rook h5, and after bishop b7? You double on the h-file? Is it checkmate?
Wow.
Isn't it checkmate?
Wow. That would be
That is a
gorgeous.
checkmate.
Doubling rooks.
Taking a queen? I mean, when has MVL ever lost 3 games in a row?
Wait, king f8?
But king f8, you have to take the bishop.
Yeah, you can't check
Because
right
the bishop
away.
will go back to g8. And you're saying that it's completely helpless?
Yep. We've
So if
got,
knight f7, there's bishop h5. Wow.
Are you kidding me?
that would be gorgeous. Just to show our fans what we've been looking at isn't this a gorgeous checkmate?
Totally.
I mean,
oh my goodness.
all the pieces are working together to produce a lovely
And we don't have a
checkmating
queen.
pattern.
Who needs a queen?
Who needs a queen? Come on.
But the fact that you have to wait a move and play knight takes and say, you get a free move.
Wow.
I'm not checking you.
And
You're
got my
just
queen.
busted. I just sacked my queen. Come on.
Come on. I mean, well,
And
I mean.
excuse me, is he down to 253 on his clock?
I believe so. He really is.
Let me just refresh my board. So we're expecting the move queen d5 check?
He still hasn't played it?
He
Or
did
or
play
that's
queen
me.
d5 check.
He did play queen d5
So it's
check.
Maxime's move right now.
Yeah.
Yes, he's
Well, he has no choice. You can't. Can you play king f8, h7, king e7? That would be crazy.
I mean, I can still take on g7 and play the same line.
No, you can't.
No king e7?
You can't play
No.
king
Come on.
f8
You could
because
just queen the pawn. Like, everybody falls.
I think we need
And
to see their
D6
board
hangs.
because we're not getting the moves yet because they made 3-4 moves and we're behind.
We're not good, but we can see the video.
Yeah, I see they're making moves, but we're not seeing it on the live board. Okay, now if you refresh, I think we can catch up.
We have? Oh, he took on D6?
Traded queens?
No.
Yes, he traded queens.
Oh,
I can't believe this.
Goodness.
By the way, if after queen d6, Maxime played bishop b7, it's completely even.
Yeah. But this is like the Sindarov Bluebaum game from the candidates where Sindarov was winning and he traded queens. We have knight f7. Wow.
He's just
a missed opportunity.
He's only slightly better?
What?
We were expecting
What
a checkmate.
did he just do to himself?
Time trouble?
Oh my goodness. Now it's time trouble after he played some unnatural moves.
Crazy.
Okay, the mate was way out there. I'm going to say the mate was way out there.
But why you don't play hg7 and bishop h5 is a mystery.
That you sat there all that time and didn't just play that line. This is now a game of sorts. He's sitting on an endgame where he is still up a pawn, but MVL has come to life. You could see in MVL's body language that before he was ready to resign, now this is MVL's posture when that mathematical mind of his starts whirring away at light speed and he's thinking, wait, where are the tricks? How can I save this? I should have been dead already. I saw the easy lines. He didn't see any of that. What? Wait a minute, maybe I have a chance. And no question, he does suddenly have a chance. And here he goes, just zipping away with these moves.
AB,
he was on the verge
E7.
of being 0 out of 3.
Truly.
And now he has this fantastic chance to save this game.
Yeah.
Completely lost game, more than any other games.
Well, you're down material and getting checkmated, and all your pieces are at home. They're not even out of the barracks.
This is the best position he's had the entire game, except like maybe the
move
first
one.
3 moves.
I hear you. Bishop b7, and it's a tussle, and the fact that Hans only has a minute on his clock makes me think that that Maxime has great chances of saving a totally lost game when he could have started 0-3.
0-3.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to go to our tournament leaders game between Fabi and Wesley because we know that Wesley was in trouble.
He still is. I see Fabi's pawn is still on d5, looking pretty.
Yeah, it's a Catalan pawn.
By the way, Gukesh in massive trouble against Duda. Just horrible, horrible position. Well, I'll just say a very active position for white.
Right. Just staying with the Wesley position for just a moment, I'm curious, like, how is Fabi supposed to go about? I mean, it looks good, but are we pushing?
Knight d4.
He has played knight d4 as Fabi. That's on the board.
He wants to, of course, trade your good bishop, dark square bishop for the knight, but you're going to play queen d7, or?
I'll just tickle for the moment.
And then if I play knight c6?
Yeah, and I'm just wondering. I mean, it's terrible. Look, I'm not. It's a 2-result game. I guess I need my bishop on c7. But you're going to play d7, bishop d5.
Yeah, you have too many weaknesses here to save this game.
I think so too. I think this is terrible.
Yeah.
So sadly, I may have to give it up. Ugh. This is so ugly. I have to close my eyes and suffer. This
Pretty much.
horrible bishop versus this beautiful bishop and this great pawn.
Very
this
unpleasant
is very
position
unpleasant.
for the leader.
I can't stand it. I'll go with Duda and Gukesh, as you were mentioning, Maurice. And why were you telling us that Duda's position so great? I see mate in 1 for Gukesh.
Mate in 2.
2.
It's that fantastic knight sitting on the f5 square, but now you look at it, black does have great rooks sitting on the e file as well.
Right.
You've got to make some kind of luft, G3 or G4, which seems
natural to me. I mean, the knight needs defense. So g4. I'm assuming you got to chase the knight. That knight on f5 is too strong. If you let white play rook d7 and queen b7, that's terrible. So we're going to have to go g6. We just have to go g6.
And now knight back to e3, hitting the f-pawn.
Hitting the f-pawn. And do we play f5? Close our eyes? Yeah, close our eyes a little bit. When you play these King's Indian defense positions, and the bishop is usually on g7. When I aspire to play f5, my king is a little bit better protected than what I'm showing.
Rook should be on d7, no?
Yeah.
Rook on d7. Maybe get a queen on b7.
Yep.
Or maybe even double the rooks on the 7th too.
If you could double rooks, then great. The thing that something will have to challenge one of those rooks.
Yeah, this is looking very, very bad.
Has 4 minutes on the clock, but he's not at the board.
By the way, we've spoken about bad start for MVL. I mean, Gukesh, he's in danger of getting 2 losses and a draw in this the first day.
He was completely winning the first game.
Oh, that game against Ali.
It feels like a loss. Even though he drew, it felt like he lost.
Truly.
By the way, in the meantime, Maxime has completely equalized his position. Despite being down a pawn, his pieces are just better against Hans Niemann. Just better. Look at, we made the comparison. Remember a few moves ago, we made the comparison of pieces and the horrible state of affairs of the black pieces. Now, the black pieces couldn't have dreamt of a better situation. That bishop on g2, just a terrible piece in white's position. A prisoner is in its own camp. The knight on e5, gorgeously placed.
I got to get rid of this knight. If I'm in Hansa's shoes, I'm dreaming of playing knight e3.
By the way, it's black's move at the moment, so you don't even get to play this knight move right away. He can even go after the a file, something like rook a8 right now, and say, wait a second, I might be on a2, I might be on a3.
Be on your doorstep. We've got to move. We've got to move.
a8 and knight g4. We're just not getting the moves yet.
But we can see from the video.
Okay, knight g4 played.
No, rook a8, bishop f3 played.
Maxime is better now.
Bishop f3. He just played bishop g2, bishop f3. No, I think
I saw a trade happen on g4.
No, yeah, that's true. I see king on g4, so we're just not getting the moves correctly. So we'll come back to this game. Big updates in Fabi's game. I think he is close to winning his position.
Oh my. Okay, so yeah, it's just a major piece ending with a pawn on d6. I mean, and that's just
Can
fabulous.
you play queen c7 right now? You can, because I can't take it.
Yeah, no, queen c7 is it's a great move.
Yeah, Wesley in big trouble.
Yeah.
Can he save this?
No, this is just, it's just, everything is wrong. Everything about the position for black is just wrong.
Can we get Fabi and Wesley on the screen?
Okay, we have switched to the game between Fabi.
Fabi lost the last game. His confidence is a little bit shaky to Fedoseev.
Oh, but dominating Wesley, come on, in a must-win situation. Well, not must-win, but you don't want Wesley to start running away, especially in the rapid portion. You grab 2 points from Wesley now.
That's huge.
Awesome to shake up this tournament. And with Hans not winning that game, which would have just had him rise to the top, it's Duda who starts to feel very happy with his situation.
Maybe Fedoseev as well, who would have won back-to-back if he beats Alireza.
Well, but Duda would be in first.
Because he's 5 points. That's right.
Alireza took the step back. Hans is not doing his thing. And yeah, it would be the Polish superstar if he wins the game against Gukesh, and he's still far from that. If he wins it, I believe he is in clear first with 5 points.
Yep.
If that happens.
Exactly.
And all the results continue the way they do. Wesley hanging on for dear life. Queen d8 he played in his game.
Yep.
Did Wesley so, saying, at least I got to protect that pawn on a5. How does Fabi prosecute the advantage in the position?
Yeah. Whoa, queen c5. I didn't like that move. I was more of the opinion that I just don't want to deal with queen f6. So I put my rook back on d2. So queen
You
f6.
can do
I
after
go.
queen f6 too.
Yeah, I could go
Oh, you
d7.
went to d7 right away.
Yeah. So I thought that Fabi was going to play rook to d2 here, just sidestepping any issues with queen f6. And then, if you do play queen f6, I have d7. And I just don't see what Wesley did, what
Queen
Wesley
c5,
could
queen
do.
f6 on the board. I think we'll see rook d2 now. And he's still threatening to go d7 with queen f8. The next move.
Ooh, that hurt. That is hurtful. So the idea is to play d7 and queen takes d8.
Mm-hmm. We're not going to switch, by the way, but Fedoseev is winning against Alireza, and Alireza's down on the clock as well.
When we left that game, he was an exchange up.
That's still the case.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe rook d2 is actually more precise than queen c5 because...
Have rook d8 on the board.
Yeah, rook d8 happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
And Maxime is all the way back as we saw. So that's looking, unless something funny happens, he does have full counterplay to make a draw in his position.
Just looking at the clock times, 4 minutes for Fabi, 1 minute only for Wesley, and we can go, no, we can't go pawn hunting at the moment. Queen takes, rook takes.
Let's not be greedy. Let's go d7.
Exactly. I'd plant the pawn. It's like
so
planting
Black has
your
to
flag.
worry about that for the rest of the game.
Yes. d7, I'm threatening queen takes a5 in this.
I mean, I'll play a4 just to keep the pawn alive for a moment.
Queen? Oh, you want a4? Okay, that makes sense. Can I plant my queen on c8?
Yes, you can. And I'm just waiting queen e7 and just...
Well, just a second.
You're going to put me in Zugzwang, I feel like. Queen d7,
no,
queen d7.
Queen d7.
You know, it's very funny. These major piece endings are often difficult to win when all you're trying to do is promote a pawn.
Yeah.
Because something blockades it, and then you can't get through the blockade. Because you've got to defend that pawn from behind the way the rook is right now.
Yeah.
And your other piece can't do anything about the blockade, much as the queen is sitting on the square. So you can't play rook e2, you can't play rook c2, you can't take on d8. You need something else. And here, if you can't take on a6, it's a winning position.
I can take on a6. That's a good pawn.
Okay, well, if you could take on a6 and just made a liar out of me.
Because you can't take on d7. I've got the queen coming
has
back
to on
c8.
Yeah.
That's right. So
yeah.
So his defense is actually not set up yet.
If the king was on h7.
If the king were on h7 or
Right.
g6 and the king on g7.
Right.
But this deal of, in general, if there weren't any pawns on the a file, and you just had the pawn sitting on d7, breaking through that blockade is extremely difficult. It looks like you should just be winning. You got a pawn on d7 for crying out loud, but it is not easy to do. You need to open up a weakness on another front. In this case, you may win both a pawns somehow and then be able to push your a pawn, but the passed pawn in major piece endings, even double rooks on the board, is often just not enough.
We do, Fabi did put his queen back, by the way, on c7. I was even thinking he might have played a4 a moment there just to stop your a5, a4 business. But with this queen c5 back to c7, Wesley said, let me try to get some counterplay against the white
We should
king.
shut it down, just play h5, right?
Yes.
Why open up h-file?
Well, when I open it up, then I'm always susceptible to perpetual checks.
That and king g7, rook h8 ideas. We don't
Well,
want that.
even that. But yeah, I would shut it down with h5. Even later, if you played g4 and won the pawn, I'd be thinking that I'm going to win with the pawn.
By the way, MVL has
Fabi.
won back his pawn and has a pass pawn of his own on b4. So, Hans, could he possibly lose the game? I think we could say the answer should be no. But the way this has transformed itself, it almost feels like a loss already. He had such a dominant position. He was winning in just a few moves. He played some other idea to keep things simple and made life extremely difficult on himself. And now it's clear that MVL will at least draw the game, but I'm sure he's thinking about maybe I could even win this one. That would be absolutely insane.
He has extra 10 minutes on the clock too, so why not put pressure? Can he just take on c4 now?
Rook takes c4, e5, I think, is the trick.
Oh, that's the idea. To
Well,
force
it's
a draw?
yeah, exactly. I'm trying desperately suddenly to force a draw, but I think that does it. I get to take on f6 with a tempo. But rook c4.
G4 was played.
Not rook takes c4, but g4. Okay, I like it.
Do we take the bishop or the pawn?
Well, I must say, I'm not attracted to bishop takes. Then black is the one that has all the dangerous things. So all rook endings are drawn. Somebody said that.
Rook
Wasn't
c6
me.
was taken. Rook takes f3. This should be a draw. Yes. It's looking like a draw now.
Unbelievable.
What a save.
What a save. This is the kind
very
of
strange
save that you walk out of the room with your head up, chest puffed out, thinking, how did I save this position?
Yeah, feel.
And this is the kind of luck I needed so that tomorrow I could come back and not have been in an 0-3 hole.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not getting an update. Okay, there we go. We just got some updates.
Well, this game's going to be a draw. Let's
Draw.
jump back to Fabi's game because he's put in the final touches with 30 seconds on the clock.
That was what I wanted to say, that Fabi had 4 minutes against 1, and then suddenly he had the 1 minute and Wesley had 2. So flipped completely on the clock. And by the way, surprising for both of us, Fabi did not play h5, but captured
He did.
on g5, opened up the h file against himself. I mean, now you always have to be careful about the move rook to
Well, there's
h8.
always
But
D8.
Yasser,
Yes.
Black has weakened himself too.
Yeah.
Right? This is the kind of thing that you couldn't have dreamt of doing.
So
Black opening up a second front.
Yeah.
And now suddenly, White has a weak king, which is the last thing you want to have happen when you're playing against major pieces. So he gets that additional bonus.
This is the current position. I like a4, a3.
So
It's like a waiting move. What is Black going to do next?
So Wesley was
A5.
hoping to be able to play queen c6 check. So he's trying to lure.
But can Fabi just go rook e3, rook e8 and win the game? Oh, there's queen f3 check. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
But he did play rook e3.
Rook e3.
I think this Black isn't Zugzwang. You can't keep the queen on f6. Or can you?
Could I play king
I just
h7?
play king h7.
I don't know.
I think
Well,
you have to, because if you move the queen, then you don't have queen f3 check anymore.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. I can't move the rook. I can't move the queen. I have to place a move like king h7. But then what's the follow-up? Like you say, you didn't want to allow queen to...
King g1 maybe?
Queen a1 check.
Yeah.
Wow. And we're getting news that Hans is about to repeat.
No, that one's a draw.
And that
You know
game
that's
was a draw.
That's a disaster.
Yeah.
But these pawns, the one on a4, the one on g4, those pawns are just
Weakies.
extremely weak.
Yeah.
And you need to be protecting your d pawn. I think the white rook belongs back on d3. And then
Yeah,
why
that
can't you
game
play a
was
move like
drawn.
queen c4, which seems to attack everything? Well, this is just going to be a draw. We're
No,
not
it
even
already
worried
is,
about
I
that.
think.
This is dead nothing.
Well, okay, it seemed like they repeated, but I guess
Rook
not.
takes b3.
They're just going to play till the end, take
Yeah.
everything off the board. F4, king
King
d4,
f3, blah, blah, blah.
and there we go. Now it's officially over and a draw.
Yeah,
Wow.
that
was a mysterious game, to be sure, because
Yeah.
Hans Niemann was completely winning, and he turned it into a draw.
Okay, let's get back to the real game that will affect the standings in a huge way, and it's whether or not Fabi can actually win this game. against Wesley, and he has a huge advantage.
And Wesley just made a move with 10 seconds on his clock, and that move was queen f5. So Wesley saying, okay, give me the pawn. Can you take the rook?
Is there a perpetual? Because I can take it and then hide on h2.
I don't see the perpetual.
He didn't take it though.
If I take the rook,
I think he could have. He can
and I go king
h2, queen
h2.
h4. Yes, yes. I think he missed it again. They're in time trouble. 10 seconds. So let's catch up with the players.
Oh, excuse me. Let me refresh my board. So queen, king g6, rook d3. I'm getting
not
some
clear on how he's trying to win this position.
Getting some moves. Does this look like the position?
12 seconds for Fabi.
Yeah.
He just can't seem to find a way to make progress.
He needs to move his rook out of that.
He did.
By the way, Duda made a huge blunder and Gukesh is completely winning.
Whoa. What?
That's
going to shake things up.
Because Duda was going to be in the first place.
Yeah. He's on a... We'll stay with Fabi for the moment, because I'm seeing 15 seconds for Fabi, 12 seconds for Wesley, now 22. You do get 10 seconds bonus for each and every move made. And now queen c4 check by Fabi. You got to go king g7. Ooh, you went king g6. Doesn't that invite...
Queen e6, right? Or queen c8? No. Queen c8 should end the game.
Yeah, no, queen c8 is a very good
He
move.
missed that. He played rook d4.
Also looks very good, by the way. Nothing wrong with... I'm a pawn grabber. Give me that guy.
Yeah, it just keeps the game going.
You want to end the game right now.
I
Having
want to
too
see
much
the other
fun.
games too. There's so many interesting games.
But look
at
at
the moment.
time ticking down
7
inexorably.
seconds.
And he
5
needs to deal with
seconds.
this threat, and he brought his king
G5
further into the position.
Oh no!
And I like this move, rook d3. It says, where does your queen actually belong?
You can't
Given that I'm about to play the move rook to d5 with check, and you've got to sit and struggle for a move. And he's finally played queen back to b7.
But rook d5 check and queen f4 check. That's it. That's a
Cutting
winner.
the king out,
That's
the
a winner.
queen out of the defense of the king, and Fabi has pulled it off finally. And that's the additional weakness I was talking about. Your king exposes itself. The d-pawn did not win the game, and we're also hearing that Duda lost.
Wow.
You will not believe how he blundered his game, but here we go as Fabi is
Just
rolling this one up now. He's picked off a key pawn in the position.
And also Sindarov about to win his first game.
Queen e6.
It was a draw. We didn't get to catch that game at all today. It looked very even, but suddenly he's completely winning, and he will also be at +1.
Wow. Wasn't there just an amazing game that Fabi and Wesley was so busted, and Fabi made a move like a8 equals queen. It was double question mark.
Yeah.
And somehow Wesley saved a completely losing position.
He won that game.
Yeah, even won. Apologies.
Can he pull that off again? I don't think so. I think we're going to see checkmate here in a couple of moves.
Okay, what's the finishing touch, Nasi? Queen
Rook
b2.
f5?
Rook f5.
I want to take on f6 and checkmate.
Makes sense.
I'm even allowing queen b7, king h2.
Yeah.
That's it.
Agreed. You're right. Rook f5. That's the most.
Sindarov's game is not
Wesley
that easy.
lost. Wesley is resigned.
Sindarov's game is
a
comedy of errors actually happening.
Oh, it just ended.
And then finally he won the game.
He won.
In a position where he had just blown it, but
the only game left is Fedoseev against Alireza.
Let's go there.
We have a rook endgame, Fedoseev with an extra pawn trying to convert his advantage he's had this whole game. But I think he is close.
When we left it, he was an exchange up and really kind of cruising, I thought, at that point. But he's down to 23 seconds. So shouldn't he just play c3?
Yes, c3.
Isn't it time?
You don't have another good move, actually. Because you don't want to play king f3 allowed taking with the check.
No,
so
of
he's
course
done
not.
c3.
He's gone c3. Okay.
Is this easy?
I think so, because you go a4.
5 seconds for Alireza. Taking on f6. And now, I think the only winning move is rook h2.
What?
Yeah.
That's a surprise. I would have thought rook takes a2 or rook
He's
to
found
d2,
it though.
rook
Fedoseev on
h2.
fire.
Well,
h2.
you want to play c2.
It just wins the rook right away.
Yeah. Okay, we
Because if you
do
go
it.
king g1, rook d2.
Right. So you got to play rook c6, c2, king e1, king takes g4. Zugzwang. The king will come over to d3,
Yep.
and you'll threaten rook h1. And that's it for Alireza.
We currently have a four-way tie for first.
Really?
With Niemann, Caruana, Sindarov, and Wesley So. Fedoseev Fedoseev will join them with this victory and make it a five-way tie for first. So a contentious round indeed. Wesley was the only person with a perfect score, and now in one round, 5 players will be tied,
with
including
4
Wesley. So
out of 6.
thanks to Fabiano.
Thanks to Fabiano.
And also Gukesh, he took down Duda.
Yeah, that was an
And also
important.
taking down Duda. That is correct.
Yeah, and now it's child's play. You get to take on the a pawn as well. Then you can walk your way back to the rook and just push the a pawn.
Yeah, white king.
If Duda had drawn that game, by the way, he would also be in a tie for first. So it'd be a 6-way tie.
And
now it's
Alireza has
over.
lost a huge.
We had 4 decisive games in this round.
Our defending champion.
Back-to-back victories against
Absolutely.
Fabi and Alireza.
Absolutely.
Impressive.
May I, by the way, just show you quickly what happened in that game with Alireza, with Duda
and Gukesh.
And Gukesh. We just take a look at this board, and in this position, he had this brilliant move as white, knight to d8. It's not often you see a knight drop onto the back rank, but this nasty knight f7, and the king is the thing. This insecurity of this king would be the problem. But instead he played this move h5 and queen h2, and now his pawn's hanging on h5, and guess what he played? Queen g2 offering a trade. And Gukesh said, snap, I'll take it. Thank you very much, I appreciate the gift. And the problem is you can't play rook takes because whoop, it's mate in 1.
Whoa.
So he had to try to something else. He tried f3, rook h4, and now his king is caught between a rock and a hard place as this rook is coming down, and this is how he ended up losing the game, and Gukesh knocking out Duda. Well, let's jump to Poland and to Warsaw, where Cristian is with Hans Niemann.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Hans Niemann. Hans, first of all, welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour, a long-awaited return for you. How are you feeling to be on that stage?
It's a great honor and pleasure to return. I especially like Rapid and Blitz, so this is certainly going to be a very fun tournament, and I hope to, eventually return as a full tour participant.
You've done a little bit of preparation before this one, a week where you played only Blitz. Is that correct? And do you feel like that helped? Do you feel your shape is optimal?
Yeah, that was definitely great training. The sort of allergy attack I've had upon arrival hasn't been ideal, but sometimes when you're a bit sick, you can play really well. I've had many instances where in my worst physical shape, I've performed the best. So I suppose you never know.
What would you assess are some of the most important factors for a good result in such a tournament with such low margins?
Well, there's so many games, so there's not really much luck or variance because you're playing, 27 games. It's a huge sample size. I think you have to be consistent, stay calm. Although I should have easily won this last game against Maxime, I managed to sort of keep it under control and not lose. So it's easy to go in tilt. So I'm glad that I've been quite stable so far.
I think you played a very good game, especially in the second round against the world champion Gukesh. You defended what looked like quite an unpleasant position out of the opening, and then something happened. At some point, he made a move with 1 second. You stopped the clock. Explain to us from your perspective what happened.
Well, in Doha, you saw many instances of people knocking over their pieces and pausing the clock and being forfeited. So actually, ironically enough, at the technical meeting, I asked what would happen in that case if someone were to hit the clock and they would have flagged if the piece was not set up. And I asked that, and I mean they're just following regular rules. I mean there's no issue with that. But then that's quite ironic that this happened. So basically, I mean he hit the clock when the piece wasn't set up to prevent him from flagging, which I got an extra minute. I personally think it should be a forfeit, but I mean it's not my job to decide the rules.
But, and there you have it on the screen right there. You can see the slow-mo of exactly that moment. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. He tried to complete his move, and then it felt like a pawn just arrived on the board. Now, obviously, these are the instances that can happen in short time controls. You think that there should be an instant forfeit in such cases?
I mean, if you have that as in the World Championship, that should set precedent.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not an arbiter, so I'm not going to opine as an expert. But if that's the regulations for the World Championship, then it's probably a good idea to have the same rules.
It's quite prophetic because we did talk about it in the players' meeting before the tournament started. He did play this move d6, and you, I have to say, handled this position quite well. Where did you feel like you're starting to gather some chances?
Obviously, I had a huge time edge here, but I mean his position is so solid. I kind of just waited, and eventually he overextended and left g3 quite weak. I mean, I didn't convert it as in the smoothest way. Obviously, gave him some chances, but I was also low in time. But yeah, this was, I guess, a nice trick that I saw. But I mean, at this point, it's not that easy to hold with no time. But obviously, this is a nice gift. But it was a pretty solid game overall.
Hans, great return for you here in day one in Poland. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Really a nice day for Hans, and he even had greater chances there. But we have some, Sindarov. The end of the Sindarov game that we didn't get to see because we were looking at Fabi and Wesley. But here he is, our challenger, winning his very first game.
Apparently there were some mutual mistakes here in time
The last
trouble.
move, Rook A1, was a mistake. But then his opponent instantly made an error as well against that move. That turned out to be a mistake, and this position is busted. We got resignation. So Sindarov not losing a single game to start off in this one.
Yeah, no, very, very decent start. And you were saying we do have 5 players tied for first. Who are they?
Let's have a look. It's Fabiano Caruana, Javokhir Sindarov, Wesley So, Vladimir Fedoseev, and Hans Niemann all sharing first, then sharing second.
If we had made predictions, I think we would all have a share of first at the moment.
Maybe.
I would have said
maybe.
Fabi, Ben took
I was going to go with
Wesley.
Alireza, so.
Oh, you wouldn't have had a share first.
Let's make a note. Only 2 players, Hans Niemann and Javokhir Sindarov, have not lost a single game to be tied for first. And we do have Cristian with Fabiano Caruana.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, an up and down day for you. You started off with a victory against MVL. Definitely not an easy game, that one. Then you lost against Fedoseev, a game we didn't see much of because we had some transmission problems. And now a big victory against Wesley, who was leading the tournament after 2 wins. How are you feeling?
Yeah, overall good. Yeah, a bit up and down, but overall a good day. I mean, plus score and recovered from a loss, which I didn't play too well in that second game. I had a very comfortable position. I started to drift very badly. But this game, I mean, yeah, I got some pressure and like it's a very...
What was the mindset going this one? You switched from e4, you played in the first one. Now you're opening up with knight f3, something that we've seen from you in the candidates.
Yeah, well, against Maxime, you know, I kind of could prepare in the game more directly. Then he played e5, so I had no preparation. Didn't play his knight orb. And then I just took the kind of strategy that I'm going to play very solid lines in my second and third games and not really prepare anything too concrete. But he was clearly uncomfortable. I was happy he took on c4 to start with because then we get a very fighting structure.
Mm-hmm.
And then this plan with knight a5 is very unusual. I don't know exactly how bad it is, but yeah, knight e4 felt like really tactically off to me. I mean, I didn't see exactly how to punish it, but it felt very close to being like just clearly punishable. The thing is like d3, take b5. I just couldn't see the continuation. I guess there's something because the bar is a bit high, but
it's a little bit high. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't quite see it. Take d4. Yeah, maybe I should have. I felt like this was the right direction, but I didn't quite understand that I can play d4 here.
It's not that clear even after that, right?
Yeah.
d4.
To be fair, d4 is not a bad move.
It feels like the very natural choice.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't play bishop a5, but okay. I mean, maybe what I did is it's also very simple. Like it's a very pleasant position. Yeah, here there were some tricks with bishop d5 and then knight g5 or rook d5. So, and if he allows the knight to c6, I think it's just bad. I mean, he can take on c6, but this pawn it just stays there forever. I mean, he won't be able
it's
to.
It's all about this d5 pawn or the c6 pawn, right?
Yeah, I mean, he can't tolerate the knight, so he should take on c6 at some point. But he chose to go for this, but this is just past d pawn. It's just moving forward. I think it's just lost, and very simple. And then I started to make it so difficult for myself. Like it should be a way that I just win one of his a pawns and then just clean up. I just kind of missed g5. So I thought like I put my queen on e7. And he never moves again, which I thought was nice. I mean, he just never moves. But g5, and then maybe I should play h5. I couldn't quite decide. Problem is, my king is a little bit vulnerable, and it's like it's kind of on me to find the win here. There should be a win, but I have all sorts of moves, and I have to find the way to make progress. Yeah, I guess it was here rook d5. I allow the check. I actually felt like this probably doesn't work, but I mean...
This looks scary, right?
Yeah,
to allow the check.
Yeah, I mean, I basically...
To be very precise.
I felt like this should win, and then I just decided, okay, I have 30 seconds, I'm not going to calculate it. So then I started to play some kind of random moves, which I guess are still winning, but I mean, luckily I didn't really spoil it, and then after I had this rook d4, it was just very easy, because just tactically, either I force f5 and I mate him, or I win g4, or... yeah, queen of 7 or everything wins.
You're returning to Poland after quite a few years, 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, last time in 2022. How are you feeling about the place you're getting back on that stage?
Yeah, I like it here. It's a nice, very nice city. And I wanted a bit of a change because I've been playing in Zagreb for many years now. And I played in Poland in 22, and it was a very exciting tournament. And I mean, Zagreb is also a very nice place, but I wanted a bit of a changes here, so that's why I decided to play here, and yeah, I really enjoy playing here.
Great seeing you here in day 1, and good luck in day 2.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And of course, if you're a full tour participant, it means you have to play in both the classical events in Bucharest and the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis, and then you go two out of 3.
Play 2 Rapid and Blitz, skip
out of the 3, and you skip 1, and that's what he was talking about, Fabi, that he wanted to switch it up a little bit as day 3 winds down. And what a decisive day it has been, Maurice. I mean, so many decisive games, so just a few draws.
We expected of Rapid. We see a lot of that happen. Very, very few draws happen when we start seeing this kind of faster time control. Mistake starts to creep in because the players just don't have much time to think, and they're not as accurate as they are when they have tons of time in classical. So I'm not surprised by seeing all this in terms of the Rapid play and the decisive results. But we have seen some surprises. I mean, some positions, first of all, the way Maxime played, he could have been 0-3 today, just lose all his games. Then the game he actually managed to draw, he should have just died. That means that Hans was playing in a way that you just would find very, very shocking. But otherwise, having a bundle field together seems to make a lot of sense because we do have some parity in the field.
Some bad forms by 3 players, Gukesh, MVL, Alireza. Don't feel like they found their best shape.
Even though Alireza is at 50%.
And Vachier also, obviously, we haven't even talked about him, but he's just not had a good day at all.
Exactly, that is true as well. So we get to...
But someone who hasn't lost today and is in good form is Javokhir Sindarov, and he's with Cristian Chirila.
with the World Championship challenger Javokhir Sindarov. Javokhir, welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. How are you feeling to be playing on this stage? You didn't know that you will be here not many weeks ago.
Yeah, anyway, if I didn't get a invitation for full tour, I'm invited for Warsaw, so I know I will be here. Yeah, it's a very nice tournament, very strong opponents, and like we have, I don't know, more 20 more rounds, 24 more rounds. It's a lot, and I'll try to play just good chess. And in general, this time control is a little bit longer. And you should, I mean, it's not a classical, not rapid also, but it's always very interesting, and I'm trying to play very good chess.
Obviously, that's one of the main switches from the Canadas to this one, from classical time control to rapid and blitz. But also, what did you do in between these events? Because obviously, you were waited in your home with so much celebration. What did you do in this couple of weeks?
Actually, in this couple of weeks, I didn't watch. I mean, I didn't work with chess like completely.
Some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, like only I'm taking rest and doing a lot of chess, a lot of other things instead of chess, and I'm just chilling because before candidates I work a lot, and during candidates it takes a lot of energy. But yeah, before a tournament I worked like 2-3 days, and I feel good. I'm just I'm don't try to win this tournament. I just want to play on my level. That's my goal.
And your level definitely showed in this game against Radoslaw Wojtaszek. You put enough pressure to break him in the end.
Yeah, in general, it's a very hard game. From opening to very equal position, and like I can do draw like anytime where I want, but I'm just playing to get something, because I know if you go to low time, I have a better chances than him, and that's why I'm just playing. And here I got chances when he played g4. I think like I played immediately queen d8. I'm thinking about this move, and now he has weakness, black squares, and I don't know. I feel really comfortable here. And here he played queen g1. Maybe it's interesting, but I really don't understand the idea of this move. And I played d5. I want to push somewhere d4. Actually, I played this in a game, and here rook b2. I missed rook a1, rook b1. I'm already. I have. I mean, here he has more than like 1 minute close to. But okay, I think like it's a very interesting position. Here he played queen bishop g3. You know, I doesn't have a time for think and find.
Did you understand that this one was a bad move?
Yeah, I understand. It should be a bad move because bishop very needed in these squares, and after bishop g3 I understand like I should be very good, but I didn't find during game. I played c takes b4, which is not losing all advantage, but white gets some space to play. Yeah,
maybe this rook goes in.
Rook b1, bishop b3, bishop f2. Yeah, again I'm completely, I mean, after bishop f2 I feel like it's also wrong move, because after changing bishops I missed g takes h5 move immediately. I mean, I played very fast rook a2 like in 6 seconds.
But okay, you had 50 seconds at this point.
I feel like I should need to play something queen e5, but in my opinion, after rook a2 he doesn't have any good moves, and it's very hard to him to play. But I completely missed g takes h5, and after this I was really a little bit sad. I think like I lose all of my advantage, but still it's very hard to play in my opinion this position. Yeah, here I don't know how I played. You know, here, yeah, I saw rook 7 a3. Actually, I saw it like take. I just want to take it. It's a mate, but I think like rook. I played. I think like 21 seconds. In last moments, I played rook a1. I think like okay, why I need to do some crazy things? Just I saw like rook a1 is winning queen, and I will do realize. But computer shows this rook g4 actually is draw.
Did you see it? Did you spot it during the game?
Yeah.
You spotted it, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to
not show it.
Any reactions, yeah. But Rook G4 is, crazy. Yeah,
Just
okay.
covering on the G4.
I mean, before also he has Rook G4 here. I think here Rook G4 is not works because, because probably again Rook 7A3. It's Rook G4, Rook 7A3. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I want to play for Rook G4, Rook 7A3, but to C5, I don't know. I was a little bit shocked, and I think like any move was winning, and it's a really big mistake. You need to be always on confidence and doesn't do the small mistakes. It's important.
How are you feeling about your play after day one, after 3 days of rapid chess? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, actually, I think I played a really very good chess first, second game. I'm close to outplaying my opponents, but they defend well. And yeah, third game, somehow I'm lucky to win this game. I think like it will be impossible during game to win, but somehow I won, and I'm very happy from first day. And let's see what will happen tomorrow. Yeah.
Javokhir, very happy to have you in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah,
welcome once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye. Guys, back to you.
Our congratulations to Sindarov. Very, very impressive standings.
Let's have a look again.
Yeah, five-way tie for first.
3 games of rapid. Yeah, who could have predicted this 5-way tie?
Wow.
3 Americans are tied for first. That's Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and Hans Niemann. Also, last year's champion Vladimir Fedoseev and the current challenger Javokhir Sindarov.
Tell me about round 4 coming up.
I can't wait to see what we have in store for tomorrow. We start with Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja. 2 co-leaders, Fedoseev against Hans Niemann.
Sweet.
It's going to be a big match. MVL against Duda, Gukesh against Wojtaszek, and 2 other co-leaders, Wesley So against Sindarov.
This is looking really, really fine to me. Maurice, you're going to get the final word. Oh, sorry.
Let's go to Poland to hear their final thoughts first.
All right.
If we are to gauge the level of action for this tournament after day one, I have to say we will have a very exciting event because everybody seems to be here ready to fight.
Exactly.
Every single game has been very, very fighting. Everybody's taking risk and they're trying to get the upper hand over their opponent.
It's such a joy, Cristian, to be actually at the playing venue and watch all the games. Like I was there most of the times, and I really didn't know which game I should concentrate on. Like so much action everywhere, and I think it's. As usually in Poland, we have really great vibes. So many spectators, so many fans around, waiting for the players to catch them, to get some autographs, to get some photos with them. So you always feel this that people love chess here. So it's really nice to see so many people.
Not only that, we have the chess fans, we have the storylines as well. We have MVL, who I'm sure will come back with much more anger tomorrow because he was not happy after today's games. No. That's for sure, but we know how resilient he is, and I'm sure he's going to be bringing his true self in tomorrow's games, and we know how good he can be in this rapid and blitz. Yeah. He's the second place of the Grand Chess Tour in 2025, and that was by a very, very small margin in that final against Fabiano Caruana. So definitely a player to watch tomorrow. We'll see what he brings to the table, and pretty much everybody else. I mean, even Gukesh, the world champion, what a victory.
5 players are tied for the first place. I don't even recall when we had the same situation. Yeah. I think it was a long time ago. I was also impressed by Fabiano winning the last game against Wesley So, and now both Americans are tied for the first. So I think we have a lot of action in front.
Somebody had to stop Wesley because Wesley was winning game after game, and it was Fabiano that did that. Guys, a lot of action here in Poland. We'll be here with all the interviews and the insights from behind the scenes in tomorrow's games. For the moment, back to you in that beautiful studio in St. Louis.
Indeed, we are in a gorgeous studio here for the first time, and day one was very exciting. A 5-way tie for first. You can't help but enjoy that. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. But I got to say, I'm looking forward to round 5 because Gukesh and Sindarov meet in that round.
Ooh, champion and challenger.
All the excitement will simply continue.
Right. And a big shout out also to Judith for joining us.
Yes,
still inspiring after all of these years as well. Great action, great calling the action with you both. It's been wonderful.
Absolutely.
As we wrap up day one of the Grand Chess
Thank you,
Tour.
everyone, for joining us on day one. Join us again tomorrow for day 2 and 3 more rapid games.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.